Awesome, we're live. Welcome everybody. My name is Maddie Allen, and I'm here to host HEX Therapy Live with my co-host here.
Hi, I'm Joe Exotic. Thank you everybody for joining us. We got a great show tonight. We got a special guest, Yashdeep. Would you like to say hello to everybody?
What's up, guys? Yashdeep Singh. I'm really happy to be here. Was looking forward to this. We kind of had a little back and forth. Couldn't set up a time, but I think this is perfect. Super happy to be on you guys' show.
Cool. Awesome. Welcome. Yeah, we're super excited to have you here. So we'll go ahead and play our intro here, and then we'll be ready to get down to our discussion. Here we go.
I'm clicking the stake. There it goes. Start stake. Boom. I'm all in. I'm in, folks. I'm in.
Awesome.
Right.
I like your intro.
Thanks. That's Gives a Minute. He's gonna speak at the HEX conference too. He was a successful raid and a really fun guy to watch on DLive because he really gamifies things really well. He's got like a hidden kind of tip menu thing that he does where if you gift him a lemon and an ice cream and a diamond all back to back, then he does a special routine. It's really interesting. And of course, his signature Gives a Minute is the idea that every time somebody follows him, he takes a break from his stream and welcomes that person by giving a repeat performance of explaining how it's an exchange between the audience and him as a performer. And then he does daily surf videos every day. Like in his stream, he presents the videos, and so he's got a lot of cool stuff going on.
Okay, yeah, I gotta check him out. That sounds pretty neat. Seems like a good person.
Every Wednesday night or Thursday, he does a crypto stream now, and it's been like focused on HEX a lot because he really likes HEX now that he knows about it. So
awesome.
That's worth checking out.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to do that.
So as our guest tonight, I know Joe and I are both going to have questions for you as we go, or we'll be excited to check in with the chat and everything. But to start off, Yashdeep, would you be willing to introduce yourself and let us know how you got into HEX?
Yeah. So again, Yashdeep Singh. You can follow me on Twitter, HEX at HEXDeep88. I got into HEX. Actually, I knew about Richard middle of 2017. When the full bull run for crypto was going on, and I liked a lot of the things he was saying. It falls in line with the way I think and the things I believe. And I like that he was saying, hey, stay away from these, S coins and, let's do the right thing. Protect your assets. Crypto is already volatile as it is. And, he talks about there being pumps and dumps. And at the time, people weren't really saying those things. And so I really found that intriguing. And I liked his worldview that he wants to help people live longer. And, those are very noble things. So I think even though he has a very, sometimes a potty mouth, let's say, he's very well-intentioned, very well-meaning. And I kind of relate to that too. So, cause I am a lot of times the same way, even though I'm trying to hold back right now. So I really like that. I followed him. And then when he was talking about the CFD token he was working on, that was interesting. It kind of fell apart. And then, but I was one of the day one FOMO crowd guys, been in it since then. And I started streaming about end of August, maybe September, something like that, early September. And now I have a stream that I do every once in a while with ID Torben ID. on Twitter. You can find him. And I just like the idea of bringing more stability through a store of value to the world, and so that's something I believe in on a macro level. But on a personal level, I love the gains. I love the mad gains. Can't be mad about that. So, that's kind of what brought me in, and I've been enjoying the ride so far.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, that's really good. And Joe, what do you have to add?
Maddie, I can't chat with the chat inside of StreamYard, so I'll take care of D-Live. I just wanted to let you know. I'm not sure why.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Yash, I did have a question. When you got in August, what made you take the step to start streaming?
So I'd been wanting to start streaming and be a contributing member more so in the community because I was mostly just in Telegram, reading all the comments every once in a while, throw in something, but I wasn't that active. And as much as I believed in this product, I wanted to have more of a say and and do more of the outbound messaging. And so when Crypto Coffee came out with a search engine optimization video that he did, an SEO video, that was like the catalyst for me to break down the barriers, whatever like anxiety I had about what do I write in the title, how do I promote this, how do I act. It just really broke down those barriers really quickly for me. And so shout out to Crypto Coffee. He puts out really good content as well. So just the faith in him for having good content helped me get going. And so that was it.
Is that an SEO video for streaming itself, or getting to get on for HEX, or more specific or less specific than that?
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily for HEX. It was just more in general for YouTube, and a little bit about Twitter, when to use emojis, what type of, there's a lot of gatekeeping in YouTube and stuff like that. So, hey, probably stay away from words like crypto, but maybe use more, terms like passive income, or if they're starting to block that now, find, how to keep cycling through different words and reading the market for what is already working in outside of crypto for like passive income strategies, people that talk about money and those kind of things, and just using that to generate more views for you. And then, how do you analyze the views? Is it the clicks that matter, the follows that matter, like just those kind of, more intricate details, which is what I like. I'm an analytical person. I come from a mechanical engineering background, so I like to get into the deep end of things sometimes. So I appreciated how he was able to lay it out.
Cool. I just shared it with the chat over on D-Live, everybody.
Sweet.
I'm definitely interested in watching that later. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
That'll help a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, I went through this phase, right? Because there are all these phases that people go through in HEX, and different understandings that you get, and I think we can all relate to the what is the OA doing phase that people went through, back when there was the adoption amplifier. But one of the phases I went through was wondering, why wasn't it named HEX Crypto or something like that? And then I realized, wow, that would have been such a bad name,
right?
Because it would have gotten shadow banned everywhere, and it wouldn't stand alone as its own thing.
Or like Bitcoin HEX. That was
I remember. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And I think it was masterful how I'm not sure if he intended it to switch all along or not, but I think it was also very valuable that Richard named it Bitcoin HEX and then named it HEX, right? Because as somebody who was paying attention mostly to Bitcoin at the time, that caught my attention.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that, Maddie, till I met you. I didn't know that all those names were changed and then finally ended up onto HEX. So it makes a lot of sense. I learned that I didn't know that crypto was a gate-kept word or one that would get you shadow banned. So it's pretty interesting how it all evolved.
Or the other thing, like going from hex.win to hex.com, I mentioned this on the 24-hour stream. I thought that was a major move that, we were excited when that happened, but I think that's underrated in terms of the larger audience. I think the crypto community can adapt to, different, dot lives and dot wins and other kind of, different website names, but I thought that was major. So
Yeah.
really good move on whoever owns the hex.com. Hey, good job, man.
Yeah.
And Matt, you said that in your what you know about that is that it was gifted to Richard. Is that right? Is that true?
Oh, I don't know if I ever said anything,
Oh, okay.
but yeah, that sounds. I think Richard said that. Maybe.
Okay.
That
Cool.
somebody gifted it to Hex.
The 3-letter URL that's a .com is absolutely incredible.
I wonder who owned it before. I guess that's like something somebody could look up. What kind of witch doctor had it first?
I think hex.com, like as a domain, was expiring, and so it was like about to come onto the market, and the person could renew it if they wanted, whoever owned it, but they maybe elected not to or something. And I think there was another person that always had their eye on hex.com, totally unrelated to Hex crypto kind of stuff, and they were kind of bummed out, like, hey, I've been waiting so long to try to get this, and somebody else came in and got it. And however that happened, I don't know exact story, but something like that. I vaguely remember the story. So if that's true, that's pretty cool.
It was the Backdoor Hexologist author. He was in the running for the domain name. I'm making this up. Like breaking news. Everybody.
Breaking news. Yeah.
Did you guys see Hexo's stream earlier? It was awesome.
I missed it.
Baby on there. She was dressed up as a Christmas baby, and Quarter Panda sent Hexo a box full of gifts, and it had physical lemons. Right? And they were like weren't showing up. You could see like the outline because of the green screen. And what else? There were headphones that made Hexina look like a panda because like the strap that went over here had like ears. And,
perfect.
Oh, is that what was inside the box? I didn't get to see that. I saw
yeah. And then of course a copy of the book, The Backdoor Hexologist, available on Amazon. I need to like have Amazon referral links ready to go, like when I talk about this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But
that's hilarious. I got to go back and watch it. I didn't realize what time he was streaming. I thought he was just an hour before we started this one, so I was a little off on the timing. But I've seen it on Hex clips on YouTube, so I'll be able to catch it after this.
Yeah, he always has great episodes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Valiant Brand, for the diamonds. Thank you, Hector the Protector. Thanks for the diamond. Thanks, everybody. We appreciate it. Thanks for the lemons. It's a lemon war.
I need to open up. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people listening in. That's awesome.
Yeah, Yash, I usually open up DLive and make it so I could see the chat and also our chat if you don't already do that, just because it doesn't come in.
Yeah. So I've never streamed on DLive. I just do YouTube. I've been just kind of lazy on all that stuff. I need to get going on it, but I just wanted to focus my attention on maybe I don't know if you guys know about the HexFlex channel in Telegram. I don't know if it's being advertised, but it's a great channel for people that are trying to be more business minded in their approach to Hex. And so that's something I'd like to kind of like ramp up a little bit, is try to see how to do more outbound messaging. And there's a lot of smart people in there, a lot of different ideas. I threw out an idea about a Hex board game, which. Ooh. Yeah, so I was thinking like something like Monopoly, something like Life, and kind of a adaptation of that, but with the Hex as the fundamental game plan or game theory. And I thought that'd be a great way for a lot of different generations to get together and communicate on brand new ideas. Because when people get together to learn a new board game, they kind of throw out all their preconceived notions. And so their guards are down, they're looking to have a good time. And so if there was a hex game that could bring like, younger kids, your parents and maybe your grandparents all together at the same time, and they're open to learn about what staking strategies might be like, or do funny little cards like when Lambo. So you know how you have those mystery cards on Monopoly.
Yeah.
You pull one of those mystery cards, and maybe it says something like when Lambo, and there's like some.
Or it says like Peter McCormick snuck onto your stream, like gain 1,000 followers.
Yeah. Somebody early end stakes, and you get a bunch of rewards or whatever it is,
That's
so
genius, man.
yeah, I thought that'd be really fun. So I put together a rough draft. Some people put their comments in, so I need to start to go through all of that.
Is that what the Hex Flex is?
The Hex Flex is it's no, that's not what the game's called. The Hex Flex is just it's a community for people that are more business minded, that want to try to do more outbound messaging, develop products, and work on things like that, and just a community of people. Because I think the Hex Crypto Telegram group, the hex.com group, it gets kind of there's a lot of people in there, so just whatever voice you have, the ideas you want to share, they just kind of get lost in the memes. And so this is kind of a separate group with a smaller audience. You have to have more of a online presence. You kind of have to show your face, so there's some criteria to be a part of this group, but if you fit that criteria, then you get to have some more input on the things that are being developed. But no expectations. People are just kind of doing this on their own. And I don't even know if this board game will work, because I would have to get approval from Richard on something like this, because he has the copyright on the Hex logo and stuff like that. So I'm just doing this for fun. If he likes it, if it looks good, then great. If not, whatever, I don't mind. I think it's a cool thing to work on. So
that sounds great, Yashdeep. I would love that. I know very little about copyright and trademark, but I think as long as you didn't use the logo, I highly doubt that emergency end stake is copyrighted, or trademark, I should say.
Yeah, true.
Well, this is part of the protection of Hex, is that it is copyrighted and trademarked, and the laws say you have to defend it. So, but the workaround would be if people had to mint their own game, right? Just like we mint our own shirts, right? That's the workaround.
I think you're onto something there. I have to figure out how you can mint your own game, but maybe, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting permission from Richard. I wouldn't want to try to bring down the brand, or if it's not if there's something wrong with, because obviously it's not going to be the exact same game theory as real life Hex. There are going to have to be some modifications, and if it works, great. If not, no problem. But I think it's just a fun thing to try to figure out.
Yeah, that's really exciting.
I like it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, here we got a good. So yeah, if anybody has suggestions for what moves there are in the game, this is the perfect time to say. Okay. So chance card. Dr. Moore says chance card. Your girlfriend revenge emergency end stakes. Go back to start, or get better criteria for who you date. Right.
Yeah.
No girlfriend advice, but
no girlfriend advice. I like that. Or in the case of Valiant brand, girlfriends and whatnot.
That's right. Yeah. See, now he could have been talking about friends who were girls.
He didn't define. Yeah.
But I think the community just wanted to Put him
Brandon,
on an altar or something.
he's in the chat. He could let us know. I was thinking it was the same thing at first, but then the jokes started coming, so I added to it.
Yeah, we got to make fun of each other. That's how the community gets along so well.
Absolutely.
That's right.
So, I looked into HexFlex right now, Yash. So I'm just checking it out, and looks like a lot of people that all of us know are in here and providing good information. So I'll definitely spend some time after stream checking it out.
Yeah, there's a very good signal to noise ratio in that chat, and it's and if anyone comes in and they're just kind of like screwing around, they get booted out right away. Funding Jim Gary, he's the one that started the group, so if you have questions, reach out to him because he'll provide more information. But yeah,
cool.
Yeah, I think like presenting HEX as a game is a really interesting idea. Also because it is very game-like, right, by design.
right.
And one of the aha moments I had with Crypto Coffee the other day was this idea that in HEX there are many games that you can play, and which game do you want to play, right? And you can, it turns out, I mean, you could probably be playing multiple games depending on your definition of it, or using different strategies all at once, right?
Yeah.
And that can be applied to anything, right? It can be applied to like, are you accumulating more as we go? Are you trading HEX? Are you hodling? Are you telling other people? Are you onboarding people? Who are you onboarding? People you're close to, or your sworn enemy, or what are you building for the community? That's another way to play the game, right? By building social capital. And so there are all these different games that can be played in HEX, and some of them are very good for your mental and physical health. That's why we started the HEX Therapy Show, because we realized the emergent properties of HEX as being, if you set your incentives upright, then you have a reason to take better care of yourself, so that you'll live to see the rewards that you've sent to yourself in the future.
And how amazing would it be that you could, like, kids could start thinking about that. So if there's like mystery cards, like, hey, I can't think of a really good example, but let's say your college tuition fees, like in the game, maybe you have an age and your age also increases or something. And then as you're moving through life, you have to make different decisions once you reach that point. Like, hey, you're having a kid. Do you need to set up a stake so that you can have some passive income coming in to help support this baby you're going to have? And so somebody at a very young age maybe could start to see these different things that are coming into the future and how they might plan for it. And so when they actually do progress to that point in life, where they're having kids, or maybe they're going to college, or they're buying a car, or whatever it may be, any big life investments, they're maybe they have better intuitions built up from playing a game when they were younger. I think that adds to psychological stability. It adds to maturity. I think education really brings like a good economic education helps people make better choices.
Yeah.
And I really love the fact how HEX has scarcity built in and inflation built in, which there's a very good balancing act. And then there's the staker class and the unstaked class, and how the APY is fluctuating. And so I think there's a lot of game theory that if somebody's really wanting to delve in and try to use those mechanics of HEX and use them to their advantage, they're going to get a lot of value out of it. But also somebody that just wants to stake it for the long term, make more rational decisions, dollar cost average in and dollar cost average out, those kind of fundamental ideas to life, I think, can also be translated. And I think a board game might be a great way to do that. But yeah, that's another reason why I really believe in HEX. I think it adds a lot of stability to the world, and that's kind of what I want to promote more so than anything else.
Yeah. it kind of almost reminds me of an app I used to have on my phone for playing chess. Like at one point, like I knew all the rules of chess, like maybe as a kid or something, right? And I, I would play, and that's great. But then I didn't play for a number of years, and I forgot the rules. And so if I just have a chessboard, it's not that fun unless I have somebody else to reteach me how to do it. But on my phone, it can actually show me, there's ways to overlay all the different moves that you can do. And then it can just show you the moves and let you make them on your own, or it can actually tell you, like, for this certain thing, like, what's the best play here. And it would be cool to think about how that even could be applied, because I think it would, we're talking about like helping kids understand, but even like, I think it would help me understand HEX better.
Yeah.
If I got to see like every move on the board, like, is another year. And now I'm actually thinking like, like what is the OA doing here? Like what are other stakers doing here? What am I, like, oh, you're all of your HEX went up to like, $10 million or $100 million. Like, are you going to end stake or not?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's a really good point, because, you can play the board game as many times as you want, but you can only do HEX once, right? And so if you can go through, like, it's kind of like setting up the simulations that programmer Kyle had done. And, he got to play with all these parameters, and, that for a lot of people, maybe that's too much. They don't want to do that. But when you gamify it, I think that's a great way to see, what are you going to do when this happens or that happens? And did you make good decisions in the past? How do they keep, it'll build good habits. And so I think that's great. Chess.
Go
ahead.
I was going to ask if either of you guys are familiar with the Trump game that came out in the late 80s, early 90s. It was sort of like this, where it was a board game that had two phases, where you would buy the different properties at first. And then when that phase was over, you would deal with each other. So the other players, you wouldn't be moving around the board anymore. You would use cards at that point. So it's a board game that incorporated cards, had two phases, and it basically was designed to teach younger people, or even adults, to have fun with real estate. But I remember my friends and I, my best friend at the time, we used to play Monopoly all the time growing up, and then we got to a certain point where we had just played it hundreds, if not thousands of times, and then that game was like a step up to that. So it just reminded me of that if you haven't ever checked it out, check out the PDF file online about what the rules were and everything, because it's a really cool way for you to maybe incorporate some ideas that you're already thinking about.
Yeah. No, that's thank you for mentioning that. No, I've never played it, and but it does sound familiar. Like I think I've seen it before. So yeah, I think that's great that I could probably take a look at that and see how that game kind of played out, and then see if there's any ways to incorporate this, two system approach, where one, you're accumulating real estate, and then there's a separate part of the game where you're interacting with people. Because there is, some tricky things to the game that I was thinking of is like, well, how do you control the share price? Like, how do you make that more visible? How do you determine what the OA does? How do you add a time aspect to this where, maybe people can experience time at a different rate. And so somebody else could be in their, be 20 years old, and someone else, in the game 20 years old, and someone else could be maybe 45 years old in the game, and how they progress, and
I like that.
what's the end game. So there's a lot to think about here. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but I think in the beginning you kind of have to go through all these thought experiments. So
could be kind of cool, like Clue, where you select your character.
Yeah.
Like then there's the wild card, like Ski Cat comes in and tips you, like and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a Ski Cat mystery card in there for sure. Yeah, I was thinking about like having caricatures made for like everyone that's kind of in the community, like the prominent people, and or like the OGs, like I would say Hexo, RG, and Coffee, and obviously Richard, and and then have like caricatures of them and something that's related to their kind of personality or whatever, like a pirate thing for RG, and he loots all your hex and stuff. He takes your private keys.
That could be pretty cool, and they're at different stages in their lives too. If you were to pick them as the main characters, they seem to be even spaced out age wise. Maybe you can add Adrian in there as a young guy or something like that. Somebody that's really young, that's been around the whole time. I just got in August, so I'm not sure what the landscape was entirely like before that, but I know he was around.
Adrian, did you see the stream with RG on Discord Syndicate? I like that he was that he came on, and hopefully we can see more of him in the future. But he was day one, like from the beginning, streaming, talking, making videos, putting out content, and so he really kicked it off. But he just wasn't interacting with the community as much as we would like and hope. But I think he's kind of come around to that idea. So that's really cool to have him on our team.
Yeah. He just put out another video either yesterday or the day before. I only watched the first few minutes of it, but it was a new take on, him. He's looking healthy. He's talking well. So it's nice to see that,
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
We should have him on.
Yeah, I would love to, Maddie. That would be really awesome to talk to him. Got a lot of similar experiences. If he's comfortable coming on, I didn't know if on Discourse, it seemed like maybe RG was just being extra considerate and not going into too much detail. I would have loved to have heard more about his breakdown if he was comfortable talking about that, and some people aren't, so I totally understand that. But if he is, that would be a great thing to talk about.
Yeah, and even just his successes, that's certainly an inspiring story too, with him having 1.2, 1.3 million subscribers on YouTube. I mean, he's been doing this for like years and years, like 6, 7, 8 years. So he has a lot of wisdom, it seems, or kind of knows what it is, so.
He's got it figured out, and you're right, like the millions of subscribers that he's got, he did that with like cell phone reviews, I believe, right? And he would just do kind of like funny things like pour Coke on it and things like that. But, that's kind of what brings people in. And so he understands the psychology of people really well in terms of, YouTube and what people want to watch and how long they'll watch and how to present the video and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of learnings to be had from Adrian. So, and
what the algorithms want.
Yeah. He was talking about that, how he thinks that like Coca-Cola, for example, was probably sending traffic to him because, maybe, or like some other company might be sending traffic to him because of whatever video he was creating. And so he kind of like identified that early on, or maybe he kind of just stumbled into it, but then he started to take advantage of it, knowing what was happening. So that was really smart. I'd like to think of ways how we can do that in HEX.
Yeah. And that's something that I want to do too. But I always want to ask people, okay? So like just to get this straight, what we're all doing in HEX here, being on screen, we're promoting it so that way in the future we could buy it at higher prices, right? Like that's it's just interesting to me because I'm here, I'm doing it, I'm I'm on the phone with my friends, from who I care about the most, and I'm onboarding them, one at a time and or more than one at a time in some cases. But it's interesting to me that that there's the kind of there's a cost if you really believe in HEX and you're accumulating it to save it for the long term. You're going to benefit from more people coming into it. but you're also not going to be able to accumulate as much. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I think what I really like about HEX, and the thing that really is attractive to me when I first found out about HEX, and it was the longer pays better bonus. And the reason why I really like that is because I recognized with like gold, people are already invested in gold. There's not a lot, like I've bought some gold, but I'm not trying to buy massive amounts because I know the upside potential isn't really there, other than if there's hyperinflation in the dollar, right? And that's the only case where I might see opportunity. But that's because that market's already mature and there's no interest that you're earning off of buying gold. You're just earning off of the price appreciation potential. And what I liked about HEX is that it always incentivizes new people to want to come in, because one, you can either be a staker or you could be unstaked. So there's two options there. And so some people might be accumulating, but they might not be staking. And the people that are staking are the ones really earning, are winning in the game theory of HEX. And so even if I am onboarding people and I'm buying in, later and later as the price continues to appreciate, if I'm not staking, I'm really not optimizing myself. And if I'm not telling other people about staking, and they're not, if somebody jumps in and I didn't tell them about 555, 5555, then I've done them a disservice, because they could potentially earn a lot more than what I have if I never never staked my coins. And so that's something I really appreciate, that that people with less money always have an opportunity to get ahead in life if they're willing to take the risk and the investment and take the time and set up the discipline to set themselves up in the future. I think that is such an underrated feature. I think, and that's something I really want to try to promote more and more, because I think there's a lot of people out there that are struggling. The economy has always been, for the past, I would say, decades, it's been pretty bad. And the future potential isn't there. The whole interest rate that on the dollar is almost negative. I think that on a psychological level, it really affects people, because when you don't have savings and you don't try to save, because you're just constantly consuming all the time, when you don't have savings, your outlook on the future, I wouldn't say it becomes negative. It just doesn't really exist. It's just, this, unknown, and the unknown keeps growing. And that uncertainty, I think, is really hard on people, whether they'd like to admit that's what's causing it. I think that type of, I think we look to social media and say, hey, social media is the root of all of our problems. And I disagree. I think our economic struggles are the root of our problems. And so when you have something like longer pays better, that really helps people make better decisions.
Yeah. And that's what, when we look in history, right, that also coincides, an interest rate being paid to savers coincides with societies being in harmony, with growth, abundance, with better innovation, and it's a little bit hard to see sometimes, because society does progress despite these kind of economic imperfections, despite these this Uncle Sam stealing from you through inflation, right? And these detriments to society. And so, for example, when the whole populism movements that have spread around the world, where people are electing more extreme leaders, right? That occurs because people are in economically tough times, because wealth inequality is growing, and that those things correlate, right? Like across time, the United States has gone through populist movements before, and then had to correct back towards having a worldview that's more inclusive. And I know that this is something that you care a lot about and want to promote. And I think, Yashdeep, some of the things that you'll talk about tonight really fit in with a lot of the things that Joe Hexotic and I have kind of been talking about, or build on that, right?
Yep. Yeah, excellent point. I really agree about, like, we've already seen, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it does rhyme. And we've seen these cycles happen in the past. And we can identify moments in history where, even though these things were going on, they're still printing money. They were still manipulating the economy in that sense. There were opportunities in periods of time where there was more prosperity and opportunities, or times that there was less. And so we could try to learn from those times where, people had some type of expectancy of what the future might look like. People want to try to raise kids. They want to raise them into a good family. And I think if people aren't struggling for money, or if they, kind of, hey, maybe I've set up this ladder, I'm going to have some money coming out every month. Maybe they're less likely to lash out at their kids when they're, in frustration. So it covers a lot of ground, and you can kind of draw connections to all of these, smaller life events that people experience on a day-to-day level, but that are manipulated by the powers that be, at the Federal Reserve, the Treasury, and things like that. So I would really, I agree with what you were saying there.
Josh, I was watching your recent stream when it was you solo, and you were discussing the Fed and printing money, and how people are not aware of how it works. That it's a quasi-governmental organization, and you're so right. I really relate to that. When I was in college, I learned about that fact, and I remember speaking to my father about it. And the two of us hadn't known that fact. We thought it was the United States government that was printing the money, dispersing it, and controlling the interest rates. And there's a lot to financial IQ, and it's not taught in high school. It's barely taught at the undergraduate level, so it's something that I really feel is a powerful idea, again, to bring it back to your game, just because if you can put music, movies, entertainment, like games, in a young child's hand, and have them learn how the world really works, it'll take a generation to get moving, but that's a great way to do it. And it's such a complex idea, fiat currency and fractional reserve banking. It's a rabbit hole that you can go really deep into and still not fully comprehend everything. I certainly still don't. It's just amazing that the way that it's marketed is that it's, the United States printing money, when in fact it's not. It's quasi-governmental. Yeah, no, exactly. And the Federal Reserve Bank, even though it says federal on there, it's actually a private corporation. And so, and there is a relationship between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. They do work together in those respects, because the Treasury has to buy from the Federal Reserve. So, they do go together, but this over manipulation, it's honestly, it's disgusting to me, and it's been going on for too long. And there's no incentive to teach people what the truth is, because that's how they keep everybody in check. And
too profitable.
Yes.
To exploit people all around the world by having the dollar as the world reserve currency.
Yeah, and I believe in competition, and so HEX adds a layer of competition, and it's more of a store of value. It's not really designed to be a currency right now, at least as far as I see it. Just store of value is good enough. Like, there's people in the community that are on the Dash side of things, and they want to try to bridge a gap between HEX and Dash, and they want to use Dash as more of a currency, and keep HEX as a store of value. Like, I think I can support that. That's okay. I don't know all the ins and outs of Dash, but I like that people are trying to bridge those gaps as much as possible. And I think there could be a lot of progress, and we don't, Dash and HEX doesn't necessarily have to compete against each other. They can both have their own separate use cases. But I think, like let's imagine Tether was being manipulated, which I think we all kind of know that it is, since it was shown that they don't have a 1-to-1 ratio of reserve to issued Tether. And so, if you see those kind of manipulations in crypto, then you're probably going to try to stay away from them as much as possible. That hasn't been the case for Tether. People use that the most, but it does add a layer of competition, which I think is good for the world.
I know that we're going to get more into how when people are on harder economic times, it becomes more politically popular to do an us versus them type of thing and to hate others. But I wanted to go back to something you said about how negative interest rates are creeping their way around the world. And we're already seeing that in Japan, which is kind of like a test net for the US, I see it as. So in Japan and starting to be in some places in Europe, I believe, that you actually get charged to hold your money. You stake your money at the bank and they give you less in the future. And it's like insane. And I've been listening to people talk about this recently. And it seems like if the US creeps any further towards zero, what are we at, like a quarter basis point now or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Then there could be this huge bond crash that everybody's been talking about for so many years. And but that isn't going to be allowed to happen because, as far as I know, because pension funds can't fail. And so this is, the squeeze that has been coming all along as they've walked the interest rates down from 5.5% back when the economic crisis happened in 2008, 2010. And so there are a lot of really, really good pitches being given right now in Bitcoin about why crypto is better than fiat, and it makes me so happy to see that, because what it's looking like is that there are probably centralized corrupt people who think they have crypto figured out, and they're going to use all their economic energy to pull people into Bitcoin, and then they're going to do all the selling for us and all the marketing for HEX, which is much better in terms of decentralization and game theory, even than Bitcoin. When Michael Saylor gets asked about decentralization, he changes the subject really quick. He does, and he's such a great salesman, and he's going to talk all these other corporations into having their treasury assets in Bitcoin, right? Because he already bought his bag, so now he's going to go around making this popular. And he did this whole thing with like convertible bonds or convertible issuances that I know kind of like, I knew about that when I took a finance class like 15 years ago or something. But not only did he put $500 million of his own company's money, cash, into Bitcoin, but now he's put another $650 million that he raised. He was only trying to raise like $400 million, and it got oversubscribed to $650 million. And part of the collateral that he's using to issue the convertible whatever issuance is his company's future earnings, which he has a profitable company in the tech space. And so I just love that we could take, and we can, and we will take all of his awesome arguments for why people should be in Bitcoin, and we'll just replace the word Bitcoin with HEX, or not get the corporations in and get the people in. And there's a reason why he's changing the subject from centralization. He doesn't want to talk about that because his vision, his version of the future is everybody puts their Bitcoin into custody with him and all of his centralized friends, and then the status quo can continue, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to thank him and ask him to keep up the good work, preparing people to come into HEX.
Yeah, no, I think you hit a lot of good topics there, and one thing that I just thought of is, as you know, so we know that a lot of Bitcoin is just centralized into 2,000 wallets, and it's not people aren't adopting as much as big institutions are coming in and buying up. But what I find really interesting is that in the fiat world, they know there's always going to be more inflation coming in that whether they buy, they're kind of probably just going to dump on the heads of the retail investors while the institutions continue to accumulate. But with Bitcoin, as of right now, since there's no bugs in it that we know of, there is a cap of 21 million, and at some point, these institutions, they're going to have to fight amongst each other because there will be no influx of new Bitcoin that they can buy. And so when they start to compete, they're going to be competing against each other. And even if they are very bullish on the idea of store of value, fixed amounts, and things like that, I think it'll be interesting to see, several years from now, how they start to respond to their competitors within their own institutions, because so far they're basically on the same team, but maybe Bitcoin starts to make them more divided and actually see value in a different way. And so I think there's going to be a progression from, hey, the fiat system was one thing, we used to have gold, we understand that, oh, Bitcoin's something new. But then I think it's going to branch out even further and be like, hey, listen, we're tired of competing with people that own Bitcoin because there's no new inflation coming in. Hey, let's get into HEX because we can stake, we will get a share of the pool of the inflation that's happening, and all that kind of game theory will like really amplify. And so I'd really like to see how that plays out. But that'll be really interesting to see the psychology of these companies and how they start to shift their perspectives on store value and how to accumulate wealth and things like that for their clients.
Exactly. Yeah. It'll be fascinating to see. I hope that they get in last.
I agree with you. I'm all about the retail investor. I want to help the retail investors get the longer pays better bonuses before there's large FOMO from institutions. But we need them as well. So I don't want to make them our enemy, but it's just not my focus.
See. Some people think that once Coinbase collects their money from the IPO, once they get their billions of dollars in cash, some people think they're going to buy Bitcoin with that. I don't think that's their best play.
I think they're going to need.
I think they should buy HEX.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What type of reserves? What do you mean, Josh?
Well, so their risk is going to increase with, even if it's a bull market, there's going to be a lot more volatility. And we've seen that Coinbase, every time there's a pump, Coinbase magically has problems and they've shut it down. And so they might buy Bitcoin, they might, get into more Ethereum and other things like that they might be thinking that, I don't know. But I also think that they're going to have to try to improve their infrastructure a little bit. They're trying to reinvest in how their onboarding works, because personally, it's been a terrible experience. When I try to help other people use Coinbase, it's been trash. Because maybe I know that it's going to take several days for money to clear, but it's not always obvious to the people that I'm onboarding exactly how long it takes. And, they got their FOMO pants in, they're super excited. And I'm like, all right, well, now you got to wait 7 days for your money to clear, and you got to upload this and that. And then you got to send it to your MetaMask. And after the MetaMask, you got to go to Uniswap. There's just all these steps. And so it's been a really terrible experience. So if I was Coinbase, I would really try to focus in on that. And if there are flash crashes, have the reserves to back up your clients. So add the insurance aspect to their portfolio, because we've seen like things. They use USDC, right? That's their own stable coin. So maybe they might try to fortify that a little bit. Maybe I don't know.
Maddie, thank you, Yash. I didn't know that USDC was Coinbase's. Yeah, Maddie,
Yep.
when you were on the other night with Bitfinesse, you said a word that I wasn't familiar with. It was now I can remember, rehypothecation. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that possible that they're doing that inside of Coinbase? Just like
Well, it's pretty suspicious that they won't show us the proof that they have all the Bitcoin they say. And shout out to Trace Mayer, who every year does an event called Proof of Keys, where he tells everybody at the same time to withdraw their money off of centralized exchanges as a stress test to see if you really can. Because not your keys, not your crypto. And it is totally possible for Coinbase and other exchanges to prove exactly how much they have using the blockchain. But they don't, because as customers, we don't force them to. And yet with their competitors who are, driving over them at max speed in a Lambo and then backing up and doing it again, you can see that Uniswap actually has the coins that they say they do, as far as I know. And so that's I keep saying this, and I hope it's not false, but I always qualify it. I think a lot of the Uniswap tokens went to Coinbase as kind of like a ownership thing.
what do you mean, Maddie?
I think they had an inside deal.
A lot of the uni coins.
Yeah, not like the claiming, but like the owning. There were different classes of coins created. Not classes, but there were different distributions.
Yeah, tiers.
I think that that Coinbase has like a huge stake in them, and I think it's pretty obvious because they listed them on day one too.
Yeah.
They have some sort of Coinbase doesn't list anything. We know through the history of Bitcoin and other cryptos that Coinbase lists things after they already buy it themselves. And digital asset group or some Barry Silbert like mega conglomerate actually owns a lot of stuff and decides what gets listed and what doesn't.
Yeah. One thing about Coinbase going public though is they're going to have to disclose their assets, right? They're going to have to make that more transparent. So that's maybe a plus of them going public is, every year they have to disclose, actually every quarter, I believe, right? So that'll be good. That might add some transparency that we should already have. We should already have that transparency because that's what the blockchain's about. And HEX being the most transparent of all of them because we've got all these cool websites, all these programmers, developers that are making cool stuff all the time, like graphx.rocks. We got the staker.app and what else? I mean, hardhex.xyz if you want to interact with ledgers and treasures and things like that. So there's lots of different sites out there. There's a simulator that Kyle made a long time ago, and new stuff happening all the time that we're just not even aware of. And actually, I think and that's another reason why I think Hex is so amazing and attractive to me, is because although I don't like the fact that if I share my address out with someone, or if I, send somebody money, they could always monitor what's in my address and who I'm interacting with. I don't really like that too much, because I don't want to be censored in the future. And so, and also, like, people don't need to know what's in your wallet. I don't go around asking people like, hey, how much you got in your back pocket right now? Yeah, it's rude, and it's none of your business. And so, if there's some type of innovation that can happen there, that'd be great. But other than that, Hex being transparent, knowing that there's what are whales doing, what are people doing, how they're interacting, how long they're staking it out for. All these things are so amazing. You don't get that anywhere else. So that transparency, one, it's really good. On the other hand, I wish it could be improved in some way where we can still get that transparency, but also have a little bit more anonymity.
So if we were talking about this on one of the streams, if you convert to ETH and then convert back to HEX,
Wrapped
I think
ETH,
that
right?
makes you more anonymous.
Wasn't it wrapped ETH that you guys
Wrapped
were talking
ETH?
about?
I mean, even if you're just converting, I think like the Chainalysis this simple Chainalysis gets stuck there. So don't like do a bunch of horrible crimes, with your money and then like blame me for getting caught. Like that's not my fault. I'm just saying like on a simple basis, when we go on, ETHscan dot whatever and
Etherscan.io.
Etherscan.io, and when we click around on people's addresses, then it kind of gets lost whenever there's an exchange between different tokens. And so for me, I mean, I can do that as I'm, dollar cost averaging into HEX from like any other cryptos, I still own that I had them so locked up or so distributed and secure that it actually takes a bunch of my effort to get them unlocked and trade them. And so then I'm like, so I'm buying into HEX here and there, and so that's how I bought the HEX that I'm doing to gift people in my personal life this Christmas. Is can I share the method that I use?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let's just say I had another coin that's been doing well, and I don't know that it's going to keep doing well. So I'm, so I sold it for whatever, sold it for ETH, let's say, and then I send it to a brand new address, so in MetaMask you can create lots of different addresses, right? And those aren't automatically linked. Now, if you transact in between your wallets, then it is easy to tell what you have in your other wallets by doing a simple Chainalysis and clicking around on Etherscan.io. But if I've got this like freshly traded, freshly bought HEX, then I from this decentralized exchange. So let's see, what did I do? So I traded the altcoin for ETH, then I sent the ETH to a brand new address in my MetaMask, and then I went to ethhex.com and I swapped it for HEX, and now I've got kind of this separate stash that isn't related to any of my other accounts easily. And then I use this little thing. This is a cold storage coin, and you can get them on Amazon, but they're even more secure if you get them from the company itself. And what you do is there's a sticker on the back. So this is an actual copper coin, a 1 ounce, and there's a sticker on the back, and you pull off the sticker, and then it's got the 50 letter string that's the private key for this wallet that is etched on there in laser. So even if there's a fire, it's still going to exist. And so I don't put a lot of money on these coins because there's the counterparty risk of the guys who made them. But the guys who made them, they're in like Thailand now, and you can order straight from them and they'll get it to you right away. You don't have to go through Amazon, which they don't control who touches it at Amazon. So that's another layer. But they're the guys who made the logo for Bitcoin with like the circuitry on it. This logo, they made that. Huh. So they've been around since like 2011, 2012. So as far as that goes, I trust them more than, you know, just some random person on the internet. And they've like answered a lot of my security questions. And so again, I don't put a lot of, but if I'm going to gift somebody, I want there to be something physical that they see. And so you take the sticker off the back, and then you punch in that 50 character string into you can load a private key on MetaMask. And so that creates a separate account that's not backed up in your MetaMask, but it's linked to only the private key. And it's not linked to your seed word either for your main MetaMask account. So like that's an important distinction. And so, but the reason why we're breaking the sticker, because you could just send HEX to the wallet that's displayed on here, but then you wouldn't be able to stake it for the person. And what good is it? So here's the example of the back. You could see the public address and you could send it there. But what's the point? When the HEX is most valuable when it's staked. So I can access the wallet on MetaMask and then actually stake the HEX once I send it there, and then gift it to put the sticker back on, and then put it in a special coin case and gift to the person staked HEX. Now, the reason why this doesn't break HEX is because I could never sell this to somebody on a secondary market as like a derivative or as like trading staked HEX because there's no way to prove that I didn't keep a copy of the keys, right? When I was creating it. So this doesn't break HEX. All you fudders out there, like, don't get your FUD pants on. You can keep your FOMO pants on, and but this way, it's a simple way to. And I like what Bitfinesse said the other day about, well, if you really want to be responsible, and actually Richard has said this too. Richard has said, keep a copy of the keys if you gift anybody any crypto for yourself as a backup, because you don't want to hear their whining when they lose it, right? And because you trust you, and if you're the one gifting it to them, then they should be able to trust you too. Right. That you're not going to rob them of like the stuff that you gave them anyway, because it was a small amount compared to maybe what you have. But Bitfinesse said for his and you guys have to watch the episode if you haven't seen it, because he's like presenting it in such a really funny way about he's the crazy uncle, but he's gonna have the last laugh whenever his niece or whatever grows up and has this HEX that he staked for her. But he only shares the public address and the staker app with the people that he gifts HEX. And so I think that's what I'm gonna do, because otherwise, you're giving them the custody risk, and maybe for some people I'll actually give them the private key, and some people I'll just secure it in a way that that they'll be taken care of, and but then they'll get to watch it like a video game. Like I bought a bunch of HEX for my best friend's daughter who's like 9. And I've got it coming out on her birthday when she's 18, going to college and stuff, like a little college fund. And so I could send them the public address without sending it to them in the mail. They're in another state. and until the next time I see them, and then they can follow along the story of HEX without having to take custody or have any security risks there.
Yeah, that's a really good idea about keeping the seed words or private keys for anything you gift out in case the person, because what I notice is in the beginning I did gift some HEX and some ETH to get people going. Like this was months and months ago when people weren't really listening to me about it. I'm talking about my friends and
Yes.
family.
Yeah.
And in the beginning I would do that, but then they wouldn't really feel like a sense of commitment and like investment until they actually put their own money in. And so I kind of started backing off of that. I just was like, listen, come on, I know you got $100, throw $100 in, blah blah blah. And this, the price was pretty good back then, and they got a great share price and everything else like that, and good amount of shares. So I wouldn't mind sending people some ETH just so they can do their transactions and things like that. But I have backed away on just straight up gifting them HEX. Now I think a compromise, because I'd like for people to feel invested. I like the idea of giving them just the public address and then having them download the Staker.app so that it's a good way to keep them interested in something that they can kind of monitor all the time, but then also like kind of go half and half with them maybe, so that they put in a little bit, or maybe they put in 25% and you give them 75%, or something like that. And because I just I noticed that until they didn't commit their own money into it, they weren't asking me questions. They were just like, oh yeah, I got this thing, and then just off, out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. And back then we didn't have the Staker app, so there were a few other things that were kind of going along with it, but they were generally kind of just frustrated with the whole, how do I set this up? How do I go through Coinbase? And so that's why I just gifted them, the HEX and the ETH to begin with. But I also found a lot of value when they did start investing their own money. They invested a lot more than what I gave them, and they feel like a little bit more of an attachment to it. So yeah, just another strategy, maybe got half and half with the people that you're giving them HEX, because it's not it is something you can gift them, but it is also a tool to help secure your future if you believe in HEX. And so it's like, I don't think many people think about gifting stocks to people, right? Like they don't like, hey, I bought you a stock, and company. I think it's happened before, but it's not very common, because I think people need to feel more of an investment towards something. My gifting thing in general is I just whenever I see something I'm out and about, I just buy stuff for people. And so I think I like buying those kind of physical gifts. With HEX, I think I would like to try to get them to be invested in it a little bit on their own.
I'm amazed by people that. So go ahead, Maddie.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm amazed that people can onboard other people at such a fast pace. I see in the chat sometimes I did 3 a day or 1 a day. It's complicated, And
how are you people doing 3 a day?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's like what I've noticed is I tell people about HEX and they kind of dismiss it, but it's it builds some awareness, and then I kind of remind them again, and it's a little bit more, and then and the prices, at the time it's probably steady, but then the price jumps and they FOMO in, and now they bought high, and then the price inevitably has some dumps in there, and then they feel like I bought something expensive, so they hold on to it for a little while, and then it pumps past to the price that they bought it, and now they're hooked, and now they go out and they tell somebody. But so it does take I don't know if it's, maybe the onboarding is a 1-day thing after this whole educational that they have to go through, and kind of like understanding what HEX, because I always onboard no coiners. I don't really talk to the crypto community because I think they're kind of jaded towards what HEX is about. But the no coiners, they get it. They're like, oh, I earn interest. Oh, CD. Okay. What do I have to do? Oh, great. This is the APY. Okay, that makes sense. I'm done. That's as much as I really care to know about. And once you get them to that point, then it might only take a day. But I've done a video on how to use Wire which I think you can buy $250 worth using a debit card per week, and that might be just a more of a faster way to get into HEX. The same day you can buy $250 worth, it gets sent to your account right away. You can go to ethhex.com, get it swapped for HEX, stake it, and that gets your foot in the door.
And if it doesn't work in your state, you can drive to another state. You could take your laptop, you could drive to another state, you can call up your credit card, you can give them an address in that state that you live in for the night, and then push the wire transaction through, which is a credit card transaction. They allowed me to do $500 one time. They said it was my weekly limit. And then when the week was up, they said it was my monthly limit. So they wouldn't let me do any more than that. But I know that up in the Northeast, there's quite a few states that don't allow you to do that. And it's a little bit of a drive to go do it. So I made the trip down to Florida. I used my parents' address for my credit card. So it wasn't anything I was worried about using. But I mean, you can call up your credit card, change your address, make the purchase on wire, call your credit card company back because they're going to deny the charge at first, because it's, for me at least, it came through as a fraudulent charge. So I had to call them up and let them know that it was a charge I wanted to make. Push through the transaction on wire. And then I called my credit card company back up and changed my address back up to the Northeast again. So, no advice to anybody. I don't want anybody getting in any trouble. That's just what I did. So it is possible.
Yeah, I've noticed that some people that I was trying to help them get onboarded through that method, through wire, they would, no matter what they put in, it would just never go through. And now that you're saying that, I remember this person lived in New York, and they're very strict about that stuff. So that makes sense. So yeah, if you have some, actually, I'm not going to say it. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is not a confessional for Bitfinesse Part 1 type confessions, right?
What did he confess?
Well, we're not going to talk about it. Okay. That's the point.
What I liked about Bitfinesse, Maddie, was my first thought when he said that about his niece, not giving her the seed phrase, the password, right?
Yes.
He's going to keep it, give her the staker app. I think that that's a funny thing because I love it. And the reason why I think it's kind of funny is, like, if you have 9 or 10 nieces and nephews, you can guarantee one of them is not going to turn out the way that you think that they are. And if your investment is worth $1 million, when they're 18 years old, maybe you can do something to not be giving that person $1 million at that time, and not to be a jerk uncle, but to be a responsible one. So I kind of like that, like, ability to, you're not in control of the person's money, but as long as everything works, it's almost like, if I know that my uncle holds this for me, maybe I stay on a good path. Because if I don't stay on that good path,
game theory.
Then I'm,
dynamics.
yeah,
you have to be nice to that uncle.
Yes, you certainly got to be nice.
$1 million worth of HEX.
That's right. So it's a behavior.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Uncle Joe.
That's right. If Uncle Joe's holding your $1 million, I better not see you drink underage. I better not ever see you get behind the wheel of a car drinking.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. That's a really good point. It's kind of like, the older mentality is like, hey, if you do X, Y, Z, I'll put you through college, So if you get good grades, I'll help pay for your college or something. And, this is just an adaptation of that. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like Santa too, right? If the kids aren't good, they get a lump of coal, right? Or an emergency end state.
No, I'm going to restake it for him, Maddie, if they're not good. You're not getting the principal back when it comes out. I'm restaking that whole thing for another 50
You're too nice.
You got to prove it.
Emergency end stake that. You better behave. Don't let Richard hear me say that. That's
right.
I don't think he liked when when was it you were like, hey, I think I'm gonna either early end. I think you were going running or something. You gave yourself a challenge. Yeah.
So I'm excited about gamifying HEX, and so I was on there on the live stream with Richard, and I was like pitching all my ideas about making a social commitment and I was giving an example of something I knew I could do but I wanted to force myself to do. So I made this commitment. I said, I'll burn 10,000 hex if I don't do it. As the point that then the community could ask me to prove it. Either I show my Apple Watch and I show that I got my little hex logo there on my Apple Watch. I could show that I ran at 3.69 miles, or I could show that I burned 10,000 hex. Richard was like, no, don't burn 10,000 hex. I was like, okay, all right,
Richard probably gets a rap for not being a nice guy, but I think he was just trying to be a nice guy and like, hey, you don't have to punish yourself. The fact that you're, voicing this out loud is enough. And, you do have a pretty good, strong community presence now. You're getting, both of you guys are getting well known for doing the HEX conference, and that's just going to amplify your platform. So I think he was just trying to say that, it's good to set these goals, but don't on the rare chance you slipped up and you missed it by 3.68 or something that you weren't going to burn.
If I broke my leg, if I broke my leg at 3.5 miles, and I can't, I'm borrowing my friend's dog to hook up the Apple Watch, send the dog around the neighborhood a few times, come on, please, I don't want to burn my hex, but I mean, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Maybe that means that a 10,000 hex, might be worth significantly more in the future if people are saying not to burn it, and there's there is a function that so hex doesn't allow you to burn by sending to the ETH burn address. You'd have to send it somewhere else you'd have to do more work to burn it than other coins, which is kind of interesting too.
What do you mean by that?
Because I tried to send 50 hex to the ETH address, the 000 all zeros ETH address that most coins use as a burn function. Because the ETH Foundation proved that they destroyed the keys or something, and so there's it's a graveyard of all these coins, and I tried to send it there, and the transaction wouldn't go through. It failed, and it's because Hex is coded originally to not allow you to do that. So that's kind of an interesting thing too.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I knew that if you send it to the smart contract address, the address for the HEX token, it doesn't get burned. It just gets stuck there for forever.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, that's no, I didn't know that. It's interesting.
So Maddie, you were saying you did it to the ETH address, and then Josh, you're saying you're talking about the HEX one, right? So two different ones, or Maddie, you sent it to the HEX one?
No, I tried to send it to the ETH burn address, the all zeros one.
Yeah.
Because that's
just to check, just to test it out.
It's showing it's like an advertisement for oh, I burned these coins. You know what you're doing when you send it there.
Right.
Usually. So it's not oh, that could have been a mistake. He was trying to enter the AA lobby, or he didn't know what he was doing, or it's that's why you send it there, I guess. But so yeah, so it's just interesting that that Hex was designed not to be burned. It was designed to be saved and staked, and so that's what we can do with it. Dr. Moore asked a good question here about what if you're gifting people Hex and you're keeping a copy of the keys, and what if now the value is so high, what's preventing you from keeping all that for yourself?
It's always a smaller bag.
I think there's nothing stopping you. We know the Grinch stole Christmas, and so for us, it would be be a very dishonorable thing to do. But I guess your best protection is to make sure that your bag is bigger than the bag you're giving away in
Certainly.
such a large proportion that that you wouldn't need to. And by the way, also everybody in HEX, don't develop a bunch of addictions while you're playing the game of HEX and accumulating and everything, because then your decision making might be distorted. One of the things that we promote on this channel is actually making your hands stronger and training yourself to be a good custodian of your own money and to increase the functioning in your prefrontal cortex by taking omega-3, as long as you're not on blood thinners, and getting the nutrition, the exercise, and the other lifestyle changes that you need in order to make healthier choices. And that will include not robbing people who you've gifted HEX by
That's at the top of the list.
cashing in whenever they think they're going to get it. Unless you really don't like somebody, and then maybe you could do it intentionally.
Yeah, times change. You know, things happen. This is life.
You know, that niece or nephew, you know, that like, you know, it just, you know, didn't treat you right. You know, there's incentives there for them to be good to you. So, but so that, and there's advantages to destroying your copy as well. You know, that helps the security to only have one copy if you're worried about theft. It weakens the security if you're worried about user error and losing the one copy. And so we know that, I'll just share my strategy. My strategy is to diversify my risk, to use Shamir key backups. So there's not one copy in one location and it's spread across multiple cities and states. And so there's no central point of failure, and you know, get a nice gun, and you know, be able to make sure that those ledger hackers, you know, they're gonna have a what are people talking about on the forums? Gonna have a lead bath or something. They try to come rob you now that they all have your physical address.
That's scary to somebody like me that doesn't have a wallet, that was thinking about getting one. And, you know, I use MetaMask, and I got in at a smaller level, and now it's something I need to consider going forward, is when my stakes end, you know, transfer them to a cold wallet as I restake them and having multiple addresses. But then I saw that, and everybody was telling me to get a Ledger or a Trezor, and which one was it? Was it Ledger that got hacked?
Ledger, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a scary thing for somebody like me that's relatively new in this space to come into. You know, you would think that a company that works in security would have security, you know, and I know it's different, but it just makes you think.
The honeypot was too big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that list got leaked in like May or something, and you know, the people who stole it, whoever they were, they were selling it to the highest bidder for a while before it got leaked for free. So yeah,
Wow.
I'm on that list. You know, I'm not going to show you my guns because that is not allowed live. Because
Sure.
you could accidentally hurt yourself or intentionally hurt yourself, and that would be traumatic to the audience, which is why YouTube built an algorithm to automatically pull you down if you show a gun live. If you pre-record the thing and then you post it, you're allowed to show your guns on YouTube, but not in the live format. And we all learned that when we were on Discourse Syndicate, and got our education live as well. Yeah, you know, like there's lots of ways to be secure, and those those hackers, they're not coming around me.
Maddie, could you speak a little bit about the Shamshir security method that you were talking about? I recently started to look into that, but maybe you could kind of explain a little bit more how that works for people, because the way I understood
I'd
it
be
is,
very happy to do that. And in fact, we could share a screen even.
let's do that, because I think that'll be valuable for everybody.
Yash, how do you understand it so far? Just to keep us going.
Yeah. So one thing I knew is, like, if you let's say you split up your seed words,
Yeah.
it actually, or if you break it down into two categories, or maybe you just had all of them except for one, it actually becomes easier for a hacker to guess one word and then fill in the blank for all the other ones, and then be able to take your to take advantage. But I think the Shamshir method addresses that, acknowledges that, but it has a slightly different approach to it. And this was like actually late night last night that I started looking into it, and so I don't know enough to really speak on it, but that was the general high level thing that I kind of understood.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about it until Maddie brought it up either. I at least didn't know the terminology behind it. One of my friends told me about a method like that, and it seems like if you have a little bit of money relative to yourself to how much you have for bills and it's invested, maybe you don't have to worry about it. But as your bag grows, if HEX becomes $1, and we all have a lot of money, then it's certainly something we're going to have to do. I don't know how I would keep multiple lists in different places that are relatively safe without paying for a safety deposit box in one state, and things like that. So it's a great idea. It's relative to how much you have, how much money you have, though.
Right. Yeah. No, and that's important. And we don't want to wait until HEX hits $1 to start doing the security stuff. We got to start figuring it out now, and then sharing good ideas with people, and consistently try to improve our own security models as time goes on and we learn new information. So this is actually the same thing I was reading. I didn't get all the way through yet.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the idea is that let's just say that we're going to break it down into 3 pieces. So let's say you have 12 words. I don't know if this is going to show us what I'm talking about. But basically, the idea is if you break it into 3 pieces, that makes it look scary.
It looks fun.
We can go to Google Images.
I'd like to see if something, Maddie, is something more complex than just taking your first 4 words, your second 4 words, and your third 4 words, because I know that there's multiple ways to do this, and you guys touched on that. All I could really think about was the simplest way to do it. Have you thought about it more than that, where it looked like you take the first letter or something like that? I guess my question would be, if there is a more complex way to do it, you just have to remember the way to undo it. Then if you come up with some encryption yourself, you better hope that, like me, you didn't get in a car accident and hurt your brain. And
no, don't do that.
Okay.
Shamir secret sharing is it's a protocol, and you take your seed words, let's say they're 12, and break them into 3 pieces, and so 3 groups. So you have group A, group B, and group C, right? And so there's 4 words in each group, right? And so then you get 3 separate pieces of paper, and what you're going to do is you're going to put group A and group B on the first one, and then on the second one you're going to put group B and group C, and then on the third one you're going to put group A and group C, okay? And then you're going to test it. You're going to look and you're going to say, if I only have 2 of these pieces, do I still have all the words, right? So each word still gets its number. So like, so you label the number because the order matters, right? So if you're trying to recreate your seed phrase, you're going to need to know which word comes first, which one comes second, which one comes third. That's why when you set up in MetaMask and it makes you put them in the right order, right? When you confirm that you've written it down correctly in the right order. So when we're doing a Shamir backup where you need 2 pieces of the 3 pieces in order to have the full list of words. That way, there's no single point of failure. And right, so.
And if you didn't have like one of those groups correctly identified, you wouldn't know the order in which those seed words fall in, and so that's what helps throw off the model. So it's not just a matter of guessing the last word of the your group of seed words. It's you have to know what the 3 groups are and how they're arranged, and that adds another layer, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it without labeling them, I guess, and you just have to you have 2 of the pieces, and you'd have to enter it 4 times or something to figure out to try the different orders. So, but I mean, so there's, but that's not necessary. I mean, this is simply a method of making it so in 3 different locations, you only need 2 of them to recreate the full seed phrase. And so if my house burns down in a fire, I still have my other 2 locations that I can go to get my full list. And if one of those places gets compromised by an attacker, then they need to compromise one of the other places too to have the full set of words, right? So that's why this is so cool.
But if you get your house burned down and one of those your other facilities is compromised by an attacker, then you're screwed. You just have one piece left.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen. What do you mean?
We're not like, yeah. If the entire world gets nuclear bombs, then that's an externality that you can't control for. But in normal circumstances, you only have one compromise at a time, right? Like it's a hurricane rolls into town, and or a flood or a fire, that's this isn't going to protect you no matter what, right? This
You're
is
just
only going to
mitigating
protect
risk.
you if you have one point of failure and the other 2 are okay, right?
I totally understand it. I just can only think of something like at the bank, a safety deposit box. Like other than that, it would be my parents' house, or if my brother's, I'm very close with my brother or my sister. But beyond that, I can't think.
There's
of what
lots of hiding spots. You could have a hiding. Andreas Antonopoulos talks about like finding the word, highlighting the words in a book or something. There's lots of ways to hide. I mean, you could have a system of transcribing. That's the cool thing about crypto. You could transcribe it into a picture and post it on your Facebook, and you're the only one who can decode it to know that the word is tulip and not flower or something. There's lots of weird ways, but the point is don't lose it by user error. Don't make it so secure that you can't even get back into it, right?
Yeah.
And just have your risk spread out in a lot of different ways so that all the different failures aren't going to hit you all, hit you all at the same time. And if they do, then be okay with it. If there's multiple fires and tornadoes and hurricanes going on in all the places that you picked, well, live your life without your mad hex gains.
I mean, I always tell people that invest is only invest what you're willing to lose. And in my case, I'm all in, and I've been all in for a long time. I'm ready to lose it all. And, I'm lucky that I can probably find, a good job, or, keep my day job. And that'll help me stay on my feet. But and if an opportunity came up again, or maybe probably Hex, like if I lost that wallet, I'd probably do the whole same thing again, save up some cash and or dollar cost average in to more Hex, and stake it again, and be more mindful of how I'm securing my wallets. And yeah, just only invest where you're willing to lose. That's it's a good one.
Yeah, like I'm like a crazy person. I have like at least 50 wallets with Hex. Like
So
I don't have that many.
Your Chenier method would be pretty wild. Then you'd have 150 different spots you'd have to find.
Oh, I've got lots of spots. Yeah. We're gonna have an Oprah moment. I want both of you to reach underneath the chair that you're sitting in, and it's Maddie's seed words. He hit him. It's a magic trick. He hit him underneath your seat.
That would be awesome, Maddie. It's 10 million hex.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
You get some Hex. You get some Hex. You get some Hex. You get some Hex.
So I've got a good story about Hex security. I guess this would be a good time to share it. I was like wanting to test out some like security stuff. Like I'm not going to get into all the stuff I was testing, but like I wanted to test something. So I was like, well, what's a good story? I mean, I didn't know this was going to happen, but for some reason, so I chose to play around with the wallet that Richard created as a test wallet that he used when he was giving a tutorial on Hex. And of course he said, like, never use this wallet, right? Never send money to this, like, I don't think he even put any money into it ever. It was just like he was showing you how to create a MetaMask. And so he went through and like he screen shared and he showed how, these are the words, write them down. He this used to be on hex.com or something. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll just use that. I'll use that account to like start doing all these wild tests and like mess around with it. And I tried to do it. And so I sent like, I don't know, I sent like $5 worth of ETH like to the wallet that I loaded into a separate instance of MetaMask. And a bot like stole it immediately.
Stole what, Maddie?
There's a bot set up on that account. Like it's not anything related to Richard. It's like somebody who was watching the video like created a bot to like calculate the perfect amount of ETH fees and like steal it within a minute. Like it's gone. 10 seconds.
Oh.
It's like that movie Gone in 60 Seconds. Like Vin Diesel, like back from the movies, like, and so I was unable to do my test in that account because like then I had to see it again, like then I sent it and I tried to do it faster, like I'm gonna faster turn it into Hex and stake the Hex and then mess around with it, and sure enough, I like made like a $10 donation to whoever's like running this this little bot that they set up. But that's a reminder, don't use compromised accounts and stuff because there's smart people out there who are waiting for you to send a ton of money there.
I wanted to bring up earlier, guys, just in the community, if a couple times I've given out my ETH address, it was my main one. That was pretty just a noob function of me. I wish I didn't. And, just going forward, I'll always have an empty ETH address inside of my MetaMask wallet that's separate from my main one. So just want to kind of let everybody know, like when Hexologist was helping Vince get some followers on Twitter, like I didn't have another one. I sent him my normal one. And then I was thinking like, I don't even know who's going to be seeing this post. And I just sent out my ETH address, which it's not the end of the world either. But at the same time, it's nice to have some anonymity. So, you can create, just like Josh was saying, just create a different one inside the same seed phrase inside MetaMask and keep that empty. And that way, if there's any, 10,000 Hex giveaways, you can have it sent there.
Take down your ref link. Your ref link has your address in it. So
what do you mean? What ref link?
I creeped on it already. So, but I don't think I saved it or anything. But like I'm just speaking to the audience in general. Like
Okay.
if you set up a ref link, you probably thought to set it up as a separate account from all your other accounts, because we all do the best we can with operational security. But go ahead and take that down now. If you don't want people seeing how much you made off referrals. You don't want the IRS snooping around. But we can all do better with our operational security. Take your phone number off of your Telegram, like off of people seeing it publicly. That's something that Richard asked us to do.
I didn't realize that was even turned on, or maybe it was set by default or something. And I added somebody in the community that I trust and as a contact, and they let me know. I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was never aware that was set up that way. And so, one thing is to periodically go through your social media apps and your messaging, platforms, and check the settings periodically, because things just magically change sometimes. And they have new user agreements that they update, and things get moved around. So it's always good to try to keep up with that, even though it's a nuisance and you wish you didn't have to. It's just the world we live in, and you got to set aside time to do that, because security is important. Watch. Silver's always watching. He's who's in the Matrix? Who's the guy behind the TV screens?
I don't know his name. I know you're talking.
Yeah. That's kind of like Silver, just watching everybody. Pulling the strings. Yeah.
If anybody knows the name, please type it, because I'm not going to be able to stop trying to think about it.
Yeah.
In the chat.
The architect.
Yeah. Thank you.
Architect. Yeah. That's
nice.
Oh, and that reminds me. Anybody who's willing to volunteer to go over to Twitch and be in the chat with Benny Blanco. He was the only one there, and he was feeling kind of lonely. And I think if we have 3 viewers simultaneously in Twitch, then we level up or something. So
Maddie, you know what I do when I watch HEX related streams is I mean, I'm sure you guys certainly don't have to do this, but I love the chat so much that I'll have a YouTube window open, a Twitch window open, a DLive window open, and maybe watch it on Periscope or some version of that. And
That's
then
awesome.
I mute the 3 of them, watch the other one, especially when Richard's on, because the YouTube chat in Richard's is huge, and I don't want to miss the DLive guys, so, that we're in the same room all the time. So, if you love Big Pep, on a Saturday, you're starting to breach out and you're more comfortable on DLive, just maybe try that out and see what you think. Cause it just makes, if you're giving it your full attention, not driving or doing something else, but your next hour or 2 is going to be hanging out in the chats, I highly suggest that as a viewer.
And it helps our algorithm. Go ahead and like and subscribe and follow if you don't mind. That's a huge help for us growing the HEX community. And I'm guilty of the same thing. I love popping up in all the different platforms if I'm on my phone, or if I'm on the computer, then being checking out to see the differences between the different chats and following that. It's definitely a pro mode.
Maddie, I told you last night I was trying to get a new guest to come on with my new show, the Joe Hexotic Live, and the first thing the person responded with was, "But you only have 54 followers on DLive." So I felt like it was a kick in the junk. But then I explained, what the show is about, and it was just starting out, and so everybody, that would help us all a lot as we try to expose HEX to the outside community. Beyond that, it really, the first impression just comes down to, well, how many viewers do you have?
Yeah.
And then you get to explain yourself. So
and I know Hexo and some other people are trying to make a push on Twitch, and I think that's good because there's a lot of users on there. And so the more presence we can grow on platforms that are already established, it's just going to bring more of the viewers, more brand awareness, and all that. So that'd be really good. I know when I start streaming, I need to jump on all that. I have I have a D Live account, but I never streamed on D Live. I've always just done YouTube. So, you know, even though I'm telling other people to hop on Twitch and stuff, I need to do it myself.
Our application got accepted today or yesterday for D Live, so we're an affiliate now, and that means we can host other people for the first time ever at the end of this stream. No rush to finish this stream yet. I know we got plenty more to talk about, but I just want to throw that out there for people who want to stick around. It's gonna be our first raid where it's actually being hosted. So
that's exciting. Awesome.
Yeah.
Congrats on that, guys.
Thanks. You. Yash, are you good time wise? You can stick around, or do you have any?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I live alone, so I don't have prior engagements or anything that I have to meet. Yeah.
Thanks to everybody who's donating. That's really awesome. We appreciate it. Navi Hex Link, you rock, man. Valiant Brand. Thanks, you guys. All the donations are.
Brian, thank you guys. Yeah, it's nice. Sometimes, you know, I just got into streaming as far as watching other people, and I was joking around with Maddie last night a little bit about the stream I was watching, and it's just really cool when like people are able to focus 100% on the stuff coming in, and I hope that you guys always know that we appreciate it, even if we don't, you know, get to it as it happens. So it's really cool that you donate, and we really appreciate it. You know, we're looking forward to somehow being able to do what RG3 does, and that's like not really miss a comment, not really miss a donation, and then still keep the show just absolutely flowing. It's a unbelievable talent to be able to do something like that.
And we're hoping to integrate the tip system into the screen so that it'll pop up automatically and give you all the recognition and the special effects that you deserve. And thanks to everybody who's been tuning in for the past 9 weeks. We've been doing this Hex Therapy Live, because you've seen us go from fumbling around when we didn't even know we were live. And Richard tweeted us out, and you're like, "Oh shoot! Now, we gotta go. We gotta keep going." And that was the first week, and ever since then, we got our intro playing correctly without having to miss the sound or something.
Got the new green screen, Maddie, because
I love it.
Conference, yeah. So. And I think it's only been 8 weeks. I think, if I'm correct, I think 8 weeks ago is the first actual show of Hex Therapy Live. Is that right, or was it 9 weeks ago?
Yeah, it is one of those.
It's either 8 or 9. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm always trying to do something new. I just, you know, on my show the other night, I was able to just show a comment for the first time. So that's how new I am to this whole thing. So I mean, it feels good to just every show be doing something a little bit more, you know. And the community helps me so much.
I don't know if I'm flexing on that. I am a very independent person, but you know, the fact that I don't have any friends or family nearby where I live has actually been pretty rough this year. So that might change, but you know, yeah, lone wolf life.
Yeah, that's what's cool about us coming on a stream like this tonight. I am, you know, so happy to be down with my parents in Florida, but I'm not with my wife and my little girls right now. So, you know, I appreciate you guys spending the time with us. You know, Yash, just you especially, and Maddie. It's great that when we can't be with our family, we have our Hex family that we can get together with. You know, it's a lifesaver.
Yeah. No, I'm into like so. My birthday was in November, and you know, I was able to hop on.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. I was able to hop on a Friday stream, and you know, I was here by myself, but it really didn't feel that way. Like I was just enjoying everything with all of my Hexicans, and it's crazy. Like you know, we had the first Hex conference, or the first Hex meetup when after Big Payday, which I don't know if everyone knows. It was never meant to be a Hex meetup. It was just like I messaged Vince. I was like, "Hey man, I got a flight that leaves, that weekend, and you want to meet up for some food ahead of time. And he's like, yeah, let's do it. And then I was like, oh, well, I know RG is kind of nearby, so let me message him, see if he wants to join. And then it just kind of spiraled into all these people, all these Hexicans joining up, and it was a great time. But I've met a lot of good people. I met what is his name on Telegram? Sick Visor. Sick Visor Bro. He came up. He came up and he visited me where I live, and so I've met a lot of Hexicans. It's been really cool, and it's been kind of like, I think we're all always kind of looking for somewhere to fit in, and it's amazing that I found my tribe.
Oh yeah.
And I get along with you guys so well, and we're all supportive, and I don't have to be the lone wolf thug life. Was it Mr. Contrarian? The lone wolf thug life.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been great. I love our guys and girls too. We've got some amazing ladies in here, which I don't think we have anywhere else in all of crypto. So shout out to us.
Maddie,
That's
Benny Blanco saying, every time I brush my teeth now, I think about what Maddie said, that I deserve to have clean teeth. And I second that. Every time I find myself brushing my teeth, that's my positive talk time. So thank you, Maddie.
Yeah,
Brush
that's
your teeth and
awesome.
floss.
Thank you guys for putting it into action. And we did our episode a couple weeks ago about self-esteem as an action verb. And so people are able to do that more and more.
If anybody missed it, we were just working on positive self-talk. So it's cool to hear from Benny. And earlier, Bran was letting us know about omega-3s. So that it's working, and it's nice to get positive feedback on the things that Maddie comes up with and we discuss on the show. It's really great to be a part of a community that's concerned about each other's mental health, well-being and spirituality and physical growth. It's really cool.
We have breaking news. From
breaking
Richard.
news.
Who's ready? Who's ready for a Christmas miracle?
Are we gonna see a pump? Come on.
Oh, heck yeah. Okay, so
we're on the upside. So yes,
has just done an airdrop to anybody who used 1inch exchange. You got free coins.
Has to be a liquidity provider.
That's not what he said. He just says if you used 1inch exchange, you have just been airdropped 1inch coins, you can sell for HEX.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go, guys.
Is that what I said?
No, that is. I was just clarifying.
Okay.
I'll check it out.
Man, that's exciting. I think all of our viewers are just going to leave right now.
Well, I mean,
those multiple windows open,
the
fellas.
perfect time to sell the Uniswap airdrop was like a day or two after. So
that's true. There was a little pump.
No financial advice. But that's awesome. Yeah. Joe Hexotic is he's already on it. He predicted this, and I'm gonna be salty if I didn't do it the right way. I use 1inch from time to time.
I only made one purchase a long time ago, and it says no bueno for me. So maybe.
What do you mean?
So does that work if you used Mooniswap, right?
I did Mooniswap. I did 1inch, but I clicked on the little thing. It looks just like Uniswap, where there's a unicorn at the top. I click on the button. It says your 1inch breakdown, claim 1inch token here. I check my address, and then it says address has no available claim for me. So I don't think I'm going to get it, which maybe it was for liquidity providers only.
Crypto Vince is saying it might take a while to show up. My balance was showing 0 for a while until a few minutes ago. So,
wow.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to rush into, but I think if you used Mooniswap or 1inch, because Mooniswap was created by the 1inch people, so, or the protocol was created by the 1inch people. So I think it works if you interacted with either of those two. Yeah, that's so exciting.
More free coins.
More free
Thanks,
money.
Richard.
perfect stimulus. It's probably more than the $600 you're going to get from. I wonder if it is. I guess in the long run, if you exchange it for HEX, it'll probably be much more valuable than the stimulus checks. Yeah.
Fortune. So back in May, I got a bunch of my friends together, and I was doing like a HEX tutorial thing, and so I set up like 3 different days and times, and I'm like, all right, everybody, like here, this is our reunion, like meetup thing. Like I didn't really care that much about forcing them all into HEX, but I just wanted to have an excuse to do a virtual meetup and have the topic be HEX. And so there were like 3 or 4 people in my life that followed the steps. I made like a half-page list of steps for how they could practice using HEX by using Uniswap. And I said, anybody who's willing to do this, I'll send you $20 worth of HEX and $5 worth of ETH. And so all the people who followed that advice, they all got like the $2,500 Uniswap stimulus. Yep. And so when that came through, then I said, all right, no selling on everybody's heads. Just put it into HEX and stake it for 10 or 15 years. And so 3 out of 4 of them did that. And so that's they're all set up to have a huge fortune in the future, just thanks to Richard teaching us about decentralized exchanges.
Yeah, no, and the best part was like, I was happy that I got my claim on those, but it was like super exciting to be able to tell the people that I onboarded that I had them go through, and they were like, "Did I just get $1,200 free?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, like we just got free money for doing nothing." And they're like, "I'm like, who? Like, in what other world, in what other scenario would you ever get this kind of free money and be able to turn it right into HEX?" And that's what they all did, and they just staked it out. And I'm like, like if you didn't have very much HEX to begin with, like maybe you only were trying it out with $100 and now you just got 1,200 or whatever it was, whatever you were able to get out of it. Like, man, stake that for 15 years, man. Oh man, I'm sure that's going to be a nice, real nice payday for you. So awesome.
Our viewership went up, so we don't have to worry.
Okay. Yeah.
People can check their balances and listen at the same time. It seems.
That's true.
Or maybe it's all the same people going across multiple platforms. We like that too. Pump that viewership.
They're watching 5 streams all at once.
And I'm being told right now that the price of HEX is going up. Is that true as well?
Man, I wouldn't be surprised.
Let me check, Maddie.
Okay, I'm showing.
Yeah, it's up 10% on the day, 10.5.
0058.
Number 12.
I've been looking at the ETH, the HEX ETH chart, and we don't quite have a breakout just yet, but it's been trend. It's got a nice trend going. Nice, like let's see, nice several day trend going here, upwards. So I'd love to see that. It's been 18 days that it's been trending positive. So we'll see. But my new thing is to be bearish on the short term, and bullish on the long term. So I'm not going to make any short term price predictions. Long term, I'll do the Moon Boy FOMO talk. But in the short term, keep it even keel. Don't really worry about price because all my stuff's staked anyway. So what does it really matter? But in the long term, I'm excited. I'm real excited.
Yeah. How can you not be excited short term and long term?
No, I am. I just I don't want to put out there into the world that like, oh man, I think the price is going to jump 10%, and then some whale sees this because as I'm growing my presence on Twitter and everything else that they, and I'm projecting that out, and then people are starting to FOMO in, and then some whale dumps on everybody. I would hate for that to happen, and so my thing is if I'm just
fine.
kind of
that's okay. What's wrong with that? They had to get out. Your friends had to get in. And
I want more stability.
But if your friends don't make the decision and act now, limited time offer, share price only goes up, stake for the long term, right? Then they're never going to do it. People to take action kind of have to be impulsive in this situation. And carpe hex, seize the hex.
Seize the hex.
DM is that's going to be Facebook's new coin. So and they're going to onboard a lot of people in the hex too, I think.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And
but I think what you're saying is smart in the sense that you can tell people to look for dips too. Like and if you tell people the price is going to go down, maybe that's a good thing, right? Because maybe it will go down, and then you could buy more cheaper, and then that goes into strong hands.
Is there a term? So we have bull and bear. For bull, price goes up, bear, price goes down. But is there a term for price move sideways?
Raccoon.
Because raccoon, is that real?
No.
You came up with that so quickly. I was like, that's amazing. I think that might be a thing now.
Yeah, makes sense. Rummaging around in the trash, making a mess.
Don't call hex trash.
I'm raccoon in the short term. Then I'm not bearish. I am raccoon.
Nice.
I'm raccoonish.
Okay, the chat's saying crabs walk sideways, but then that's gonna get confusing with like the cool crabs who are staking.
Yeah.
We need another animal that moves sideways. God, help us.
I was thinking snakes, but those are I'm disgusted by snakes. They're gross.
MC Hammer is the only thing I can think of that moves sideways. Maddie.
What about Michael Jackson with the moonwalk?
Moonwalk?
Yeah.
Well, then that's confusing because then it's like, is it going to moon or is it going to move sideways? But a snake in the grass is somebody who moves sideways, but really they're going to be more long term. So they're hiding their true intent because they're a snake in the grass, and really they're a bull in snake's clothing.
Cows take the slightest slope upward.
The hex leagues is such a brilliant idea, and it gamifies things and motivated us in the beginning to pay attention to what rank we are and what animal we are, and allows us to make analogies like Kareem and I were doing the other day, is saying that if you stake only in the short term, then you would get half a shark versus 3/4 of a shark versus a quarter shark, comparing the different longer pays better scenarios. And so we found out today, actually, that Steph will be appearing at the HEX conference and
nice,
doing a special panel on game theory. So
awesome. What I'd like to see out of the leagues is like if we could see a bit more mobility, so that there's a bit more competition. Because I've seen myself like drop in and out of some ranks and drop in and out of like leagues, and that's like really, I don't know, that's so addicting to me to try to get higher and more. And so if there's a bit more mobility, because sometimes you can get caught in the middle and then you're like, oh, well, if I just move up a rank or two, like you're not as motivated to try to stake longer. And so if I could see just a maybe.
Can I give a hot take real quick before you just close anything accidentally? Okay. So when this, I probably was a one-time thing, but when the OA was staking, it threw everybody out of their class and then slowly put them back where they were. And so any of the influencers who said publicly when they got booted out and when they got back in, you just told us how many coins, like you told us approximately how much you have.
Well, there was a lot of shift in the movement. Like a lot of
Yeah.
leagues got moved around. So I think everybody was dropping ranks because I mean, obviously, if the OA is coming in, even if you're a small fry, you probably moved around a little bit. Your shares got diluted. So whatever, if you had, I don't even know what they're set up as, but if you were a squid or something and you had a smaller percentage shares, that share just got diluted more. So I think everybody was shifting, but yeah, I think for the people that are more public, like all of us here, it would be really good for, we have to be careful about what we say because I think we're automatically a target. And how we present the ideas that we're talking about. It's probably good to not say, how much you staked or when you staked or for how long you staked, and maybe not give too much detail about your staking strategies because then you just amplify your target, right? And there's some people that have been more transparent about their stuff because I know like Kareem, he showed his dream account to everybody, and that could that's good. Hopefully he just has a very secure method. He's not really looking at that probably that wallet for 10, 15 years out. So it's probably secure as far as that goes. But yeah, just throwing that out there just to back up what Maddie was saying, that be careful what you say because it's going to be easier for people to latch on and try to figure you out.
Yeah, and I'm still deciding, like how public I want to be, but I've been kind of public, and I see that kind of as first of all, come at me, and second of all, it's like somebody has to do it for the community, and so I'll take a little bit more risk to be, the publicly, I'm a dolphin, right? I put that on Twitter, and Kareem is the face of the Super Sharks, right? And I think that's important to have not everybody maybe, but some people in the community at least, and maybe more people will choose to do it as they attain the level of security that's needed for that sort of thing, right? Because we all know that Coinbase has and all these grayscale and stuff. Like, why are they able to publicly say how much they have and not worry about it as much? Is because they have really good security and they understand the layers of security that's needed. And so for me, I have a deeper understanding of security, and so I'm a little bit more comfortable with being out there. But yeah, I mean, it's something that will evolve over time, and we all need to pay attention to it.
Yeah, and even people. Sorry.
It's kind of interesting, if somebody hacks one of my 15-year stakes, what are they going to do? Wait 7 years?
That's true.
Criminals like immediate gratification. So right. I think some of the hackers will emergency end stake, and others will move on to rob the liquor store where they know they're going to get something today. And I would love to be hacked, and then the hacker actually becomes a better person over the 7 years that they're waiting, right? Because they're because they're going through their struggles in life, and so who knows? Maybe
that's a good point.
But I mean, a lot of criminals self-destruct too before they wait 7 years. So HEX has a lot of security built in.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I'm staked a lot. So what are you gonna do other than end staking and nuking the account, and then you're not gonna get anything if you try to hack me anyway? What's the point? So that's a good point. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait 7 years for anything to be of value to you. So
Yeah, I mean, you could get a tiny little bit after a couple of years, maybe.
Yeah.
You get that what 2%, 10% of your principal back, but it's like just go hack some Bitcoin. It's not a lot. Like seriously,
Go
there's plenty of
go
it.
hack the exchanges.
Yeah,
Isn't it
go hack the exchanges.
that someday somebody could create something to change the name inside of our MetaMasks? I'm sorry, not the name, the seed phrase. I know that's not happening now. I know you get one seed phrase and that's it. But don't you think as time goes on, and 7 years from now, 8 years from now, there are some big names that do get hacked, they do lose their money? I mean, isn't that a necessity at one point to make the ability to, if you
Oh, well, yeah, you could do that now.
you can't change your seed phrase, can you?
But yeah, you could just all right. Like, let's be careful. First of all, the preferred, and I was talking about this on Twitter earlier to somebody who's like new in the community, but I'll expand upon it now. Like, instead of going through your one instance of MetaMask and like deleting it and then loading a fresh one, just use your different devices first before you get into all that. Use your different devices, and you can have one instance of MetaMask per phone, right? So if you have burner phones, then you can put one, or if you have an iPad and an iPhone, you can have two separate instances of MetaMask that have separate seed phrases. And then if you have, for every laptop you can have a Mozilla Firefox instance of MetaMask. You can have a Chrome instance of MetaMask, right? So that's two per device right there.
You can create different profiles for like your Chrome. And so you can have multiple profiles of your Chrome and have multiple MetaMasks that you can access on that.
Oh,
browser.
really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you go to like the settings or something, you can create an account, or what do they call it? Yeah, something like that. You can just create another account.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah.
Same with an Apple computer. If you have an Apple, you can create multiple profiles on the computer, open up each one, and it'd be separate.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
But I'm talking about, Maddie, if I'm all in now, staked.
But then when you're adding more, just do it in a different account.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
over
think
the next
Joe's
10
saying,
years, right? Like, if you're gonna add any more HEX, like add it into a different account that you stake.
I'm just saying, if people get compromised, somebody has to be working on this now. It is going to be a problem.
What do you mean?
There is a weak point in the system, and that's that everybody is onboarded to this new coin HEX through this new wallet MetaMask. And, it was the preferred way to get on when I had $150, and then that turned into $1,500 and, kept going up. And as I was a new coiner, no coiner onboarding, I went with what the directions were on hex.com. And so now I have a MetaMask that's staked out for an average of 6 point something years, 6.93, something like that, whatever it is. So all of my stakes, my multiple stakes, all attached to this one MetaMask wallet. And I would potentially like to somehow, some way, in one day, do something different with it. And that would be to remove it, to put it on a Trezor. And I know that you can't, because
you can.
That's fine.
No, you can.
With a different seed phrase, though, with something that no one's ever seen before.
Seed phrase, yes, but your private keys will still be the same.
Okay, so different seed phrase. And this, if I'm saying the wrong words, let me know. The seed phrase is the 12-word phrase.
Yeah.
That can be changed?
Not changed, like not like willy-nilly on your part, but if you take the so you have your private keys for that wallet address that you have, and then you have your seed phrases, right? And when you go from a MetaMask and you add it to a Ledger or a Trezor, you would use the seed words for the new for the Ledger or the Trezors that you're using. You wouldn't use the seed phrases that you used for the MetaMask. And so that just removes you one more layer of interaction. But if you ever give up your private keys, then You know, it doesn't matter.
Yash, is that for things I have staked now, you're saying? Or only new stakes going forward?
No, you could take the stakes that you have now and take them off. And I mean, when I say take it off, like the wallet is really just pointing to the ledger to say, hey, this, you know, this address, like I can control this. You don't actually have your keys on those ledgers and stuff, right? And so whatever stakes you have, you can still move them away from using your MetaMask and put them on a ledger or Trezor so that you interact only through the ledger or Trezor and you're not interacting through MetaMask anymore. And your seed words are now from your ledger.
So here's what actually happened to me one day before Big Payday, after I had come to Florida to use Wire where it went through, but in my home state it would not. I thought I saw a message, or maybe I just tried what HEX.com had for the credit card transactor to buy HEX. I forget what it was called, but so I tried to buy HEX right before Big Payday on my credit card from my home, and the transaction seemed to just keep going forever. And then my MacBook Pro got so slow that all the programs that I had open, I couldn't open any of them for hours. And I could only open new programs. So my Firefox, my Pro Tools at the time, I was making music, they both were just like cycling indefinitely. So what I thought happened was I thought that maybe I thought that the credit card taker on HEX.com was perhaps compromised and and I was worried about now my computer might have a virus that's going to log my keys or potentially interact with my MetaMask on some level. And I thought, wow, like, am I going to have to worry about this now for the next 15 years? I wish I could just reset my seed phrase, you know, or be able to change mistakes to a different wallet. And I know I've heard Richard talk about it and say that that's not a possibility, and you can't sell in the future. You can't sell stakes. You know, defeats the point of staking.
Yeah. The answer here is to diversify your risk going forward and to stop worrying. Worrying isn't going to help.
No, I'm not worried at all.
This is HEX therapy.
I just think somebody should
stop worrying.
Somebody should be working on the ability to fix this situation.
But that's not, it's a feature, not a bug. You can't change your seed phrase because your seed phrase is your private key. It's been encrypted into something that is easy to deal with. Having to write down 50 letters and numbers and get them all right. I mean, they did it. They made it a little bit easier when they created this system of private keys by only including certain letters. They can't get mistaken for each other. So there are certain letters that aren't possible to have in a private key because they could be written down incorrectly and mistaken, right? But you'll never in HEX you'll never be able to transfer something that's been staked to a different private key, because that would be the same as being able to sell it, and that would destroy the purpose of a time lock that you're enforcing. And so,
couldn't you add a two-factor authentication though? And so you're not transferring it; you're just somehow using another system that, in case you were compromised along the way, now you can use Google Authenticator, for example, and you punch in that 6-digit code. You know what I mean? Don't you think that could be added in addition to what's already there, and you're not taking away from selling? You know, you're not upsetting the founder.
There's only so much you can control. You know, like you can't if Apple has been spying on us the whole time, right? Like, or somebody else has hacked all these systems, then guess what? It's fine, because they're not going to go after HEX. They're going to go after all these other cryptocurrencies. They have to play by this, the hacker has to play by the same rules we do and wait 7 years to 15 years on these long stakes. So HEX is way more secure than everything else. And that's what the hackers criminals go for, the easiest steal. They're not going to do extra work. If they want HEX so bad, they could steal somebody's Bitcoin and buy HEX. They don't need to steal your HEX. Your HEX is secure.
That's a good point, right?
It's as secure as it can be at this moment in time. You can't rewrite the past. You can't create a big list of things for the devs to work on that are just don't be compromised in the first place. That's how you fix it, and you can only control that going forward. And we're all going to be better at security. We're all going to be learning more along the way. The people who are new, might be compromised, but I really don't see there being a systemic risk because it's like game theory, right? That protects Bitcoin. Like the miners could steal all the Bitcoin at any time. The reason they don't do it is because it'd be worthless if they did, right? So it's even worse in Bitcoin, the security. We know that somebody's not going to guess your private key. We know that. Somebody could start guessing now. There was a Bitcoin guy who used to run the BTCC exchange, and he made a competition to steal 1 Bitcoin from him, and he gave like part of his private key. He even gave part of it, and it would still take like over a year to brute force, even though you already had like a huge probability of like getting it right. So the security is like, your security is what it is right now. And like you can do better by using different strategies in the future. And that's what I would recommend. That's what I do.
That makes a lot of sense. Also, Crypto Vince says it's also good that you can't change your seed phrase, because if that were possible, hackers could do that and lock you out of your own funds if they got access.
That's a great point.
That does make me feel better about wanting to have that option come to fruition, is that there'd be a counterpoint to that as well, so you're right. If going along, if I could use what I've learned so far, transfer to a cold storage wallet as I end stake and then restake, that would be the most responsible method for somebody who's gotten in like me, right? And is 100% of my MetaMask.
It's way easier for me as a bad actor and a scammer to trick you into sending me your HEX without having to hack into your Apple security or something like that. So we'll see this more and more. People will get more advanced with their scamming techniques, right? We see this with calls that you get, right? You get calls from telemarketers, and then you get calls from scammers, and they're like, this is the FBI, this is the IRS. We're calling you, and we're about to come arrest you if you don't go to your bank right now and wire us some money. It's criminal organizations always have to get more advanced with their scams. So they run call centers that have increasingly better scripts.
Right.
And I hear about this from my clients that they target people who are old, and they say, your grandson has been arrested and you need to send money to get him out of jail. That's a good one, right?
Yeah.
So I misspoke a little earlier, and I do want to correct myself. You don't get a new set of seed words when you go from your MetaMask to your Trezor or Ledger. But what you do end up doing is you can, once you like whatever 12 to 24 seed words that you had, when you enter those into your hardware wallet, you can delete your MetaMask off your browser if you don't want it there anymore, and you can interact with just your Ledger or Trezor, right? And so what that helps you do is, if you go to like hardhex.xyz, I think that's the website that allows you to interact with your stakes, and allows you to use your wallet. So you can create stakes that are on your Ledger and Trezor through that website. And when you have your Trezor or your Ledger, it will ask you to confirm if you want to do a transaction. If you have to, like when you're sending it to something, instead of like, if you're worried that somebody's monitoring your screen or going to be able to take control of your computer, that kind of thing, by creating this separate layer of interaction, you can, you physically have to press a button that says, yes, confirm, yes, this is the address that I want to send it to. And so it adds that layer of security. If Ledger is not being hacked, if Trezor is not being hacked, that's the proposition for it is, you physically have to press a button, you get to see, confirm, don't confirm. I think there's a PIN that you can also use for your Trezor to open it up the way you use way we use a password to enter into your MetaMask. Yeah. And so that adds a layer of security. So maybe that's something you want to look into as far as, if you don't want to have just your MetaMask as your main interface, you want it offline, so to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, that is what I'd like to do. I would like to not interact anymore on my MetaMask, on my browser, now that I'm staked, and I just have to wait. When the time comes, I can either open up MetaMask again on my browser, or like you said, if I would be able to do it through a ledger, that would seem more ideal to me at this time.
Yeah, and you still have to go to like hard XYZ, I think that's what it's called. I'll look it up. So you're still interacting with a browser and stuff, but you could open a private browser. You can maybe use I've seen people say that they buy like a computer, they install Linux on it, Ubuntu, and they have like a totally separate. It's not air gapped because you do access the internet, but like if you want to use that, because now the attack surface is a lot smaller, people are not going to spend the time trying to chase down. Well, I think you're just less likely to find attackers like seeking out those operating systems versus like a Windows or a Mac, right? There's more users on there, so it's just easier for somebody to try to hack through that. So I don't know. I'm not advocating for this, and I've never done that, so I don't know what that's like. I don't know the details. I just know some people have done it.
Yeah, it's nice to hear all the different options, because as somebody that knows nothing about the security of it, I'd like to hear everything that's available, and especially with the news of Ledger being hacked. I mean, it's a time that I want to know.
Their sales information being hacked.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that I know as much as I can about what's out there, and I don't, I haven't just consumed enough educational HEX content yet to know all this yet. So that's the next. If you
used a Trezor though, then you wouldn't have gotten would you have gotten the Uniswap airdrop and this new airdrop?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Maddie, because the chat was saying that.
I am going to maintain that your best strategy is to just spread it across all the different, spread your HEX across all the different methods to, and that way, I've got a little bit with this cold wallet thing, and they produce that on an air-gapped machine, and they've got a record that goes back, 8 or 9 years of not stealing anybody's money. And, then I, got some on Trezor, I got some on MetaMask, like I got, different instances of MetaMask. It's just, if you spread it out so much, they're not all going to get hacked at the same time. And this is, again, I want to go back to the game theory of people who have the ability to hack are going to hack things that are liquid now. They're not going to hack your HEX. It's not, the incentive structure isn't right. They're always going to go with something that has the highest liquidity, first of all. Bitcoin. That's why, look at the Plus token Ponzi. Look at the numbers of what they collected. The most USD value they got was Bitcoin. And number 2 is Ethereum. And they had to launder all that, right? And that took a lot of work for them to launder it. And then they still just had it with the people who ran the hack. And now the Chinese government has it probably. So it's but they had to use all these foreign exchanges to even launder it and mix it in with the rest of the coins that people are using. Otherwise, you have tainted coins. So the people are always going to go with the lowest hanging fruit, and so that's why hexagons are going to be the people who are educating themselves, are going to be using their prefrontal cortex to problem solve, right? And to have the best strategies out of other cryptos. And people are going to leave us alone. I mean, we have so many ex-military, like, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Are you going to rob somebody who's like more likely to have a gun or less likely? Somebody who, even if you get their seed words, then it's locked for 7 years. What kind of a score is that? Anybody who owns HEX, they're going to be the last person on the, it's not going to be worth it. But so.
Joe, another thing you could do is if you want to keep the wallets that you have all your stakes on a Ledger or Trezor, and you want to, have a separate wallet that is a MetaMask where you interact with your 1inch and your, Uniswap and things like that, you could trade between your two wallets. That way you have another layer of security on your Ledger or Trezor, or however you want to set it up. But then you also just send money to, a different wallet where you can interact. So you could do something like that, whatever works for you.
Cool.
But yeah, I agree, Maddie. I think it's really good for us to go through these thought experiments and just kind of reinforce these ideas that that we are pretty secure, that, if somebody's going to try to hack us and we have a 15-year stake, like, dude, you're an idiot. And they'll probably go for like a Bitcoin, or they'll go for other, actually there's lots of shitcoins that are actually very bad in security models. And there's all types of scammers. Go scam the scammers, you know what I mean? And if you're going to steal from somebody, and I don't know, that's no scamming advice. So don't listen to me, but I don't know. But that's good that you.
Yeah, and we can reinforce also this idea that, like, the easiest way to hack you is socially, right? It's to maybe I could tell the story of the time I almost sent ETH to a hacker, right? So I was getting excited about Ethereum 2.0, and they kept saying they were going to launch it, and then they weren't. But I was watching YouTube one Saturday afternoon, and they had a stream of Vitalik that was live, and he was saying, go to this website. I mean, it was, and sign up, and there's only another hour or two left when you have your Ethereum node running, and then you can send ETH there, and you'll be one of the first people to get the ETH 2.0 coin. This is, it's all happening right now. And so I was racing against the clock, trying to figure out how to buy an already assembled ETH node, like one that's hosted, so I could send my ETH to be able to be one of the first people to have the ETH 2.0, because it was a limited time offer, and it was coming straight from Vitalik, and I ended up missing the deadline, and it was showing all the other people who were signing up, and it's 100%, it's 95%, then you have to be in there so quickly. And so I almost felt, it was a total scam. I learned later that these were just sophisticated hackers or scammers, I guess you could call them. And, if it was a little bit easier to set up an Ethereum node, I would have sent them my ETH. And even to this day, I would say yesterday, I saw that this is still happening on YouTube all the time. YouTube popped up and said, oh, hey, we know you like watching things live. Why don't you click on this live stream? And so I clicked on it, and they take the video of real people talking, and they overlay it with a context of send us. It was XRP people. It was a real XRP event talking about the recent SEC security, and beneath that, it said, send us 5,000 XRP and we'll send you 10,000 back, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know it's a scam, and so it's still happening on YouTube.
Yeah.
So that's how they're gonna steal your HEX.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, once HEX keeps getting more and more valuable, they're gonna say, this is Richard, and it's gonna show a video of Richard, and it's gonna say that it's live, right? Because they used OBS to funnel into YouTube, and YouTube thinks it's live. YouTube thinks it's really Richard, and so people are gonna go and they're gonna see Richard live, and it's gonna be some Crypto News Now channel is the name of it, and it sounds official, and it's then it's going to say, send us your 10,000 HEX and we'll send you 20,000 back because Richard is doing a giveaway.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Richard already did his giveaway, and it was trustless, and you didn't have to send him anything personally, and now that's over. So don't fall for it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's going to be our responsibility to just try to raise awareness and report all these, shitty streams that'll be going on. But yeah. Maddie, I did want to get into something you've touched on past streams. You talked about it with Bran, and you kind of mentioned a couple times in this stream, which is like the, getting your mental stability from, eating right. And so that's something that I've actually struggled with a lot. And so I just kind of wanted to share my journey on that, if you don't mind.
Oh, that'd be great.
Diet for me has always been something that I've experimented with. Growing up, I was like vegetarian, and then I would eat meat again, and then I was on and off vegetarian. And then for a period of about 2.5 years, I went into a vegan diet. I thought I could live as good a life, if not better, on that diet. And, I gave it a try. I really thought like I was, doing things better for the world if I could live just as healthily as I was at the time, that I would continue to do that. And it turned out to be very bad for me. Now, I'm not giving anyone advice on what diet is good for them or not. Do whatever you think is smart and everything. But for me, it didn't work out. And it actually led me down a lot of mental and physical problems.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, thank you. But I was able to, I was able to get out of it. So that was, I ended in December of 2019 is when I stopped. Was it December or 2018? 2018, yeah. What
were some of the problems that it caused you?
So all the mental problems, I think they generate from physical problems, right? Like if you're, whatever you're physically ailing, that's also a physical, that whatever your mental problems are, they're coming from physical imbalances and things you're not getting that you need. And
mental health is physical health.
Right.
And vice versa.
Right. And it reinforces itself. And so physically, I developed a lot of problems. I had, rashes on my skin that were creeping up. Now, this is a period of, several years. And so I just kept thinking, I'll just make a tweak. I never really thought it was my diet that was the problem. I just thought like, the seasons are changing. I'm getting this allergy, or, this is happening. So this is why this is happening. I'm just stressed out. It would always be something. And so I had like rashes on my hands. At some point, some of my hair was starting to fall out. I was becoming very weak, always fatigued, never really had energy. My skin wasn't recovering as quickly if I were to get a cut. The scab would stay for a long time. More mentally, I kind of had like this fog that was developing. I was becoming very irritable. I had a lot of neuroticism building up inside of me. it was really hard for me to actually, at one point, and this is when I made the decision to change, was it was getting hard for me to speak sentences. Like I
Oh,
would have the
wow.
idea in my head and I wouldn't be able to say it out loud. And that's
It
when I
affected
was,
your fluency.
and that's where I thought like I feared for my life. And that's when I was like, okay, I have to make something drastic change. And I from that point I quit overnight and I went to keto. And so I started from being vegan, no meat, to keto, where I was eating lots of meat.
Mm.
And within a matter of 7 days, it was like a night and day difference.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
I had an amazing experience, and I never looked back. And you know, you can't get a lot of your omega threes, six, nines from plant-based foods. You have to supplement, and I wasn't supplementing, and you can get those from animal-based products. And so, if anyone is struggling with certain things, I just wanted to if you want to talk to me about some things, there's some other symptoms I don't want to really talk about right now.
Sure.
But uh, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I can just tell you what my experience was, what I've tried, and what worked, why it didn't work, and all those kind of things. And so I noticed that you're advocating for a healthier lifestyle, and I support that. And I eat a lot of, and now I'm on more of a carnivore diet. I'm not so strict if I'm out with friends and stuff. I do cheat now and then. I don't consider it cheating, but um, just so people can understand. So, and it's, my health has improved. Um, I've never felt, sharper. I lost a bunch of like fat by not even I mean, I do jujitsu now. And so all of that cardio helped me lose weight.
Yeah.
My blood work is perfectly normal again. It was pretty bad before. And yeah, so it was a game changer for me. And I advocate for a healthier lifestyle. And if anyone has any questions, you can always reach out to me.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, thanks for sharing how you uh, went from being in poor health to being in much better health. And I think that's really awesome that you were able to identify what the problem was after a certain point, and that it seems like you were able to prove it to yourself because you found that sudden change after the 7-day period of getting the proper nutrition that your body needed, and um, um, so that I mean that and offering to let people reach out to you is also very kind of you.
Yeah, and the other thing, it's really hard to, like, you can quantify like what your weight is, how much you bench press and how many squats you can do. Those are very obvious things that you can quantify, but the subjective side is like how stable I feel now on this diet. It is it is like the most amazing thing in the world. Like, I can go throughout my day. Um, before I would have all these negative thoughts creeping in. I would make erratic decisions, and it was so bad. I ruined some relationships, and I couldn't understand why. It was just crazy behavior. And to see myself now, how things don't bother me. I feel more confident. I make decisions very easily. I have more energy. I recover faster. Like, there's just so many things that it's hard for me to like put inside a number and tell somebody like, hey, look at my improvements, but I can just kind of speak to them. And that to me, like the mental stability side of it is almost more important than the physical, only because, at some point your body is going to fall apart. But if you can kind of keep your wits about yourself throughout those ages, then, I think that that's great, because that's adding to how you treat other people is also going to help make them better people. Whereas if you're just working out, you just make yourself better. And so that's good too. And obviously I advocate for that, but I'm just saying, yeah, that the mental side is hard to quantify, but it was uh, night and day difference.
Yeah, yeah, and your your blood work and your energy level and your all those observable behaviors even Those are all quantified in a way that maybe doesn't make it obvious the mental gains that you had, which is why you're explaining the qualitative aspect as well, and it makes sense that all those things move in unison when it comes to your physical and your mental health. So, wow, I'm so glad that we've come to know you in your peak state of knowing the right diet for you and how that'll help. And I wanted to go ahead and I guess announce or whatever that I am going to be wanting to try. There's a certain dietary challenge that is like I'm going to do terrible at describing it now, but basically the idea is that if you starve yourself for like a certain number of days and you do a calorie restriction to like a certain amount, like I think it's like something super low, like 700 calories per day for so many days, 3 or 4 or 5 days, it causes your body to go into this weird mode where your organs start spitting out stem cells. And I have a friend who's a doctor who has done all the research, consuming the research that other people have done. This is basically a longevity hack, and it's actually my friend who's a doctor also has another friend who's a doctor, and they like do it together. They do it like twice a year, where they do this challenge, and you can do it by buying the ingredients yourself or by ordering this sort of a package thing that comes. And so I'm going to extend, like I'll let everybody know on the show, and hopefully Joe Hexotic will do it with me. And if you wanted to participate, that would be a really fun thing for a group of people to do. I'm not sure I don't think it's called the keto diet, but it's some sort of.
Is it some type of intermittent fasting that you're doing? Because I've done that as well, and it's been quite great for me too.
I do that now already. Yeah, I do that. No, this is something. It's a special hack to get your organs to start spitting out stem cells.
Do you get to harvest those stem cells, or are they just for your body to repurpose? Is that the main?
Yeah, it's just for your body to use as you see spit. And but there's lots of really good research that shows that works out really well until we get to the point where sci-vive kicks in, and until we get to the point where the medical research keeps going more and more.
Could you share some of that research at some point? So I'd like to look into it. I'm always fascinated about this stuff.
I'm going to talk about this more on future shows.
Okay.
To throw it out there, because I've definitely decided, like, yeah, I'm going to do this, and it's going to suck. So might as well make it public. Good.
But do not burn 10,000 hex no matter what. Well,
okay. Deal.
We do have a comment from someone in DLive. They'd like for us to explain hex to them. And so do you want to take a stab at that?
Sure. Yeah. So we're doing elevator pitches now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when I go into somebody's room and we're rating them, and first, so the first step that I do, so this will be good for somebody if you're brand new and you don't know what HEX is, and it'll be good if you already know what HEX is. I'm gonna educate both crowds at the same time. So my strategy for onboarding somebody with an elevator pitch is I go into their DLive with the other Hexicans, and then I'm super respectful, first of all. And I take notice of what the person's talking about. So if I'm going into another streamer's room, I want to get a feel for what they're talking about, and I want to give them a compliment, first of all. on whatever they're doing, and it's more of a genuine thing. And that way, I'm kind of like they're getting to know me, and maybe I give them a tip or something, right? And then maybe they're asking like, well, why are so many HEX people coming in? What is HEX, right? And that's starting a conversation in a very respectful and natural way, instead of like interrupting whatever they're doing and being like, buy HEX, buy HEX, buy HEX, which could that could interrupt what they're doing. And so then I have my moment maybe where they're saying, well, what is HEX? And so if I have to describe it in just a few words, then I would say, HEX is like buying Bitcoin at a penny, right? And then the person can ask, well, what is Bitcoin? Or they can say, I've heard of Bitcoin and I would have liked to buy it at a penny, right? And then maybe we get to the next step, which is, well, HEX pays interest. And so HEX is like where you pay yourself 40% APY. And now we've just introduced two of the major ideas of HEX, that it goes up in value. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to go up 10,000x in 2.5 years. And it's something that pays interest. And then we can educate further based on whatever the person's understanding is of those 2 points.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's a really good overview. And I like your strategy of, going to people and, respectfully just kind of trying to engage with them, see what their interest is, and then, catering the conversation to them and what they're, what they would like to hear and understand. Because, this person just asked, could you explain HEX to me? But there's, how deep do you want us to get in, or how little do you want to know at a high level? So yeah, I would just say it's like, back in the day, you could go, you can still do this now, but you go to a bank, you give them some money, and you say, hey, put it into a CD, a certificate of deposit, or a time deposit, wherever you are in the world. And, you hope to get interest back because you're giving it to a bank. You're hoping that you'll earn some interest. And this is the same thing in HEX. You give up your HEX, and you are given a share price in return, which helps you determine how much you're going to earn in interest. And your payouts are in HEX. And so the way in a traditional system, your payouts would be in the currency that you deposited. The payouts in this are in the currency you deposit, which is HEX. And it's a trustless system. It's an immutable code that's been written. So immutable means you can't change the contract. And so there's no tampering. There's no one in charge of anything other than the users that are interacting with the network. And so there's nobody with an admin key that can just take your coins away from you. As long as you keep your seed word secure, you'll be secure. And you're the network. Whatever you do is your responsibility. There's no one else that's going to do it for you. But that's the beauty of it. And the longer you lock up your money, the longer you stake, the more interest you can earn, and the more shares you get. And that's the name of the game. Just lock up your money for a long period of time, and you'll earn interest. And then when you exit out, you can sell, or you can restake, whatever you want to do. And it's just a way to create store value. So if you want to store your value somewhere that you've generated and you want it to return dividends, HEX is for you.
Yeah, that's awesome. You do a great job of explaining it.
Yeah, I remember when I first started, like I told everyone before HEX launched, like all of my friends and family, like, hey, this is what you want to get into. Everyone dismissed me, which I totally expected. But back then when I, was trying to tell them about it, I would go into all the details, like trying to explain to them everything. And over time, I just realized they don't really care. And so I've gotten a lot better at, trying to stay at the higher level talking points. And then as people ask questions, dig in deeper. But yeah, it's taken me a little while to get here, but hopefully I'm getting better and better at it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I want to cross promote Taylor Kennedy. he has written recently 2 amazing guides on his Medium account. And this one of his articles is to tell you how to buy HEX in 3 simple steps. And another is how to stake HEX in 3 simple steps. And so what we'll do now, if nobody minds, is we'll do a screen share of the HEX conference website, which I've included a link to Taylor's article about how to buy HEX in 3 easy steps. And so that would be a great place for anybody to send people who are interested, because we want people to get ready to attend the conference, and we want people to be able to see Taylor's article and be able to buy HEX before the conference. And I can assure everybody that I'm working very hard to put together the final schedule for the conference. And I'm working with all the other hosts, RG3 and Hexologists, and everybody who's volunteered to speak. And we want to get you that schedule sooner rather than later, because now we've got just 13 days until the conference starts, and it's going to be January 6th through 9th. And this is going to be the biggest event in HEX, where there's not a bunch of new HEX being created. The big payday was, that was the biggest event in HEX, when a third of a new HEX, the Genesis HEX, was created. And so I see this as being very price positive, and I am going to ask that all the people in HEX get excited about inviting others who are outside of HEX to come and watch parts of the conference. Since you'll see who's speaking ahead of time, you'll be able to invite people who are at different stages of understanding HEX. And we're going to have special sections to where you can invite people if you want them to learn about the community that's happening in HEX, and where you can invite them if you want, at what times you can tell them to tune in. If you want them to learn more about staking or more about price FOMO, the conference is going to be divided into different topics. There's going to be a set time for Richard to do his keynote. There's going to be a set time for HEX Germany to do their presentation on what if I stake longer versus shorter, which account does better, and they model that out so you can see kind of like in the board game, you can see how it plays out over time, ahead of time. And then we're going to have each of the speakers have their title topic as that comes in, but we're going to get this times and speakers lined out and get that released to you so you can share it and so you can promote. And so I wanted to plug that while we're talking about somebody new in HEX and talking about how they can learn how to buy HEX once they understand what it is. And that's why we included the link there on the conference site. So there's lots of ways to get to the conference article that describes it. You can go to, I'll put it in the chat here, and I'll share the screen. Hey, Joe, welcome back.
Thank you guys. Sorry about that. I had to switch rooms, so I had to just move the whole setup, and the chair I'm sitting in is green, so it's taking out part of it. It's pretty cool.
Nate J said he got 700 from his 1-inch token drop. $700, I imagine, or 700 tokens.
Probably, yeah, tokens.
Tokens, yeah.
How much is it in USD?
It's right under $2, right? Each.
How much?
I think each token's like $1.84 the last time I looked.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Man, Nate J is he's cashing out today.
right?
Good job, man. Good for you.
I'll check, Manny.
Wow, it's a very Merry Christmas. I hope I used one a lot of times. Because you know the Uniswap tokens, I sold a bunch of those, and that's how I paid for the HEX cameos.
Nice.
Oh, nice. It's a
I
good move. I just staked him, but
used it as an opportunity to give back to the community. So I just paid for that. Thanks to Richard and the community and folks over there at Uniswap.
So did you guys go over what Motley said? I don't want to repeat it if you did about what the airdrop actually consisted of and why.
no, we didn't talk about it.
It's you had to have one purchase on the snapshot before September 15th, and it had to be directly with 1 inch. It couldn't be from the drop down on Uniswap. So I don't see anything related to Mooniswap. You had to actually go to 1 inch, is what it seems like. And you have until midnight tonight if you did not spend over $20. So you need an executed trade before September 15th, or 4 trades in total, or 4 trades worth $20 in total. So potentially, I'd like if somebody could
It wouldn't make any sense that you still have time now.
Well, it's what Motley says, and Richard. It's a copy of Richard's tweet. So I think maybe we should clarify that for everybody somehow. If Motley, can you write back in and let us know if we create $4 or $5 purchases right now in ETH, can we get this? The deadline is in UTC.
Yeah.
So
It's already passed because otherwise you'd be able to just create endless transactions and
so you needed a 4 transactions in total or $20 worth, and that had to happen before obviously UTC just turned over, and you had to have a 1 trade before September 15th.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Wow. Well, that's interesting. And so this is worth like $900 or
$1.91. Nate got 700 of them. So Nate's is worth potentially, $1,400. It just keeps going up. The first time I saw it, it was worth $1.71, then $1.82. Now it's at $1.92 for each token.
Where are you seeing this?
how do you see it?
I'm inside the 1 inch dot exchange. So
Okay.
I went to the exchange. It's connected to my MetaMask. I clicked on the unicorn at the top. That opens up like the same way the unicoins were distributed. It says claim 1 inch token. You can check. Click the check button. It runs your ETH address. It tells me that I have none available because I didn't qualify for it. But if you had them right there, it would, you'd be able to get them. On the screen before that, where you click check, it has a price above it. 1 inch price, $1.92 right now. And the total supply is 1.5 billion coins.
Oh man.
So they just came out with a $3 billion valuation.
Yesterday or the day before. And I was like going back and forth whether to use like 1 inch or HEX. And I think I chose HEX.
What I like about 1 inch is you can set limits. And so if you really want to do your dollar cost average out and dollar cost average in, I think that's probably the best way to do it. So you pick a price that you're comfortable with, and you pick an amount you're comfortable with, and you set it. You can set the amount of time that you're willing to wait for that order to execute. And for that reason, I really like it, because then that's just it removes another layer of anxiety, another layer of like trying to figure out what's most optimal for you. If you reach your limits, then perfect, they execute, and then you get the deal you wanted. If they don't, then your transaction gets canceled and you lose just a little bit in transaction fees, but I think it's well worth it. Ooh, transaction amount $60.
Okay, so this explains why a day or two ago the information must have leaked, which is why the gas prices were so high. I was wondering why the gas prices were so high, and there wasn't like an obvious thing. So that's what it was. Somebody was.
The
Somebody
information
found out.
was leaked. Somebody told us in Discourse Syndicate and Hexo's chat. Shadowy Brilliance has been telling us about this for well over a week. But
Yeah, it was predicted. I mean, Joe, you told me about this like 2 or 3 months ago. Well, you and I met 2 or 3 months ago. All right, you told me like a month ago.
I told you I just went out and I bet I started buying on every single exchange I possibly could in case they did another. But I came in after the snapshot, so I didn't make the before September 15th date. I had never made a purchase on 1 inch. So
you have to do it before September 15th?
You had to have one of them, yeah. Yep.
Wait, what are the rules again? I'm so confused. One trade before September 15th or 4 trades in total worth $20. I mean, you would have that, right? If you used it.
I use the drop down on Uniswap and inside MetaMask all the time, but Richard put out a tweet that, sorry guys, it doesn't qualify for it. So I'm living proof it doesn't qualify for it. So.
I mean, if you only did one trade and it was like after September 15th, one trade and it was more than $20, it still wouldn't qualify because it has to be 4 trades in total or trades worth of 20. Or never mind. I don't know. I don't even know if I qualify or not. I have to go check. I've used it before, but I can't remember. Like Joe, maybe I did the drop down thing, and I don't know.
Yeah. I use it, and I'm confused about how Mooniswap is connected to 1 inch. Does anybody have clarification on that?
I think 1 inch created Mooniswap's protocol, so okay. I think they basically own them.
Because I don't know. I would have thought that I would have bought enough HEX on Mooniswap.
Yeah.
Directly, but maybe you had to actually go to the 1 inch site, not Mooniswap.
Yeah, it says Mooniswap next generation AMM protocol by 1 inch. That's what it says on their website.
Okay.
So I don't know what AMM means. Automated market maker? Never mind. There we go. Figured it out.
Ask me anything.
Yeah, you opening up for an AMA, Maddie? Is that what's happening right now?
Automated market maker.
Mooniswap basically 1 inch's own version of Uniswap. Yeah, that's what CryptoVent said.
Yeah, Motley says a lot of his wallets don't qualify for some reason. So,
so what if I went through MetaMask to 1 inch?
It doesn't work. That's what Richard's tweet was about. Unfortunately, that's not going to cut it.
Why? Or because
I don't know. I think
I gotta dig into his tweets.
Yeah, I mean, it was his last one. It's the conversation that everyone's having on this, and Richard clarified for, I believe it was Motley, maybe even. No, I'm sorry, that doesn't qualify.
Well, listen. There are Hexicans out there who are gonna get something really sweet from Santa this year, and it's a bunch of these tokens, and I can probably predict what they're gonna do with them.
It's already happening,
and I can probably predict that all of us will benefit from that, and so absolutely. I'm feeling really blessed right now because this is another win for HEX.
I see a little baby green candle on the HEX ETH chart, so maybe it's already happening.
Yeah. But you're gonna wait. You're not gonna pay a second $60 transaction fee. Hopefully, you could just wait. We don't want to lose that $60 that you're putting into HEX.
It's up to $2 now, so at least one 1 inch token in USDC is $2. So it could still go up. Who knows? I don't know.
So for the people who got it, are there any people in the chat who have gotten it and they know why? Or
Nate got it.
Somebody said they got 700. How did you interact with 1 inch?
Nate, what did you do to get the tokens to get those 700?
Should we bring him on stream?
If he wants to,
Yeah.
sure. Motley,
Okay.
Motley, you want
Yeah.
to come on also?
Let's get him on here. He was our guest last week.
Motley seems to know what's going on. He might be helpful.
Motley, you want to come on soon?
Send them both the link, Maddie, if you can.
Yeah, we're gonna get our experts on here.
Molly, are you able to come on right now? Are you busy? Motley says one of my wallets qualified for 2.5 tokens. Don't know how that happened. So looks like it runs the gamut in quantity of what you qualified for, and they're giving out half tokens.
Yeah.
That's odd.
It's not even worth the transaction fee right now.
I'm just curious to what the advice that Shadowy Brilliance was giving out, what those guys, if they did provided liquidity, did they get, generous more of amount of coins than what somebody did that made a few transactions totaling $20? That would be interesting.
Mr. Contrarian got 2 wallets of mine received 600 plus tokens and 1-0. Oh, one of your wallets received 0. Dang. Most people are getting about 600 tokens. Damn, hopefully I get some, man. That'd be awesome. Although sadly I don't think I qualified.
So right now, if you didn't have MetaMask, you'd have to be installing your MetaMask, throwing your seed phrase back in it. You'd have to go, in order to claim these, right? Or would there be a way, Yash, for me to hook up my Ledger or Trezor, like you were saying, without even doing that?
Sorry, say that again. I was thinking while you were talking.
Sorry. Like when this airdrop just happened, one of my first thoughts was, because we were just having the conversation, if I didn't have MetaMask on my computer anymore and I was all cold wallet, would I just have to hook it back up then? Sign into MetaMask, or?
Are you saying that because to claim it you have to have MetaMask?
Yeah, I'm assuming so. Yeah, but that's why I'm asking the question. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would have to. I guess there's a danger in that, taking the same seed words and putting them back into a MetaMask and doing that. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Motley's booting up, so he'll join us. That's awesome.
Cool.
Thank you, Motley.
And I sent the link to Nate as well on Twitter.
Cool.
Damn, Crypto Vince, you guys are cashing out. I'm jealous. Actually, I don't know if I got anything, but I'm happy for you guys, but damn, I wish I caught on to that.
You would think that the three Hexicans live streaming on Christmas Eve, one of us would be celebrating like crazy right now, having these airdrop tokens.
I'm still happy for all of our Hexicans because I know they're gonna pump our price regardless, right? I just wish we could have gotten some as well. So it's all good at the end of the day. But if we could have gotten a nice 600 uni or 1-inch drop, that would have been pretty good.
Another Cuatro Cinco steak.
Oh man. Oof.
Let's see.
Hexarican says, "Welcome to FOMO. You're not alone." I think we're hearing a lot of people are somehow missed out on this, so it is great to hear the people that did get it. If you guys could keep letting us know that you got them, I'd love to.
Tell us in the chat.
And any kind of strange, like somebody said in here that like Motley said he got 2.5, if he can understand maybe why, and then some people said they got more or less. So if you could try to figure out those edge cases where you kind of had a unique situation and explain that to us, because then we can maybe share it out with everybody, that'd be awesome.
Identity Block says, I got 3.5 tokens in 3 wallets, laugh out loud, and it costs $15 per transaction. So it's very odd to me that they're giving out half tokens.
And why some people are getting 600 and other people are getting 3,
And some of us getting none.
Yeah. So the situation where in Uniswap, if you were to pull the 1-inch list, I guess you're just pulling the list, right? That it's just that that somehow the list is just a populated list of the ETH address for the smart contracts, and that's all that's actually being pulled, and you're not actually pulling liquidity from any of those exchanges. You're just pulling the list that's created. So I guess maybe that's why,
Okay.
if I had to guess. Hey, Nate J, if you want to hop on, let us know. We'll send you the link. You can talk to us about your mad
Already
gains right now.
sent. Yeah.
Okay, you already got it. Cool.
On Twitter. So
I'm curious too if anyone has specifically only used the MetaMask function and where you got the different quotes from the 6 different places and then you select the 1-inch. If anybody knows for sure that that's how they with 1-inch and got it, if you could please let me know. I just think that would be interesting.
Or if
what
you have
I'm
a ledger
noticing-
Trezor and you were able to still claim, that'd be interesting to know.
So what I'm noticing in my MetaMask here on my phone is that when I switch, so when I have the browser up and I go to 1-inch and then I switch wallets, it's still looking at the address I was in when I opened the browser. And so I checked a bunch of wallets and but I didn't really check them, right? I checked a bunch of addresses, but I didn't really check them because I didn't realize it was still looking in the same address I used first. So there's a bug in MetaMask, basically, is what I'm saying, where you have to refresh the browser before it'll check 1-inch with that alternate address you have. So that's good news. If maybe you checked and it didn't update the address that you had selected, then you can check again and make sure that it's switching to check all the different addresses you have. Hello,
Hey, guys.
good evening, sir.
Hey,
What's
what's
up?
going on?
So Motley,
So, none of you guys check your stuff yet?
no,
I'm
my
trying.
laptop's over there. I'm gonna do it later.
Yeah, so I'm kind of as confused as you guys are too. So, I think for me, mine is messed up because I did all my transactions through Mooniswap, and I'm thinking that maybe you had to actually go through one exchange, which I thought it was the same thing, but maybe not. So that might be where I messed up when I was doing my wallets. But all the other requirements I meet, so I'm kind of confused.
So
And
yeah.
one of my wallets has 2.5 freaking tokens, which throws that out the window because I have no clue how I got that. But yeah, I have 2.5 tokens on one of my wallets, and that's it.
Did you provide liquidity, Motley? I heard you talking about it. Yeah?
Yeah, I did. Maybe that was it.
That must be what it's from.
Maybe that was the two, and I think that was the one wallet I did liquidity. Everything else was transactions that I did back in the day, but none of them counted. So I don't know if I had to do it on 1-inch exchange instead of Mooniswap, or I'm imagining that's what it is.
So you don't think there's like a time decay to, like, if you used it early on, you get more. If you used it, more recently, then you get a lot less. Do you think there's something like that?
What I've been seeing is mostly everyone that does have them is getting like 600. Like, I'd be curious to see like Nate if he actually went through like one exchange website or like Mooniswap or what. But yeah, I've checked all my wallets and it looks like the one I think I provided liquidity for got 2.5 tokens, and I did that one recently. The other ones I did transactions on back before the September 15th date, but none of those are working. So
That's strange.
that was on Mooniswap.
Identity Block sent me a picture of his reward available across 3 different accounts, and it's 1.1688. It's like 13 numbers long, so less than 1 1/4 coin in each of 3 of his wallets. And I'm asking him on DLive chat if he can just let us know a little bit more about. Oh, he said he did the same thing you did, Motley.
Liquidity. Yeah, it would have been really nice because I did 20 wallets.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. I did freaking 20 wallets, and if you tell me that I screwed up doing it on Mooniswap instead of going to the actual 1-inch exchange, then
Oh man.
I would be very sad. Because
Yeah.
I deliberately went out my way to get this set up.
Yeah, I
too.
remember you saying something that you were gonna
Yeah.
make an effort to do
I was like, I'm not gonna make the same mistake again, and then I did.
that.
Oops.
Oh man.
Yeah. But it looks like some hexagons are doing all right, so that's good. But there does seem to be a lot that there was like confusion with this airdrop. It has to be something with Mooniswap, I think, and doing it on 1-inch exchange instead of Mooniswap. I don't know.
I just can't even believe that we were able to find out the information at all in any capacity that it actually happened. I thought that there was no way that it was going to happen because people were talking about it. How could that information get let out?
Well, I mean, I think they
Well,
were
it's
it was already in the
speculation,
works.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nate J says that he did transactions only, no liquidity. On both wallets, he went to 1-inch, so he didn't use Mooniswap at all. So maybe
That's it. That's
Yeah.
it. But the liquidity I did Mooniswap, and that transferred over, but not the transactions. So that's interesting.
So do you know the relationship between Mooniswap and 1-inch?
I don't.
No.
Clearly not good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the website says that it's a protocol made by 1-inch, so I don't know why it wouldn't count just as much.
Guess it didn't. Doesn't look like it anyways.
Mr. Contrarian said before, I don't know if you read this, Yash. Mooniswap belongs to 1-inch, and then there's the Chi token that they have for lesser fees.
Yeah.
You read that?
No, I didn't read it, but
Okay.
I do.
Yeah. Nate, good news is Nate got 600 more, so he got
Hell yeah.
700 and 600, so 1,300. So I can live vicarious through Nate. I got no.
Yeah, come on. We need somebody on camera who won,
Right.
you know?
Right?
Hey, man.
Like,
Hey,
be the face of the winners, you know?
Get about essentially 1 ETH per wallet. That's pretty good.
Nate's
Right.
been winning a lot this year. You know, he got the
Oh, yeah.
he got the that big
Ski
The
cat
big,
giveaway.
the big ski cat giveaway. Yeah.
So I can see, so if I go to so I've got a MetaMask where I've got like, let's say 10 different public addresses, and I've just been like using all of them. And like, normally I go to Uniswap, but maybe from time to time I went to 1-inch. Maybe we're about to see. But so now when I go to 1-inch on any of the accounts, it's showing me, if I scroll down far enough, it's showing me a transaction history, I
Right.
think, between my different accounts. Because it's showing me different addresses. But I'm not sure if those are my addresses or if those were the addresses that I like transacted with. But
I'm gonna go to the one account where I got like the 2.5 tokens and see if it has like my liquidity transaction on there. Let's see. Oh, it just says I already claimed it. I guess I can't look at that transaction history anymore.
Maddie, did you go to 1inch.exchange? Is that what you typed into your browser? 1inch.exchange?
I just went like on MetaMask, if you open it in the browser, then like one of the buttons there is like decentralized exchange. And then you can tap on that, and then you can tap on 1-inch.
And can you see the URL by any chance at the top?
It says 1inch.exchange.
Oh, okay, cool. Then you see the unicorn, right?
Yeah.
Click on the unicorn.
Okay.
Top right unicorn.
There should be 2 unicorns, one with the number in it potentially if you got some coins given to you, or it might say a 0 if you didn't.
Yeah, it'll
But-
say like
Oh, that's showing up at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. So click on it, and then inside that there's another button that says check
Yeah.
or claim 1-inch token. So hit that button,
Okay.
and let's see if you're a winner.
And so that checks one at a time. But then if I click on the address there and it says connect wallet, and then I scroll down, it shows a transaction history that shows like a bunch of different addresses that swapped in like November.
All right. Is the one you're looking in have a reward in it, or does it say 0?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know what your primary ETH address is that you may have purchased on that exchange that you could just click on it?
I got so many addresses, man. I don't know.
Damn, I missed out on 20 ETH. Motherfucker.
Damn.
Oh well, I tried. Yeah, I just find it weird that providing liquidity on MooneySwap, evidently it looks like, it appears that it actually made the transference, but doing a transaction on MooneySwap was not the same, which I find kind of odd.
How many tokens did you get total, Molly? For all of that?
2.5. I just did like $100 of liquidity. Shut the fuck up. I got 2.5 tokens for providing like $100 of liquidity. I did like, I don't know, a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago. But I mean, I did the transactions way back after the closer to the Uniswap airdrop, but it was through MooneySwap, so I guess that's not allowing me to claim.
Yeah, I did that same thing.
Yeah,
back then.
it's got to be it. Damn it. Oh well.
That sucks. I'd be a little disappointed. You got 20 wallets. You tried.
Now I just got 20 wallets with a bunch of like random little bit amount of ETH in there that I was swapping back and forth.
Yeah.
That's about it. I'm waiting for Maddie to find one, hopefully.
I know.
Yeah,
It's like I have all these transactions, and I can go to etherscan.io, and it shows me that I interacted with.
Now, did you actually ever go to the 1inch exchange site, or were you using MooneySwap?
I don't think I was using MooneySwap because I never have clicked on that ever.
But you were doing it inside MetaMask, or you were traveling to 1inch itself?
That might.
But I think I was clicking through to 1inch, and it shows on etherscan.io that I executed with 1inch.exchange. But it's not. But then I don't see it says I don't have any tokens.
Scam.
Yeah, and this is like a lot. This is like multiple ether.
Yeah. It's each wallet. Essentially, if the minimum's like about 600 something, that's essentially 1 ETH per wallet.
Somebody's got some explaining to do at that decentralized exchange.
I want to like keep clicking the addresses and like hope it like changes at some point.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's what I did for 45 minutes straight when Maddie and Yash broke the news. I was like, it can't be like this. Last time this happened, I clicked the rewards button, 400 tokens showed up.
Yeah, easy day. I got 600. All right, Jimmy. So Jimmy got it. Nate got it.
Jimmy says he already swapped it to HEX, so good man, Jimmy.
Nice. Yep. I
think
most Hexicans will.
Hey Jimmy, how much were the fees on that? Have they changed?
What a Christmas gift is right though. What a cool thing to do on Christmas Eve.
It's very cool.
Wow, Motley got some cold, but it's.
I'm doing the math right now just so I can be even more angry. Let's see. So
$45 in transaction fees.
About 12 grand worth of HEX I missed out on, give or take.
Oh my god. Oh man, I feel bad for you now. I can't even make fun of you anymore.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I got a question too for everybody. Where are you selling this right now? Are you selling it on the 1inch exchange, or are you selling it on any other exchanges? I'm curious if anybody has this coin listed immediately, like last time with Uniswap.
Yeah, there's a couple that have it listed already. Someone was tweeting me the exchange that got it listed already. Let me check.
It's not on Nomics, but it is basically essentially a $3 billion valuation on day one.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, I have to check. I think there's liquidity on actual 1inch exchange too. I don't know.
So you guys got any plans for tomorrow?
Get
Not
together
really.
with family.
It's gonna be a lame Christmas.
Yeah.
Besides HEX, it's gonna be a lame Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be with my family for a little bit, and then I'm coming on tomorrow night with Vince. So we'll be on at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that on your channel then?
Yeah. And if I asked RG if he was going to go to make sure, because I figured if not, if nobody's doing anything, we'll just stay on and hang out like we are tonight. But there is a discourse tomorrow night too, so we'll go on from 8 p.m. till a little bit before discourse starts.
Okay.
Nice. Christmas effing hangout.
Yep.
Could get wild.
Yeah.
Get wild.
And Vince has got some cool stuff to talk about too. I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. He always does. Vince is a smart dude.
He's got the jokes. If you
Yeah,
ever
and
watch
he's hilarious.
Cabana's what is that, happy hour? Happy hour with
Their
Hex.
joke off at the end.
The dad joke off.
Yeah. The one-liners.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. He's articulate too and dependable, you know. And I just met him, and I was just amazed immediately by his effort and response and organization. So I appreciate that, you know.
I was just asking him like a hey, can you fill me on this little? It was a copycat coin, and I was like, hey, I didn't do my research. What do you know about this? And I expected like a couple little, texts, and he gave me the full rundown of everything, and I was just blown away. I was like, this guy, he means really well, and he really takes the effort to share what he knows. And when you got people like that in a community, like, it's going to do really well. So
Right. Yeah.
On that subject, did you claim your imitation coins? That topic came up today on Big Pep's stream.
No, I don't do that. I don't care.
Heck no.
My gains in HEX are enough.
Yeah, I went ahead and did it. I mean, they're locked for a year, but I mean, I just verified that the only interactions with the wallet are just to view addresses, and that's it. So as long as you're smart about it. Now, will it be worth anything in the future? Probably not. They already got pug rolled once, so I don't see much promise for them moving forward, unless we just go on full blown bull run.
I don't mind other people doing that, if they're gonna do free claims and stuff. Don't have a problem with it. I just I'm a HEX maximalist, I'll listen to other stuff, and just is what it is. The gains in HEX are enough. Like what I like to do is I like to pick industries, like let's say crypto is one industry and one market, and I'd like to pick the winners of that, pick one or two and then move on to whatever else. Like I want the best house, I want the best car, I want the best fan, I want the best computer, but I don't want to spend time going back and forth trying to find trying to capitalize on the top 10 for each of those. One, I'm lazy. Two, I'm lazy as well.
Yeah. I mean, focus your mental capacities and find the winner. And once you found the winner, you don't really need to do much else.
Exactly.
Honestly,
that's my approach. So.
Besides pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to a guy today that was he was messaging on the Bin Mala thread I had, talking shit about altcoins and stuff, and I actually DM'd him off the record, and it actually went really well. Dude was actually very nice, and like he actually said he bought HEX in the beginning, and he told me he didn't use the staking feature. So I asked him, I was like, why? I was like, I assume it was to sell at one point, but was there any other reasons and stuff like that? And then he told me he actually had to liquidate all his crypto in the beginning of the year just because he lost his job during this COVID stuff. So I was like, damn.
Yeah.
But I found it weird. I mean, and maybe that is one of the reasons he was lashing out, but I thought that was kind of strange that he was lashing out, and I just wonder if that was maybe because he was a little bit bitter of the situation he was put in earlier on in the year.
Yeah, especially because not only is it hard enough to become unemployed through COVID, but then imagine that you owned some HEX and then had to get rid of it as it skyrocketed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's almost like we're rubbing it in his face, with all our pictures and everything of 263X and all that stuff. So I get it. But he was a very nice guy. Everything we're going off in the DMs and stuff. So it was cool, and I think he's gonna start reinvesting once he gets employed again. He says he's working on a couple things, so hopefully it works out.
Yeah, good luck to him, and that's good that you reach. I like
good
the
work.
outbound messaging that you do, Motley.
Yeah.
Like Ben Mala, I see you into the big poker scene. You reach out to those guys, and I like your approach. You do a donation, you throw in a comment or something. It usually gets caught up by whoever's running the stream, and I think it's a really good approach. And I like that you're willing to work with people offline. Try to spend the time. Very much like Vince, how he's very open, trying to talk to people, takes the time to explain things. I think you're really good in that way too.
Yeah, it's just kind of like guerrilla marketing, just word of mouth. You win over one individual, they carry that forward, and next thing you know, you just have a viral movement going through.
Yep.
And I mean, that's kind of what we've been forced to with this whole grassroots kind of operations until the gates kind of come down.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by that guy Ben Mala. He's a character. I hope that he can get on board.
I love him. I think he's kind of like too much of an old dog. He is smart and he gets it, but I was talking to someone else who actually has paid for a couple of his consults, and he was trying to get him into crypto, but he was telling me he's just too set in his ways. It's just like you were saying. He focuses on that one thing and he's really good at it, which is real estate. And that's where he puts all his mental energy and everything into, because it's what he knows. It's what he's an expert in. That's what he's built his empire on. So he knows there's other investments out there, but he's like someone that you would take in, like, say, like that 3 Arrows hedge fund or something, where he gives them the money and then people that are knowledgeable in the space will invest it for him, because he's not going to dedicate the mental capacity to go research HEX and crypto space when he can make millions in real estate, which he's comfortable with and familiar with. So I think on that kind of play, I kind of want to see if I can get in touch with like his son and see if I can get his son hooked on HEX, because that'll be more the demographic at that point.
Right. It seems like he's trying to get his son to handle more of that kind of responsibility. So
yeah, the kind of like just stock portfolio and stuff that's going to be earning him dividends and everything. Yeah.
I saw him tell his son
buy a yacht.
I saw him tell him to reach out to find out about HEX. That's that's how I heard about him through you.
Yep. And you gave me his Twitter. I reached out to him, but he's not active on his Twitter, or at least not that Twitter handle.
Yeah.
But
probably more of an email kind of guy.
His son? I doubt it.
Oh, maybe not his son. Yeah.
His young son? I doubt it. Well, Maddie, are you? Yeah, you got thousands of dollars now.
He goes quiet for.
I'm
trying to let it soak in.
I can see it now. He's just looking through that transaction history. He's just like, what the heck?
Yeah, I can see the transaction history. It's just very unclear.
You're contacting the next cameo right now, aren't you?
That's right. Yeah, I'm lining up the most famous people in Hollywood. Let's see.
I'll give it one more refresh, and after that, I'm just gonna give up.
Man, I feel a meme coming on where you're like laying in bed scrolling.
Oh, I wanted to give a shout out to David Morales. David helped me with getting this green screen, and he's in the chat asking, "Is this a digital green screen that I'm using?" So
we need to get you better light.
Yeah, I had to move from my kitchen to my bedroom, and there's just this big chair. There's the only thing in here for me to sit on. So,
gotcha.
I'll figure it out. It's a little bit here, a little bit there. I didn't realize that it was going to cut out the chair. I thought the chair would be sat right in front of the digital screen, but it's primarily light green. So.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, you can't do much about that then.
Yeah. I could just drape the green screen over it though.
Just go straight invisible.
Yeah. Maybe I'll try that.
That'd be interesting. I feel like it's like Harry Potter and he's getting his like invisible cloak on right now.
Say,
it's like floating head.
Give me 1 second.
Well, I guess you and me are out of luck, Maddie.
full green blazer that would make me a floating head if I put it on with the green screen.
What is that, like kind of like, is it the Masters or whatever that you get the green jacket when you win?
No, it's like bright green.
Okay.
It's
neon.
Yes, yeah, it's neon green, and it's like it turns out there's so many holidays that you can wear green to, like a green blazer. It's actually, I got it for it's beautiful. I got it for $5 at Goodwill in the women's section. I'm not a cross dresser. I do not wear women's clothes regularly. I mean, blazers, it doesn't even have much shoulder padding.
Put your defense out there.
The only way you can tell is which side the button is on. To tell
it's the opposite, right?
Unless the style has been extremely feminized. So there's different women's blazers. Again, I don't know about women's blazers.
There's a actual reason for the buns being on the other side too. I can't remember what it was, but I remember reading there's actually a reason why the buns are on the side that they are.
Because back in the day, somebody would have somebody dress them, and it would be easier for them to put the buttons on.
Yep, when they get the corset and everything else on there. Yep.
Are you guys talking blouses?
We're talking about Maddie going in the women's section, getting a good green blazer.
A bright green blazer. It's $5. It's a girl's blazer. And I'm telling you, you got St. Patrick's Day. You got New Year's green. Like, you've got any day that you get an airdrop from HEX. That's a green day. There's lots of green holidays.
So far, I'll give you St. Patty's Day, and that's about it.
Green holiday, right?
Oh man, yeah, that was gonna be my follow-up question. It's like, why are you getting a green suit?
It's wonderful, yeah.
You gotta wear it on HEX Exchange, just be like a floating head host.
I know, yeah. It's like green screen, not a green jacket, you know.
Yeah, Motley, I'll figure out my own green screen too. I just got this set up like 20 minutes before we went on tonight. So
you have it draped over the chair right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, I didn't want to be stealing your background though. So
no, you're good. It's not mine. Someone in HEX Design made it.
Cool.
Yeah, I think Crypto Coffee uses it too.
Oh,
I could go to the Pirates and piss them off. I can go steal RG3s real quick.
You have RG3s? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I did. Well, not RG3s, but one of his little cabins. Let's switch over real quick.
I have my...
He's going to board the vessel of RG3.
Let's see.
Nice.
Which green screen did you guys go with? Because I need to buy one, and I'm going to do it right now.
I got the one that Maddie suggested on the hexchange2021.com. It was on Amazon. It was like $18 for the green sheet part, and then like $40 for the part that holds it.
Okay.
It was like 65 total with tax and everything, or shipping. I don't know, whatever it was.
That's the least expensive option that I, like that's what I got just naturally. And then just last week I saw Crypto Coffees, which is a more expensive, nicer one. And so I switched.
So if you want to get a little bit nicer one, Yash, there's one for like a little bit over 100, 120, and it collapses. It's really beautiful.
Yeah.
There's also one that gives you a whole lighting set too. So like I was fortunate, my old roommate left. He pretty much had like a whole studio set up with like, it gave me like 2 lights, a key light, and then the screen with the frame and everything like that. All the light bulbs, and I don't think it's that much. I think it's probably a little over $100 on Amazon, but he left it, so I took it all. I was like, "Do you want this back?" He's like, "Nah." It's like 40 pounds all packed up, so he's just like, "Nah." And it came with like a green screen, black screen, white screen, blue screen.
You guys can send me the link.
I'll look.
I sent it to you in the private chat.
Okay.
The one Coffee has, and he gets a actual bonus from that.
Or just click on his link, and then you can just get whatever one you want. Yeah. Should still get the bonus.
Motley, are you inside another window? How are you changing your background as we're live on Maddie's stream?
In another window? No, you can.
You can do it.
You can do it in StreamYard. So if you go to camera mic, and then you have the option down there below. It says green screen, and you can go through a selection
nice.
of your like preloaded green screens.
This is the one I had. I was gonna try to keep back in my throne.
Did you just take a photo of your throne setup?
It's just that.
That's awesome.
So if I sit big enough, you know,
It'd be nice if you had it lined up perfectly where the top hat was like looked like it was still sitting on top of your head. Yeah. That's great.
Hex Toshi asks if there's a video yet on how to claim. Not that we're aware of, but if someone knows, let us know and we will promote it.
Where do you ask that? Was it in YouTube or T Live?
YouTube.
I can send him the link real quick. That walks you through how to claim.
Oh, this one looks like a pretty good one. The pull-up screen, it's 170, but I prefer quality, so I want to invest in that.
It makes the setup easier too.
Yeah, I like that.
Right here. Oh, actually, Hextoshi, try to grab this link. I think YouTube takes it down pretty quick, or doesn't allow me to post it. Let's see.
You know, it's nice to have the setup that Maddie just got, but after what I just did with moving rooms with this, it's really nice to have a sheet that I could just drape over anything. So, you know, keep that in mind, Yash. If you're ever moving around to different people's houses or anything, or you know, streaming from different places, it's kind of nice to just throw this anywhere. And I don't know. I'm really glad I got this now. I had a little bit green screen envy when Maddie told me about his new one. So
mine still has wax on it from when I was waving around my candelabra on what was it on the big payday?
Yeah,
it's still got wax splattered on it.
Did you get green with envy?
No, Maddie, I did not. But that blazer, on the other hand,
that's right. Yeah,
a little bit.
Maddie, if you look to your right and I look to my right, we're all just looking away. You know?
Sorry.
Everybody, no, all of us.
I have two screens, so I'm like trying to.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
This is my work setup. I just use it because my laptop camera isn't that good.
Cool. Well, I was bummed out about the airdrop, so I'm not gonna lie.
Me too.
Yeah.
It makes it worse that I try to prepare for it and still failed.
Right.
But that hex price, it's gonna reward us all.
That's right.
I see some little baby green candles.
Yeah, I mean
That's good. That's good.
Probably so is it? Yeah. So since we don't give each other financial advice on here, let me ask.
I'll give it.
All right. Should I buy some hex right now and pay exorbitant gas fees because I think the price of hex is going to go up now with this
price doesn't matter if you're staked, right?
Airdrop.
Do you plan?
No, I want to buy a little bit more.
Oh, well, I'm
but
saying,
do I wait until the gas fees go down and then the price of hex could go up because everybody's investing their?
I think you could wait.
I'd wait
3 hours or so, and the prices will start to probably come down because people are going to start to go to sleep, even on the West Coast, and that's probably the prime time to buy it if you're up at that time. So.
But again, at these prices, does it really matter in the long run? Probably not.
Right.
That's true.
It's just a fraction of what you'll make down the road.
Yep.
And Richard says
zoom
all
out
the damn time. Yep.
Zoom
your mind out.
Jimmy D said he's paid $45 in transaction fees recently. So, I think that's pretty high, but that's about the highest I've seen it. So, if it's going to come down, it might drop down to like 25. I don't know.
If I find any tokens, I'm going to pay top dollar to dump. Let's be clear.
He gets 2.5 tokens and he pays $60 to dump it.
Unless it's just like half of a token.
I paid $11 just for my tokens, just out of curiosity. And then I was just like, damn.
Wait, you lost money on this?
Yeah. I was just like, let me
no.
just take a look at this real quick. And I was just like,
Wow.
I was like, whatever. So yeah, now I can hold those as a trophy of the time I failed miserably to make 12 grand.
To make 12 grand, he lost 11
Yeah.
dollars.
So now it'll be a reminder to go hustle that much harder.
Gotta start poking Ben on Twitter.
Yeah.
Hey man, buy some HEX.
I have a.
So,
go ahead, Matty. Sorry.
oh, what's the next exchange that we're gonna get paid from? You know,
Trust swap.
like, what is it?
Trust swap. No, I'm just kidding. That was another one I bought from. I probably shouldn't be saying the different.
We should be careful. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't want to mess with anything untrusted. I mean, Richard told us about 1inch, right?
I think there's a couple. I was reading a couple articles and I saw one there that mentioned like 2 other exchanges, but I don't know them as well, and I'd have to find that article again.
If
I
you
think
so.
go ahead.
So let's think about this whole model that's coming to fruition, because I believe that this is going to change the world. Okay, I believe that there's this new business model that's emerging where you give away ownership of something to people who use it and the people who create value. So imagine Facebook giving away the entire value of the company to its holders, right? Maybe they're not going to do it because they're the ones who are already dominating the space and becoming a monopoly. But with the cryptocurrency technology that we're seeing deliver billions of dollars of value to people who are the ones who are creating it, I believe that could get repeated in other instances in the world where networks are coming together to create value. And I believe that Facebook's competitor, whatever that would be, right, could someday choose to, really buy a bunch of mind share by giving away money. And this is another route that people could use to decentralize power in the world and to create less income inequality or less wealth inequality. And it's kind of hard to compete with paying all of the users, right? What do you guys think about that? I just put that out there.
It would be incredible if what I think you mean if there was a competitor that paid you crypto for you to create the content, you know? So like if I'm posting a picture on Instagram or Facebook and then I get paid because of the likes, you know? So the content creators get paid from the decentralized social network.
Right now Facebook gets paid when you create the content. YouTube gets paid when you create the content, and they don't have to share any of it because they have a monopoly, right? But all of that, but a competitor possibly could come along and disrupt the old way of doing things by giving users the value.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're starting to see competition between like YouTube and Facebook, and I forget what all the different platforms are called. It's like Parler and a couple other different things. I haven't tried them out yet, but it really does get hard when all these large companies have first mover advantage, and then they have so much economic mass they can just buy up their competition. Once they start gaining steam, they can just buy them out.
Yeah.
And then that's the problem with the monopolies. They just get too big for their own good.
You were talking more related to HEX though, Matty, right? Than what I said. You were comparing it to basically the business plan of HEX of the product and how solid it is. That we're the creators.
I think I was just speaking in general about like this is a new thing that I don't think has ever happened in the world, where Uniswap was the first, And now 1inch is the second to say, oh, let's give away our ownership and decentralize ourselves to make ourselves more valuable to our customers and more valuable as an entity. Is that it? That's a thing now. That's never happened before, I don't think. And so it creates a lot of stakeholders in the figurative sense, right? Like not people who are holding hex stakes, but people who like have a vested interest in this, or it just rewards people. Like I would have used 1inch more, right? Because it's an aggregator, but Uniswap paid me a lot of money. And so I had kind of an emotional attachment to that.
Yeah, me too.
And so, that now is being competed with when it comes to 1inch, and everybody's winning. People in HEX as a community, that's the other cool thing. As a community, some of us are getting the airdrop and some of us aren't, but we all know that the price of HEX is going to go up because of this probably. And so that's pretty awesome that we're having network advantages. We're having network kind of spread out rewards.
Yeah, we're up like about 10% today. So we're about to hit the 0.006 mark, hopefully coming here soon.
All right.
So
I wonder if so we know that the OA had a large bag of the Uniswap token. I wonder if that the OA has any of the 1inch token.
I'm trying. I don't know if they would have wasted their time. Well, I don't know. I know a lot of people strategize or theorize that it's some sort of AI, or because it's so many transactions they would have to do manually. But I don't know if it would have gone through and done all those transactions. Maybe could have been a liquidity provider on there. That might be a thing. And obviously it has a large enough bag to make it worthwhile.
Yeah. But do we know if the OA ever sold the Uniswap tokens?
I believe so. I didn't track the address though. I feel like Silver mentioned it in one of his videos.
Yeah.
But I think I mean, not that Richard tells us information or stuff though, but I think he kind of alluded that if the OA did have a large bag of uni, it sold the fuck out of it. So that just means it probably has a larger bag of ETH now. So yeah. I think that was Richard's little breadcrumbs for that one.
They probably did, Yasha. When I was doing it, I was thinking if another exchange does this, they're going to have a minimum buy. So I'm going to buy $5, $20, whatever I said to myself that day. And I'm one individual with a very small bank account comparatively to what the OA has. So, they probably made some purchases, and I'm sure they totaled over what that $20 was. So, just my speculation would be I'm hoping for the best thing for HEX, and if we knew about it, then they knew about it.
For sure.
Yeah, the OA's definitely got some giant bags. Giant bags.
Yeah, I think the OA could be a bot. I don't know if it's necessarily AI in the sense that it's so smart in advance that it could just make decisions on its own all the time. I think.
Yeah, that's the wrong word choice on my part.
Right. No, I know, but people have been throwing out the AI. I mean, and John Wick kind of covered that too. He said the same thing last night. So
some jerk asked him last night. I don't know who it was.
Was that you?
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
So, but I think that's possible that it's a bot. So like you said, there's a lot of transactions, a lot of wallets to go through. But I also think it's probably tied up in a trust. There's more than one person, several people maybe that have a say in how things go.
Yeah, for sure. And it's probably just a program that can run all those transactions too.
Yeah.
Put in like base parameters, because like I forgot how many dolphin and like small shark accounts it made, but it made a crap ton on Big Payday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have taken forever.
I think the OA is one person, and they use batch scripts.
I think it's Hexa in the basement, locked up, like the memes say.
Damn it, Hexo, he's been playing us
Just-
this whole time.
Richard's just cracking the whip, like, you have to do all the transactions now. Big Payday's getting closer.
Yes, master. Yes, master.
And he finally got out of the basement the other day when he got on his 8-minute stream and just couldn't ask for help because nobody could hear him. And they caught him and put him back.
But then, you know, it's like, what about Ski Cat though? You know, Ski Cat popped up today, and the guy who was doing a mental health talk actually, Hexo rated, Ski Cat popped up, and the guy kept pronouncing his name like some Sky Cat.
I like it.
Ski Cat donated Hex again today to somebody, to a stranger? To
Yeah,
somebody
like,
non-Mexican?
yeah, like a lot.
Awesome.
From D Live, or was it like
it wasn't they Ski Cat donated Twitch tokens.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys talk about the out of context Hex's a video he made that he tweeted out today? The like essentially like Hex Christmas card kind of thing.
I didn't see the video, Motley.
With all the content creators. You guys didn't talk
was that
about
yesterday?
that yet? It's so cool.
It was
I think
it came out last night. I saw the video last night.
Yeah, about a day. Yeah.
That was great.
24 hours from now.
No, we didn't talk about that.
Should we play it?
Yeah.
You should totally play it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just saw some pictures. I didn't see a video. That's awesome.
What?
Oh yeah, you need to see there's stills from the video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
I love the detail. Whoever that is that puts into like those creating those like the still images when you look at them, they're so good. Like there's little ski cats in little random spots.
Ski cats everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't catch them on top of the mountain, and I didn't see RG3 tucked into Brand's shirt either.
What?
I didn't see that.
Yeah. They took the one like funding gym like had Brand all yoked, and then RG3 was his head's actually tucked into like Brand's tank top.
Oh my god.
Oh, I hope you can. Can you find it, Maddie? Do you want me to send it?
Oh yeah, I got it.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was really cool though, because I guarantee you he spent a lot of time on that, but it was worth it.
Oh, one thing to talk about after this is we have the new chairman that's friendly to crypto. Something Hester. I gotta find their name.
That's good. We need that.
Yeah, let me look that up real quick.
Mr. Contrarian says, I don't know if this is of interest, but I just read on 1inch Twitter that Binance and OKX will start trading their token immediately today on the 25th. So thank you, Mr. Contrarian. I was asking that question before.
So the SEC, the new leadership over there is Chairman Roisman, R-O-I-S, man. I don't know how you pronounce that. Roisman?
Yeah, Roisman.
Roisman? Yeah.
I don't know.
Can you blow that up or no, Maddie?
I think
blow
that's
that up. You can't do the expansion. Click on the expansion.
Take over my entire.
There you go. There you go.
Good. Nice.
All right.
So well done.
Yeah.
Get ready. She's gonna go in the door. She's gonna open.
Going to Hexland.
I can't believe I didn't see this yet.
Kareem. Nice.
Awesome.
Hey,
There you are.
Wow.
Ski cat.
Ski cats everywhere.
There's RG3 and Brand's tank top.
Wow. That's
Oh,
awesome. They do
man.
that.
That was a great video. Yeah, so that was Out of Context Hex. If you aren't following him, you definitely should on Twitter.
Oh.
Out of Context Hex. Lol. Yeah,
Nice.
look how much healthier Richard looks now. A lot better than he did back in the day.
Definitely.
I like his hair now than the long hair.
Oh
he
yeah,
had before.
short hair's the way to go.
Yeah.
I know he was doing it for his Sins Foundation, but
Yeah,
short hair's the way to go.
For Richard, Maddie. For Richard. Mom,
Yeah, you're good, Maddie. That wasn't a jab at you. You wear your blazers and long hair, damn it.
if I cut my hair, I'll be bald by the time I grow it out. So it's like the last hurrah.
I do have a question. Do you naturally have curls, or did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I mean, if you ever want to donate to Locks of Love, I'm sure they would love to have your luscious locks for sure.
Yeah.
I should, yeah. When I'm ready.
Yeah.
When I'm ready.
no
Good and
problem.
ready, they can have it.
Yeah. When I'm done with it.
Yeah, just save it for hair plugs. It's gotten a lot better than what it used to be.
So I used a certain vitamin and it grew my hair 3x faster.
I love how you.
How'd you actually track? How'd you track that?
Biotin.
Holding your hair
How
up
did I
with a
track it? I
ruler.
took a picture of myself, and like 6 months later, my hair was like a foot longer.
I need better parameters of this experiment.
Yeah.
I need to see these pictures.
No, my roommate's been losing his hair, and he finally just bit the bullet and got like a hair piece or whatever. Interesting.
The toupee?
Yeah. It looks pretty good, I guess. I don't know. It's weird because I I know what he looks without it, so I'm just like,
What happens if the wind blows?
No, that shit's glued on. You get it like, I don't know, like maintained like every month or something. It's expensive. He gets like charged like $250 a month, and evidently that's a deal. Usually it's like $500-$600 a month. I don't know.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
My sister married a guy from the Hair Club for Men commercial when I was a little boy. He was in the guy jumping into the pool. So like I thought he was famous. So I would tell all my friends when I met them, like, my sister married a famous guy. He's the guy that jumps out of the pool in the commercial.
He's that one guy in that commercial. Now it'd be cool if he actually owned that. Then I'm sure he would have been quite wealthy.
He started his own one called something else for a little while. I think he did pretty well, but then he got into something else also.
That's what my roommate, like the lady he found that I guess like maintains and like got his piece and everything like that. Evidently she worked for like one of the main. Evidently there's like a couple like main companies, and she just like pretty much got all the trade secrets and then like deuces. But I think they signed like a non-compete, so like she does it under the table, all hush hush.
Maddie, does biotin help with hair that I'm losing, with the receding hairline, or just with hair that I'm growing? Any idea?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah.
It's gonna give you one hell of back hair.
Right?
Hair everywhere else but your head.
That'd be funny.
Let's see.
if you eat a lot of eggs, it's not good for your biotin. There's like something in the egg whites that reduces your biotin count. So,
Huh.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
but I think if you cook your the egg whites, then it obviously it's going to cook away a lot of that whatever that chemical is. I can't remember, but yeah. So I mean, I make scrambled eggs all the time, and I have gray hair, so. Yeah.
Yeah, the Navy's starting to give me gray hair. I'm starting to get it like on the sides.
Oh yeah, I do. From here, yeah, it's sprinkled in.
Yeah.
See you later, Nate. Merry Christmas.
See you, Nate.
Nate taking his money and running.
Yeah.
Later, guys. Got buy
He's
some
like,
HEX.
these suckers.
Yep. God,
See you, buddy.
dang.
I'm
He
happy.
said use Uniswap for cheaper fees.
Now I just like despise Mooniswap since they screwed me over.
I'll never buy it on there again.
Yeah, I'll never touch Mooniswap ever.
Yeah,
Dude,
and so
how much do you think like 12 grand
only
HEX
people
stake?
who bought on Christmas Eve?
I don't know,
Christmas
Yash. Let's take a look, shall we? ETHX.com. Let's go.
What would that look like in 15 years?
What are you looking at? How
We're
much
gonna see
12
how
grand
much
would?
12 grand buy me right now. Let's see. 12,000. That would have bought me a little over 2 million HEX.
Okay, so I've been saving giving an insight that might help you guys feel better. But everybody who didn't get the airdrop, I just want to point out, I don't think this has been said before in HEX, that you could look, like somebody could look and do an airdrop only to the strongest hands in HEX, right? The people who are staked the longest, you could see that, and you could airdrop to those people. And so it's like we all are already building some sort of like, advanced credit score system where it's not really necessarily linked to your identity, but you could sign and prove how long your average stake is, or how long a certain wallet is, and how big. And so that's a pretty cool thing that exists.
Those sound like expectations. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, you can go out there and see what all these addresses, like what their stake lengths are, what they've committed to, and just like Silver the Antidote went through his whole chain analysis and literally like classified everyone as trader, staker, kind of like in between. You can literally do it by looking at what they have staked, what they have liquid, transactions, all of it.
Yeah, I'd pitched that idea to I think I told Steph about it. Doing like a credit system. So, we have our leagues that tells you how many shares you have, but like a way to understand who's strong hands. Basically what Silver has done, but just bring it to the app. And so you can see which wallets are, quote unquote, safer for the long-term prospects of HEX, and which ones are more dangerous.
I think that might get implemented with their achievement update whenever they release it. I know I was looking at Staker app and Steph and Firebun talking. It looks like they're supposed to be having an update for Staker. I think they're saying it's a little delayed, so it's not on Christmas, but it's going to be sometime soon, like within.
That's
a couple
so
days.
exciting.
Yeah.
And I think they've been pretty hush about it. Like I don't think anyone knows exactly what it is.
Maddie, when I was off before, were you guys talking about doing maybe Staker app could do quarter sharks, half sharks, 3/4 sharks, and that would push you to the next level? Is that what you guys were talking about?
Oh, I was just talking about that with Kareem, but I didn't even have that idea. We were just conceptualizing.
It's a great idea.
How to explain that longer pays better. Yeah, that
well, I was saying like for mobility, so that you could move up, and you actually get the FOMO-ness of like, oh, I dropped some ranks or I grew some ranks. Now, like, so if there was more mobility, maybe there are more leagues, or the percentage differences were tighter or something, I think
if you make me a quarter dolphin, I'm gonna I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna, you know what I mean? If I'm a quarter turtle,
No, you'd be a dolphin and a quarter.
no, I'm saying it would be cool to make me buy more hex. Like,
Or
I
what
would,
if you had like a health bar that was like,
yeah, exactly.
you know, and it
Oh,
grew
or like
and it made
swimming
you,
speed,
yeah.
or like how much you weigh, or like, you know, like, because dolphins, they weigh different amounts.
Yeah.
And then you could morph like in Pokemon.
And there's like a little animation of you evolving.
Yeah.
Question to Maddie. Mr. Contrarian's asking, how much fish does one city boy have to eat to get a sufficient amount of weekly omega-3, and which fish, if any?
So not all fish are created equally with omega-3. You can look it up. A salmon has a lot. It's classified in like the top amount. Tuna has a lot. There are certain fish that don't have much omega-3. So if you eat like a serving of salmon every other day, then you're probably getting like that 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams per day that's recommended. Great question. And so if you're eating that much fish, then you would not be taking the supplement on top of that, because that would give you 3 or 4,000 milligrams of omega-3 per day, which Mayo Clinic and all of them say is no good. You want to stay in the 1,000 to 2,000 range. If I eat fish one day, you know, that's not a big deal for me. But it's just based on your advice that you get from your physician. This is not medical advice. And this is not girlfriend advice to Bran. This is not
Girlfriends.
therapy. Right? So, full disclaimer.
I got a question for you, Maddie. This came up on, I think it was your stream with Coffee. And I believe you were talking about like kind of like the optimal game theory, right? With Hex and promoting it. And you were saying how you thought it wasn't necessarily the optimal game theory to go ahead and promote Hex. So I just wanted to get more of your reasoning behind that, and then potentially counter.
Okay. Oh, that'd be great, because I've been asking people to counter me on that. So
go.
Okay. So whenever you have an asymmetric return opportunity, like in Hex, let's say, where it's like buying Bitcoin at a penny. What if you went back and you could buy Bitcoin at a penny? Why would you tell everybody about that? Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't, right? But I guess if you're already buying the most that you can, then you probably would.
Yep, that's one of the points I was going to challenge you on.
but then your accumulation game is messed up, because then the more it spreads, the higher your buy-in prices. So if you're confident that it's going to do super well, but it's not there yet, then it might be the optimal strategy to not get everybody that you could into it, so that you can continue accumulating at the lower prices, and they'll get into it later.
So you would agree that most people that are in Hex right now that believe in it the most probably have about as much as they're going to invest, or at least close to it, right? Like most of us have used a lot of our dry powder and then continue to DCA what we can paycheck by paycheck. So you're saying we'd rather have more time to accumulate, right? Because we do have such a rare opportunity.
Yes.
However, if we're already, because we've already had over a year of accumulation, so I'd imagine probably everyone right now, their bags and Hex they have right now is probably from now, like all the way to a big payday, they probably have about 90 to 95% of like their Hex stack. And I'm sure they continue to add to it, but a lot of us have kind of like tapped out, or we have to go paycheck to paycheck now if we want to invest more. So at that small of a fraction, I think mass adoption is going to like far outweigh what you're able to accumulate. It's just like Richard said, right? Like, would you rather have 1 million of these coins, or would you like to have 100,000 of these coins and they're worth like $1, $2, as opposed to 1 million coins that are worth half a penny?
I would rather have both.
So, but that's what I'm saying. You've already done, like, honestly, you've done most of your accumulation, right? Like,
Well,
so how much is you DCA, right? You like dollar cost average your hex buys still right now?
I do a thing where I tell myself I'm buying in as much as I can, but like really what I'm doing is DCAing, because like I've locked up my other cryptos like so extensively that it takes a lot of effort for me to like get to them. And so, but that's just so that I don't emotionally trade them.
Mm-hmm.
And so like, I put in a little bit of work from time to time to like, sell off basically my other stuff. And, so that ends up causing me to dollar cost into Hex, when really I'm just like working a little bit harder to dump other stuff.
So what percentage would you say you're adding to your overall stack if you had to relate the two? Like right now, your accumulation phase, like on average,
like my Hex is like 75% of my crypto portfolio.
Okay, yeah. I'm just talking about like Hex specifically right now, and you're adding to that bag because that's what we're focusing on. So like, how much are you adding percentage wise to your overall bag of Hex that you have right now? Monthly, let's just say monthly to keep it easy.
It just varies. Like there's another coin that I have been holding for over a year, and it's starting to go up a lot now. And so I'm selling that. I'm selling like bits of that. Like I sold 15% of it just the other day, like yesterday or the day before. And then I'm like probably going to like, I made one buy into Hex, and then I'm probably going to do another one like as soon as I can.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess the point I'm just trying to make is you're probably only adding like barely 1%, if not maybe a couple percent tops to your overall stack right now, right? Because you've been in since day one. So you're adding 1, 2, maybe a little less percent to your stack.
Yeah.
Whereas a simple rise up to a penny is going to be 2x right off the bat. So just doubling where we're at right now is just going to cancel any.
But that doesn't. The short-term price doesn't matter to me because I'm staked long.
Exactly.
So I would rather
you're staked long, so the price doesn't matter. So I mean, the end game is adoption, right? And yes, I want to get more too, but you have to understand, like when we get mass adoption, which is the ultimate goal, which I think are eventually going to achieve 100%. Once you get mass adoption, like it doesn't even matter for us, the ones that got in from day one, and even if we bought in like a pretty decent amount, or at least the equivalent of what's decent to us, when the mass adoption and like real money moves in, like they're gonna eclipse what you did as far as first mover advantage and whatever you were able to come in with, because the amount of money that you're going to get that comes in with mass adoption is going to be millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. That's just going to it doesn't even matter. They can make a $2 million, $5 million, $10 million buy that eclipses your stack. But to you, it doesn't matter at that point, because at that point you become exorbitantly rich because you do have that stack in place already. Whereas yes, your accumulation phase of you wanting to gain a couple extra percent on your stack seems nice at the time, but when you're talking about hundreds of X's to thousands of X's, you're talking about pennies, whereas we could be at millions. So at the end of the day, the game is to get mass adoption, to get mainstream money to come in. So
at the end of the day, we're in the middle of the day right now.
And I'm saying it's just like Richard with his like stopping to pick up pennies in front of a freight train. You're trying to delay adoption to pick up a couple pennies when it honestly doesn't matter. You're not adding enough to your stack unless you're making. So like, I won't say how much.
Okay, but like think of it as like, I know I'm a strong hand. I trust me. So if I get more Hex, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that's gonna cause the pump of mental to go harder when it goes. But it's like, how fast, what's the sharpness of the curve? And like the sharper the curve, the more that it's actually gonna punch through, like the market cap of Bitcoin, all this other stuff. And like, honestly, it's gonna so one of the ways that I think of it is like, why haven't I quit my job to just like be Roger Ver?
Because the value of Hex hasn't gone up.
Because I wouldn't be able to accumulate any more Hex, right? If I quit my job and just why wouldn't I just?
Well, the adoption's not there yet. I mean, you could have a million stack or maybe even a couple million, but you probably still wouldn't quit your job at that point. And it's just because the adoption's not there yet. We're still sitting at half a penny. We're still sitting under 1.5 of what we used to be.
I think I'm doing a lot to like increase Hex adoption, but like, why am I not doing more? Maybe just because I want to have good balance in my life. I don't know. This is what I'm asking. I'm putting it out there that like, maybe it's not the optimum strategy to like just tell anybody or to get mass adoption tomorrow. Maybe there's a reason why it's spreading. Hex is spreading at the rate that it is, which seems to be like a really good rate because Hex is up, lots of X's. It's the top performing asset of 2020. And I think it will continue to be in the years to come. And so
my thing with this is it, yes, you can accumulate at, lower prices, and that's great, but are you staking it? And if you are staking it, how long are you staking it? Because that changes the whole game, right? If you don't stake it, then what does it really, then, for you, buying at a lower price is very valuable. But if you're, buying whatever you can and then staking that out for a very long period of time, at least past the average where you're earning, 40% APY, I think that's a whole different dynamic. And that's why I really support the longer pays better incentive, because that continues to drive in more adoption always, because newcomers will always have an incentive to potentially earn more than somebody that came in right before them, right? And so I see what you're saying though, Maddie, that like, if you're a stronger hand, then it gives you more time to accumulate. Then whenever enough for you, like whenever you're comfortable with it, that's when you'd like for Hex to moon. But I think the only way we're going to get to that moon is if we have steady brand awareness. Like, we have to be everywhere all the time. And if we can do that, then it opens people up to the possibility of entering. Because I mean, the onboarding part of crypto in general is freaking impossible. There's so many steps. It's not, user friendly at all. And so if we can, break down some barriers of what Hex is and get them to be like, hey, this is worth me figuring out all this other crap, I think that says a lot. And so for people to overcome that hurdle, it takes some time. And so I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow. That's why I was saying how I'm raccoonish in the short term and I'm bullish in the long term, right? And so, I think as much marketing we can do, as much virality as we can get, I think that is always the goal. And it's because it takes a long time to actually get to where you want to go.
It's just like going back, like all of us, if we could go back and invest more in the beginning, we would do so. You're never, and it's just like internally how most humans operate. You're never going to be satisfied. You're never going to, like, I go back all the time and look, like, instead of DCA and like I did, I was like, what if I just all dumped it on, what was it, like day 33? What if I dumped it all on day 33? And I look at my difference in Hex stack, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, Jesus. So I think it's just a mindset thing. And I think it's sometimes our inability to look out further than maybe a year or two tops and just realize what the gains are. But like, it's like Silver the Antidote was saying, like, we really need to talk about, like, oh, now's a good time to buy this, that, and the other. Hex is always going to do what it's going to do. it's going to give you high yield, interest yield annually. So right now we're getting 40% APY, higher if you go further out. And HEX is always going to do that no matter what your price point entry is. So it really, I would argue that yes, it'd be nice to continue to get cheap HEX, but in the long run, I say it's going to be borderline irrelevant.
And
like
what is cheap, right? Because like
Yeah.
that's relative to right now. It's like, yes, it has to be under a penny, but then what is expensive for HEX? What is the peak of HEX? And for some people it might be $1, for some other people it might be $10, $70. I don't know what it is, but it's all relative. So
Yep.
in the moment, like your Motley, you were saying, like you look back and you say, oh shit, I could have bought January 5th, whereas I'm getting such a great deal. It was like worth 1 sat in Bitcoin, right? And but if you just continue to do as best as you can as you're doing it, I think you kind of gotta let everything else just happen as it does, right?
Maddie,
I kind of want to onboard more people in my personal life, like soon, like before the conference. Like that's my false deadline that I'm creating. Is like I need to do a push now to get people in and onboarded, which is like going to take time away from. It's going to take a little bit of time away from like promoting things publicly, right? But I think that if I kind of, that seems like the right thing to do. It seems wrong that I'm not like getting more people in my personal life like into it. What do you guys think about that? Do you wish you could onboard more people that you already know?
Oh yeah,
I've
for sure.
onboarded almost everybody that I'm like close enough with, and I mean that's not a huge circle, but that's good for me because I know they're solid hands. But yeah, I'm always trying to reach out to more people. I just I live so far away.
Yeah, Gary's messaging me for the link if you want to send that to him, Maddie.
Yes.
Or I can send it to him.
Yeah, go ahead.
I already got it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
I'll be right back. You guys can keep going.
All right. Cool. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, adoption's the name of the game, and like it's whether we collect a few more percent to our stack at this point or not, we should all be kind of striving towards that goal. But that's just my personal opinion, obviously. Because at the end of the day, do we want HEX at half a penny or $1? I choose
$10.
Yeah, I was being conservative.
Yeah.
Well,
I always go back to like the people that I have onboarded. Their first reaction is, "Oh, well, what if this goes to $1?" And I don't even think they're being like too moon boyish when they say that. They just think that could totally be a reality. Like that's their, from a penny to $1, like that makes sense. That's their ranges that they understand. And if it can get to $1, then it can definitely go way past $1, right? If that's where they're setting the bar, that means it's probably a lot higher than what that is.
It's getting rid of the unit bias in their heads for the average buyer.
Exactly. And then anything after $1, they probably kind of get weird about, like, oh, whoa, that's a lot. But like to $1, they're pretty confident about that. So, 100 or it's more than 100x from where we are right now, but like 100x, that's crazy amount. That's a lot of economic mass that has to come in. I mean, we've done the Moon Boy math on Richard's stream, and it's really not that much, but it's still millions and millions of dollars. So it's nothing cheap either. But yeah, Matt, we're still going.
My idea, guys, was I thought it was such a special product that I have so much faith in that I wanted to be careful who I shared it with, that it wouldn't be something I would just go around telling the masses, because I thought it was world-changing money for the people that were like in right now, like you and I are. And I thought that I had to sort of have a special amount of faith and pass an IQ test in a way to get involved. And I don't really want to be a salesman for it. So I'm being a little selfish. This it's kind of like how I felt with Big Payday. Like I wasn't going to tell everybody because I thought I was going to get a 5X, and the more people that onboarded, the smaller my Big Payday was going to be. I sort of carry that over now, and I share it with just the people that are closest to me, and hopefully they'll do the same, and it'll grow, slower.
Yeah.
Grassroots style. Yeah, like I mean, we're all innately going to be selfish and greedy to some degree, and like, shoot, I'm a prime example of it just recently because I have a friend of mine that was going to be or is coming into Hex very large. She's probably going to drop about 50K on it. And the first thing I did was I messaged Steph and I was like, "Hey, Steph, when are we talking about that referral bonus?" And I was just, and like I'm gonna get him in regardless. But when he told me he was dropping 50K, I was just like, that'd be nice to get a little piece of that. And I couldn't help myself. So I messaged Steph. I was like, "Hey, how long are we talking here on this referral bonus?" And he told me it's just like, "Hey, like go ahead. It's still going to be a while. They're dealing with some legal stuff right now with that." So I was like, okay. And like, I was fine. I was moved on and onboarded them and everything. But yeah, my first thought was, man, referral bonus for 50K would be pretty nice.
Well, you're putting in the work. So it's like,
Right.
you should, like if it was available, like there would be no guilt in, letting them
Use
know.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair. I'm with you, Joe. Like I onboarded a lot of my friends and family. And I did tell other people about it, just kind of conversationally, so they wouldn't come back and say like, "Hey, why didn't you tell me about this?" Well, I did kind of put it out, and I can only speed food you or spoon food you if you're hungry, but if you're not hungry, you're not going to eat.
Right.
So it's up to you.
Yeah, like my group of friends that I grew up with, I'm one of them has been on a show with me before Hex Live, and he's helped get me into Hex. But then there's a group of guys I talk to regularly that know I'm in this community. They, I may have mentioned the name to them before, but I don't try to sell them on it. They do their own thing for investments, and just like you just said, I've mentioned the name. I even, I play fantasy basketball and fantasy football and fantasy basketball. I use it as my name. But I don't go out of my way to try to onboard anybody that doesn't seem very intrigued by it and that isn't in my closest circle of friends or my family. I mean, those are really the only people I've reached out to, just because I think it is so special.
Yeah.
What's up, Gary?
What's going on, Gary?
We can't hear you.
I think you're muted.
But yeah, family was the first ones I onboarded too, and I thought I'd never be in that position, especially in the crypto space. Like, never in a million years would have thought I'd be doing that with my family. But you're good now. But I knew what an opportunity was, so I wasn't gonna let the ones I care about miss out on it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're good.
You good?
Welcome.
Great conversation. I thought it said it started 4 hours ago. You guys have been on for 4 hours. Is that correct?
4 hours, 40 minutes.
Something like that.
40 minutes.
I cut in halfway.
Man,
4
that's
hours
amazing.
and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I just made a video. I think it was like 15 minutes worth. I did a real quick stream. I wasn't sure there was going to be people on, but this is a great topic. I had heard, and I kind of had the same thing, and it was about like a few months ago when the Big Payday was coming to a close. This idea about people having a referral link out there, they kind of got used to having a referral program. How does that play into what 2021 and beyond might be? So we can do things like waiting for Staker app or some other product to come along. I think Hex.toys and other iterations of things that are supportive of Hex community, they come up with their products, or whether it's physical, like pins and hats and things like that, or custom kind of carved things like Hex Toys does custom medallions and things like this. So what my point is, you can wait for a different person that maybe doesn't even have an existing business to get so enthralled with Hex that they form a new company, they form a new business idea. And then maybe they will bring in some kind of referral program like we've already talked about with Staker app, and we're all very excited about that potential. But realize you can do the same thing. You can do exactly the same thing. So one thing that I've tried over this past week or two was I think I just need to learn a new skill. So I learned how to program Apple Watch faces, complications, GPS, things like messaging and things like that. So when people get a Apple Watch, Exactly. They have
That's
the
good.
still images. Exactly. So you can have a still image, which is the photo album. You can also basically build out the face to do all kinds of clockworks and look like it's a Rolex or transparent or all the imagery that you would think of that looks like it's a real watch, right? Yeah, it's excellent. So he
And
can
it goes back and forth between my logo and the HEX logo.
absolutely. So he toggles between on a photo album, but you can also do things that are a little bit more complex too. But all I'm saying is, if you're looking for a referral program and that's what's holding you back on referring somebody to the HEX product, build your own referral program. I just installed it on Funding Gym. So I have all kinds of things that are nothing to do with crypto whatsoever, zero to do with it. They have to do with real estate. They have to do with other kind of business models. And I didn't, up until this past week, have a referral program. But why did I do it? I did it because a great example of HEX, great example of other products like Staker App trying to put out there. And if you don't have a business already, you should. You don't have to be complex. Everybody's looking toward, the first thing they kind of look at is like, can I sell t-shirts, right? Maybe I'll have a crypto theme kind of t-shirt or something. You don't have to do that. Maybe they say masks. I've seen where Motley has had a custom mask made. Maybe that's through Vistaprint, or it's through print on demand kind of things like Printly and other stuff. So all I'm saying is, a simple website cost or overhead is like $40 a month, maybe, to have the store component, the cart component of it. You may not make any sales whatsoever, but what you will learn during the process is a skill set. You'll learn how to, maybe that doesn't work and you'll apply it towards something else. So maybe 0 people will ever buy a Apple Watch face, right, that I made, but I have that skill set now. And what can I do with that? I can resell that. I can make a program or some kind of little ebook that says this is how you do it, and people will buy the how-to. That's what people are looking at in 2021. And if you want HEX to grow, I think that no coiners are critical, right? Even the idea of saying crypto and all these other things is kind of overwhelming for a lot of people. But just say, hey, make some money. Here's how you can do it. You can do it because I have a referral program about this other thing, right? So if you don't see something in the marketplace right now available, make it. And if you don't know how to make it, ask, because there's plenty of people in the community that will share that knowledge willingly.
That's for sure.
I really like all the things that you're doing to increase business opportunities in HEX. Thank you.
You have to be an example of some sort, right? So I don't need to do it. I mean, a lot of us have resources that don't require to build something new, but my mind is always like looking at something. It's like, oh, I could either look at some Mr. Beast video and be entertained for 15 minutes, or I can put 15 minutes toward learning something, a skill set, learning something that maybe has a financial element to it, but maybe it helps others. That's what I want to do. That's why I like Maddie's TED Talk stuff. Right. So the program that he's going to do with the HEX exchange stuff, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be interesting. It's an opportunity for a bridge. It's not simply a closed community and, only Hexicans allowed, to be audience or to participate. I like the idea that it's a bridge. It's a bridge tool. And maybe the first one will have a certain population of people in the audience or people on stage or whatever you want to call it. But the next year, it should double. There's something a lot of people have heard of that's called Burning Man. I don't know if you've heard of Burning Man. They had to limit it because it capped out at 50,000 people. I think one year they went up to almost 100,000, but they capped it. Do you know that started with 6 people on the beach? That was just 6 people originally. That was just 6 people that basically set a little bonfire in San Francisco of an effigy of a little man and said, oh, this is our Burning Man festival. The first Burning Man festival was 6 people. Right. And that's how these things basically can snowball is learning from community, expanding, not hard selling everybody inside your community or your circle, just basically saying, hey, I'd love to have you on board and with us, but if you're not, we're still going to be moving, in this direction. And that's really the point I wanted to bring across.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary, you're right. I designed websites for a little bit and I had to give up when the fluid layout came out. I didn't know how to do that, and there wasn't any tools yet, and I let a couple years go by. This was like 2014 when I was trying to learn it. It was just a little too complicated for me, and I didn't look into it again for a couple of years, and then last year during COVID, I got onto GoDaddy. I made some pillows. I'm an artist, so I had Vistaprint make me some pillows of my artwork with the front and the back, and then I tried to create a website. I'm like, you know what? It's COVID. I'm going to be locked down. I'll figure this thing out once and for all. And now GoDaddy has an unbelievable website builder inside of it. It's just like a Photoshop would be for advertising. It's everything you could need. It's got the cart right there. I built the website in less than 12 hours. So it was unbelievable about how, just what's out there in technology. And now I have 72 pillows. I haven't actually sold any yet, but I'm in a different state now. But the cool thing is, just like you said, I picked up I honed my skills, and I realized that there's a lot more out there now than that didn't used to be out there. So, it's a great point.
Yeah, even if you start it and you document that process reasonably well and you put that content out there, one, you're sharing the fact that, hey, I know nothing. And if I can do it, this is what I got. This is my progress. People may make comment and they say, oh, you could have done it faster if you did it this way, or you could have done it this other way. That feedback should be appreciated, right? Sometimes it's a little bit like to my ego. I'll be like, oh yeah, I spelled that word wrong. Fuck. God damn
Right.
it. I hate spelling the word wrong, right? So when people highlight some mistake or error, I used to get offended over it, but now I'm like, hey, that's engagement. I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to move forward and be better in the future. And that's really the point about any of this broadcasting yourself kind of thing, right? We are more public, honestly, than most of the other crypto spaces, and or as far as community people or whatever. I think we're very public. And I think that is because a lot of us are business people, or we've transformed ourselves from being employees to being business people. And you have to engage. You basically have to be part of that marketing mechanism, right? So I'm just saying that you can learn something new, and you might want to, as we come into 2021, for emotional health, for intellectual challenge, for resolution. People like to talk about New Year's resolutions. Set a New Year's resolution. Say, hey, I'm going to learn a skill set. And if the skill set, if you're very specific about it, if you detail what it exactly is that you're going to mark yourself as, I accomplished it, right? A 3-page website. How hard is it to throw up a 3-page website? How hard is it to use free tools? There's plenty of free tools to do the stuff that Hexologist does. He does a lot of stuff on Photoshop, but you can use Photopea. I made a video about how to use Photopea. It's free online. You upload an image, you overlay other images on top of it. There's all kinds of stuff that are low cost, easier, speedier tools like Snappa or Canva or whatever. So there's tools that are there. And if you don't already know about them, ask somebody. Many of us have gone through this journey over the past 5 or 6 months because we are so motivated about HEX, right? So my point was, if you're looking for a referral program, make one. It's there. Just do it, right? I'll show you how. Put it on your own website. Create your own content of some sort. Sell your own product of some sort, right? There's all kinds of communities inside of Facebook or Instagram of other people that are not crypto at all, but they want to help you, and they're not trying to sell you something. They're just part of a community of entrepreneurs, startup, learning curve kind of people. And isn't that a great bridge for a conversation about HEX? Isn't that a new community to talk to, when you have that familiar rapport? That's really the point. Is if we stay inside of this echo chamber of only talking inside of crypto circles, there's only going to be so much that's conversion. I think that the conversion really comes from, hey, I didn't know what I know now, and this is how I learned. I couldn't do what I can do now, and this is how I got here. If you basically show a journey of your own progress to others, one, you're going to have more viewership. 2, you're going to have conversion to HEX or to your product or your service sales. And 3, you're going to feel better because we're all men. And honestly, men at a certain age need validation of teaching other people. They need it. If they don't have kids, then they have to do it. They have to be basically altruistic enough to communicate a message because they are speaking to their own mortality. The community you leave behind, the community and impact that you have long after you go means something to you psychologically. Women have a mother instinct. Men have a passing of knowledge instinct. And I think that this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, that's a good point, Gary. Sorry, Maddie.
I'm just saying yes.
Oh. I thought you were going somewhere with that. No, I was talking about this earlier. Crypto Coffee came out with a search engine optimization video, and that's what got me into streaming. And it was only because I trusted him. Like I see him put out content. I see him do well. He was also in HEX, so there was a little bit of trust already built there. And then when he was able to just kind of tell me like, hey, put this in the title. Hey, these are the keywords you might want to use. This is what you want to do on Twitter. And like, it was such basic stuff that I could have probably already thought of on my own, but just because he had a how-to tutorial that he kind of synthesized for me, that was all I needed. And so I agree with you that if you can just make a how-to thing, or hey, this is what I'm struggling through, and you can kind of tell a story about it, I think people can gravitate towards that. I know I do, and so that's actually something I want to start doing a little bit more, is creating how-to videos. Somebody asked in the comments today, hey, is there a video on how to claim the 1-inch token already? And boom, perfect. There's already a demand for it. It'd be great to tell somebody in a concise way, how you can claim, if you are able to claim, why, when, all these things. They're very important.
Yeah, start watching this video. It's
Gary?
about 3 hours in.
Gary.
It's an amazing opportunity, and actually, don't hit yourself if it's not as polished as somebody else that put something together. So when Uni did their airdrop, there were other people that put content out there, and then Hexologist put his content out there. And his obviously, we're already paying attention to him as an influencer, but we thought it was nice and polished and well done. You notice that it wasn't Hex down your throat kind of video. It was utility to people outside of Hex. It was like, how do I do this claim thing? What do I got to do? Now, in the backdrop, there was Hex. He's called the Hexologist. It's a Hexologist channel. He's got other things that at the end of that video are going to be suggested to him by the algorithm of YouTube and other platforms. So just what I'm trying to say is broaden the audience, because you will find people that come into Hex or they don't, and you don't have to be offended if they do or don't, right? If you provide utility or entertainment in 2021, you will have an audience. You're gonna either entertain people or you're gonna inform them, and you can inform them about things that you naturally will suffer through the learning curve of how to make content, and suffer through the learning curve of making a script or trying to formalize it or whatever, because you want to talk about rebuilding a Volkswagen engine, right? And make a channel about that, make content about that. In the backdrop, you can always be this authority in Hex. You can always have these other parts of your playlist that are not specific only to, car engines or, comic books or whatever you're interested in. Just generate content. I think that that's what 2021 is going to have a lot of opportunity.
Now, were you able to claim your 1-inch tokens? Because we've been trying to get someone on that's claimed them.
Son of a bitch. So yeah, I am miffed because I made an earlier video about like the 1-inch having the drop down of Hex and the less gatekeeps kind of thing as far as when you go to Uni.
Right.
I know that I have liquidity, and it's only like $20, dudes. It's only $50 or whatever of Hex ETH pair on maybe 3 wallets. And I know that I did some very minor trading, although when I went to 1-inch, it did send me automatically to where all the volume was and the lowest price was, which was Uni anyway, right? But I did engage. I did go through that process. I know I did it in March. I haven't looked at the blockchain record, March, April, somewhere in there. And I did it basically because this idea that Uni did it and maybe somebody else would do it too, right?
Right.
However, it didn't look like I could claim. Maybe I did something wrong. All of the ones I checked on wallets, I checked 10 wallets and they all refreshed in between and double checked. I was like, son of a gun, I didn't get shit. So
I ran into the same thing. I used MooneySwap. I thought MooneySwap was directly correlated with 1-inch exchange, but I'm guessing it's not.
Yeah.
But I'm confused though, because I did my liquidity pool on MooneySwap, and I did get tokens for the liquidity pool on one of my wallets. But the transactions that I did on MooneySwap did not transfer over. It was only
so I did transactions, and I know I have liquidity because they have their Chi token, I think, right? And their token's called the Chi.
Right.
So I know I did the Chi thing. I know I talked with Firebun. Actually, I talked with other people maybe like Rob Beatles of Monarch. I know I talked about Chi before because it was a way that you could save on gas, and basically the Chi token and the being efficient on gas. And I know I talked to Firebun about it in March or something like that. And then that's when I know that I used the 1 inch exchange for Mooney or whatever too, in both of them. But yeah, I wasn't able to claim. I'll have to double check. Maybe there's a different wallet that had the liquidity stuff on, but I didn't get anything. So
Yeah. I missed out on 20 wallets, and I just redid my math. I did my math wrong. I actually missed out on $24,000 worth of.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So that's I missed out on 4 million hex, not 2 million
Oh my
hex.
God.
Yeah, it was 600 tokens
Per
I think,
wallet.
per wallet,
Yeah.
and it's $2.20.
Yep.
When I looked,
Yep. So missed out on
Wait
about 4
till
million hex.
the token value is like $20. You know?
yeah,
I mean, I would have sold it by then anyways.
Yeah.
I would have sold it instantly, but
yeah,
either way.
it's all right. I got free money with the Uni thing. I think, like I said, I had like 11 wallets or 10 or 11 wallets or something. It was
Yeah.
okay for that.
Well, here I thought I rectified that and made 20 wallets and thought I was set up, but evidently I was not.
I remember you and I talking about it too.
I know,
We talked about
I
it
know.
months and months ago. It's like, yeah, we should just do it just to hedge our bet.
I did, but I went through Mooniswap but it still bothers me that the liquidity pool through Mooniswap was able to register a transaction, but not the transactions on Mooniswap. So I don't know. It must have needed to be on 1 inch exchange is my guess.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Oops.
it's always opportunity for something in the future.
Yeah, I can't do a Steph and just send it out 15 years, do a $25,000 stake. That would have been dope.
Yeah. And then, you know, again, the audience that we're talking to in 2021, I think we will go to these conferences on occasion, you know, things that are still Bitcoin centric or Ethereum centric. I would love to have a lot of HEX people go to like a consensus or something like that. If we ever coordinated that, that would be really cool. I've never gone to one, never had a reason to go to one, but I would like to because we are very strong in that DApp or that utilization, or there's a lot of Ethereum traffic that happens because of HEX, onboarding at least. And it's not as traded as other tokens, which I like a lot. I don't want it actually traded to death the way these other things end up, you know, hurting people. So I like to stake it, the low number of transactions you need to have, right? So if you have a staking ladder, you have an in and you have an out. And the message that I talk to people, especially outside of crypto, anybody that I've onboarded, basically they are the ones that told me, I said, how long do you want to stake for? And they'll say, I don't know, what do you think is good? And I'll say, well, the average is 4.5 years. That's, or whatever it was. Here's the average. Here's the middle, right? Some people go extreme, some people go short, but here's the middle, right? And they tend, when I say that, to go toward the middle. They tend to. They're like, oh, I kind of want to be with the crowd, right? It's like that late adopter kind of curve, right? You know, oh, when everybody's doing it, then I'll do it too.
I'll do it too.
And what are they doing? They're doing in the middle. Okay, I'll do that, right? So it's interesting. And they almost never, ever, I mean, like they first got on board and then they look at it for probably a few weeks or maybe a month, and then they kind of forget about it, which is kind of the way you want your home equity or your your silver collection or your other things you might value. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I think that car is worth, it's appreciating, or I think that you know, whatever you think of as a store of value play, right? And it's interesting that crypto's had this pitch of store of value at the same time that it's praised over so much volatility. It's like, oh man, okay, it's so volatile that it's a store of value. I'm like, get it straight, dude. It's which one do you want it to be, and then follow through on that, right? So
that was one of the things this guy commented on the thread, but he was like kind of shitting on HEX. So I told him, I was like, well, what are you interested in? It was like Bitcoin, and then I was like, okay, tell me the things you like about Bitcoin. And then like one of the first things he mentioned was low volatility. I was like, Bitcoin doesn't have low volatility, dude. Like, I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. That thing's dropped 85-90% not that long ago. Like, and
just
now we're
this
back
year.
up.
I mean,
Yeah,
just
and
last year it's like in the 4,000 or something.
and now we're at all-time highs. So I don't know what you're talking about with low volatility.
Yeah, and it came
10%
down
every other
from
day.
14,000 to 3,000. I mean, you know, 3,300 or whatever. So, I mean, again, I'm not saying it doesn't play the same narrative as other cryptos, Bitcoin or whatever, but you know, people are dishonest with themselves. You know, they're what do they call it? They're incongruent. I forget when they're incongruent with your own thoughts. Like the things you're saying isn't what you're doing, right? It's completely opposite, and you don't realize it, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm in this because it's a store of value better than the dollar, blah blah blah. I'm like, have you looked at the chart?
Well,
Like,
and to your other point, my roommate hit me up today, and like, I mean, he's got 20 grand in Hex, and like he hit me up, he's like, it was just enough where he like forgot that he had a stake coming out, but then he remembered he's actually out of town. He's like, hey, can you just yeet that stake out for me? He's like, I forgot. He's like, I forgot it was coming up, and he's like, can you just send that off? I was like, do you care I send it? He's like, not really. I was like, be careful because I'm gonna make you a Quattro Cinco hexagon.
well, my friends, actually the same sort of thing. He's my best friend for like, I don't know, since we were teenagers in the military. And he's into a small scale. I mean, he's just like, he's always been one of these people that says, I feel like he feels like he's late to every game. He's like, if people are talking about it, then, you know, the story is kind of over, but I'll get in, right? He got in Hex, and he had said he only wanted to stake for 6 months. I was like, okay, fine, I'll stake it for you for 6 months. But I really staked it for 2 years. I just said, I'll buy you out. I'll buy you out at the 6 month mark.
That's a good
After
friend.
it was done, he kept he was pestering me a little bit. He's like, I want to see it on the Staker app. I was like, fine, here's the address. I sent him the address. He's like, it says 2 years. I was like, yeah, it's a 6 month mark. I'll buy you out. If you still believe you want out.
What a good friend. You know, the problem is that we're going to see that bull run come up. He's like, I want it now, Gary.
Yeah.
Fine. You know, you know, I still have the seeds. So
yeah, you'll still have the stake. So that's true.
So
yeah, it's great.
But yeah, what is this chart on the screen? Who brought this up?
Yes, this is the crypto narratives over time for the past 10 years or so. And you can see each of the colors, it started off as, and kind of they take a larger share of the narrative. And so it's not one narrative all at once, but there's definitely a pattern of some getting more popular at times. And so it started off as eCash proof of concept, and then went to a cheap payment network, and then an anonymous darknet currency, which it's not. Then a reserve currency for crypto, programmable shared database, and then uncorrelated financial asset is a more recent narrative. So.
Yeah, it's the turn of the word. You know, what is the turn of the word? What is you and really all of that right there is just what's the public story. But why do people buy it? They buy it because they want it to go up. They buy it because they think it's going to go up.
That's right. Yes.
So Hex is the only honest one. You will have more Hex. If you stake, you will have more Hex. That's really the only story about Hex, really. This is the blockchain CD side of it.
Yeah. And that's I was like private messaging a guy that was hating on Hex the other day, and he actually kind of came around. But like, I mean, it's just like at the end of the day, it's like it's a store of value that earns you more of that thing if you hold it for you hold your obligation to however long you agree to lock it up for. I was like, that's it. It's just interest. It's simple, but at the end of the day, we focus on one thing. It's just price go up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, we like it because we're broadcasters and things like that. But it's supposed to be one of those things that you kind of set it, forget it. The reason, that's at least why I got so involved with it is because I didn't want to be a trader mentality. I think that 2017 psychologically hurt a lot of people, not just financially, but like psychologically, like their faith and their decision making and things like that had changed, I think, in 17, 18. And I kind of came back into the crypto space only because of Richard. And so I was dealing with something that was a different topic altogether. And with the people that I trusted in the space were Rob Beatles, is a personal friend. So I had a lot of conversations with Rob Beatles, and then conversations later with Richard before the launch and way before the launch, like maybe a year before the launch, because of that other unassociated to Hex thing. And my trust level came up because of Richard and because of Rob Beatles, and then later because of the code. like people that looked at it that understood solidity, and they weren't necessarily biased for or against Richard. They never had even heard of Richard, but they understood code. I had them look at that. So the code sold me as the final, like, okay, let's get into this thing. So I'm very happy about it over this past journey. Yeah.
Me too. Very happy.
Very happy.
Very happy.
Changing.
About 4 million hex shy of the happiness I'd like to be at, but that's all right.
Yeah. Just gives you motivation to build something to throw more at it, you know?
That's what I was telling them earlier. So like I got 2.5 coins for my liquidity that I take. So I literally spent more in gas to get those 2 coins out and just have it sit in my wallet as a freaking reminder. Yeah. Those 2.5 coins are worth 24 grand to me.
I found some. I found some.
Oh, did you find some,
No
Maddie?
way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Wow.
Salt in the wound there, Motley.
Yeah.
33.
Motley's telling his horror story.
Yeah, I found it. Eat shit, Motley.
Maddie,
How much?
you got?
One wallet so far, or you find multiple?
One wallet, 633 is what it says.
Awesome.
Wow, nice.
Cool.
Let's see if it's real or not. Let's see. Claim.
I just sent you a phishing link.
Saying claim and nothing.
So
oh.
that's almost that's almost like 2 ETH right now. So that's great. All right, we need to make
Maddie,
sure live that goes into Hex. All right.
Joe wants to know your seed words.
Oh yeah, it's such and such, such and such.
That's cool.
That's good. You found one. I'm probably gonna look back one more time through all my
Yeah,
stuff.
I think
Just
it's
for
like
shits and
looking for
giggles.
that $100 Easter egg. You're like, it's somewhere out here, it's hidden,
Somewhere I did it. No, I refreshed all mine. I don't think it's.
I don't know if you guys do that, but like Easter is a holiday where this idea that a bunny laid eggs and you go find the eggs. It's like a celebration on that particular day. I don't know what is it. I don't know who came up with that idea of a bunny and eggs or whatever. But our family does a tradition where they put a plastic egg and then they put a prize inside of it, right? So it's not just a regular egg in the sun. It's just a plastic egg that has a prize. And then they'll put a $100 bill, like whoever the patriarch of the family, like the grandfather or something like that, he'll throw some of his retirement, I guess, into an egg or something. And then all the kids will search for it. I remember one year when I was a kid, there was probably like about 20 of us, cousins and so forth. And it was a biggish kind of farm area. A lot of little things, hidey holes and places to put, stuff. And we searched, and it kept us busy, like it's Easter, right? So it's keeping the kids busy while the parents are doing
Grown-ups catch up and
stuff.
have a good time. Yeah.
So it starts out with like the parents paying attention, but then later it's just the kids still trying to find these hard ones to find. And my grandfather had put a $100 bill inside of one of these things, and nobody ever found it. Now, even decades later, we still say, you lied. There was no $100 bill. You just wanted to keep us busy all day long. Like for 6 hours, we were all looking for this stupid egg. And he's like, no, I just don't remember where I put it. I just put it out there. I don't remember. Even today, we say, I don't know, is that mysterious $100 bill hidden somewhere still?
Now, Maddie, what do we say about addiction now? I see you over there fiending through your wallets.
Well, no.
Finds one wallet and then we lose our host.
He's doing the calculation for a 50.
The claim isn't working. It's
oh no.
It's like I click the button and nothing. It says like sign, but then the screen goes away really fast, and so it's like there's no. I have this problem sometimes on the HEX website where it doesn't actually load the D app for some reason. And maybe I need to restart the app or something.
Can you share your screen and not dox yourself? Just do this live? No, seriously. So
I'm good.
Maddie.
You're good?
You can't re-edit this.
I'll problem solve it on my end first.
Yeah.
You keep your wallets on your phone?
I have like 50 wallets, so
okay.
The ones that I've messed around on 1 inch are probably on my phone.
Okay.
What about you, Molly?
No.
Yeah, I took that off.
You had to hook
Took
up.
off on that.
I don't keep shit. I don't have anything on this
Nothing.
island.
Yeah.
There's nothing on this island.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yep. Nowhere near me. Definitely not on the phone.
So
Yeah.
what's it like to get new hex then and make a steak like every week or every month? You have to go like through a big ordeal to do so?
No, it's not too bad.
No?
Mm-mm. It's close. Gosh, why are you trying to dox me alive?
He's like,
I will say my seed words are etched in stainless steel somewhere. That's for sure.
I'm gonna restart my phone.
Good luck.
In the meantime, as a way to give back to the community, I will now eat a hot pepper.
All right, I'm down for that.
For real?
Are you serious?
Doesn't count
Is it a real
unless it's a
thing?
Carolina Reaper.
Is he doing the one chip?
Oh,
No
you
way.
can't see it.
Oh, it's
no.
green. Oh, this is awkward.
Is that a
Oh,
pepper?
did he
Are you
eat
just
it or
happy?
did he not?
Yeah,
It's gone.
it's a serrano pepper. You can't see it. It's a ghost pepper. You know.
It is a ghost pepper. It's the real ghost pepper.
What's the Scoville units on that? Do you
What's
know?
a what?
What's the Scoville units on a Serrano
It's like
pepper?
medium. I don't know.
Medium Scoville. Okay, I'll look it up.
What is it? A Serrano?
They vary a lot. Some of them are really hot serrano peppers, and some of them are just not too bad. This one's like pretty good.
We're just watching your facial
yeah,
expressions. We're waiting for it to just turn all red and your nose to start running.
Yeah, so they rank them. They can go anywhere depending about 5,000 to 15,000 Scoville units. Jalapenos just give you a kind of a benchmark, are about 2,000 to 5,000. So
Oh wow, they are.
on the low end, it's a jalapeno. High end, it's about 3 times. So I'm not impressed. Man. Get the Taki chip, and then we'll talk.
I'm good. Like
That looks brutal.
give me more 1-inch token.
Is he getting sponsored like through 1-inch tokens? Is that what it is? It's
Yeah.
like, it's like those challenges. You say, I'll do this if you give me
Do you
just
just
my
have
address.
do you just have that pepper just sitting there this whole time? Like, what was your game plan with that?
I like went up to go pee because it had been like 4.5 hours, and so I was peeing and I was like, "Wow, this is great!" Like maybe I was like, it hit me because all the time I've been on stream, I haven't been thinking random things. I haven't let my brain rest. Wow, that's kind of hot.
Watering up.
Feel
It's
my
watering
stomach.
up.
It's like heating up.
This is great.
This is like
Yourself a
hot
glass
ones.
of milk.
It's like I'm trying to think, and it's the heat is interfering with my thinking process.
Do you eat one of those every day, Maddie?
It's distracting. Often I will eat a serrano pepper, but like I'll eat it with a sandwich or something, and so the sandwich kind of cancels out. But like right now, my mouth is still burning.
What's the purpose of eating the pepper a day?
Is it a
What are the
health
benefits?
reason?
Yeah.
Or stimulate your brain?
Or something. I don't like.
You just like to torture yourself occasionally?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like.
Yeah, of course.
Excited.
You mean, yeah.
So millions of years of evolution for this plant, this botany, right? To keep animals from eating it, right? And saying we want to get these seeds dispersed, but don't eat my fruit, my plants, whatever. And then humans come along and say, I need to
hurt myself
sandwich.
This hurts so good.
Well, the guy that developed the Carolina Reapers, like I watched like a documentary on him, and like it's crazy, like the Scoville units, everything he gets up to, like it's
So when they get those numbers, I mean, how are those numbers actually measured by non-humans? What I mean, when they say it's the capsaicin or something like that, or whatever.
Capsaicin, capsaicin.
Yeah. So the pepper element or whatever it is, and they distill it down. How do they say this is 1 million versus 2 million? Like, is it take a human base as a reference and say this guy says it's hotter, this guy says it's not as hot?
I'd hope it's more scientific. So Scoville heat units is simply a measurement of the number of times or unit of time, I guess, that the capsaicin needs to be diluted by sugar water. So I guess it's the amount of time it takes to break down.
So if you drink 2 million units of sugar water, then you'll be back to normal. Is that what it is?
I don't know if it reverses that way, but Maddie could try it. I know dairy products.
Suffering over there.
It's pretty hot.
This is great. I love this.
Now we need to get the chip. I want to see the chip done.
Well, people have these different sensitivities. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they're like, oh, that's normal. I don't taste it. There's no pepper. And then other people like, you know, crying in there, you know.
My wife like tried like a little corner of that whatever death chip it is, and she has a pretty high spice tolerance, and she said it was the most god awful thing she's ever had. So I was just like, ooh, I don't know.
But there's no joy in it at that point, right? It's just like it's
Right.
just pain for the sake of pain.
Yeah, just pain. No flavor, no anything, just pain.
You guys ever seen this YouTuber? He's kind of popular. He's called LA Beast. Have you ever seen him?
Yeah,
Is he the one that just eats hot stuff?
He does all kinds of weird shit. I mean, he's done stuff for years. He just wanted to be like, you know, internet famous. He's probably been around about 5 or 6 years. He's got a pretty big following. And
Oh yeah.
he is somebody that went down to I think Colombia to get those bullet ant gloves, you know, where the bullet ants bite your hands.
You can die from those. A lot of people die from that. Those things
And
are
he's,
no
he's
joke.
like, you know, crying for like, you know, 8 hours of like, my hands. And he's like, hey, you got a lot of views. I guess you got what you wanted, right? So
Have you stuck his hands in a hole, Gary? In the
They have
ant
mitts.
It's done.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
they make
Oh,
a
man.
specialty, like this tribe in Central South America, in Colombia, mostly around the Amazon. This tribe, they have a rite of passage for when you're becoming a young man in the tribe, right? You're going from boy to man. And it basically is a form of hazing. You know, the military has hazing. So it's a kind of hazing. And basically they have to weave these mittens. They're like a
Oven mitt, essentially.
reeds or something like that to make these mittens out of like fabric or reed. And then they capture these bullet ants, these ants that are about this big, maybe about an inch long. They're pretty sizable ants each. And they called bullet ants because supposedly when you get bit by one, it's like taking a bullet. You're getting shot. Like the pain of it is
It's that
intense.
painful. Yeah.
And so they call it a bullet ant for that reason. And they make mitts, and the mitts have like, if you have the mitt on, the ant's body is on the outside, but the head of the ant is poking through the mitt. So when you put the mitts on, it's only little biters that are biting your hands from, you know, on these ant mittens. Yeah, I mean the shit that people come up with thousands of years ago to basically say you can go on the hunting party. I don't know. What is that? But he went and did it, and there's other people that broadcast about doing the same type of tribal thing. I don't know. I wouldn't do it.
Hard pass.
Yeah.
I love that guy. I never saw that particular episode though. I used to watch him a
Yeah,
lot.
I didn't see that one either. Might have to go look for that one.
He's done like all the like lye eggs, like eggs that get soaked in lye and they're just like gross looking, or black eggs or something. He does all kinds of weird stuff.
Cookie Boy says those chips aren't that bad. I don't know. Go live and eat one. Prove us.
Yeah.
Prove us. Prove it. Go live and eat one. Come on.
Cookie's got him right now, I think. Doesn't he have some?
I don't know. Maybe.
Come on right now. Eat one cookie.
What's the price that Hex has to get to before Hex said he eat one? Like 10 cents? Didn't he said
He said
something
all-time
on
high, didn't he?
If I could
all
will
time
it,
high? That's it?
Yeah, I think so.
Easy day.
if I could will it into happening.
He did do the
10
cinnamon
cents,
challenge, though.
I'd eat a bag of those fucking chips. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Be like, I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna be rich, bitch.
Yeah.
You see him
I
do the
thought-
cinnamon challenge where he like coughed it up?
Yeah, that was like
Get
in
a
response.
tablespoon?
It was
Yeah.
like in response to Johnny's like tweet. Like Johnny was just like putting like peppercorn flakes in his mouth, and so just did a spoon of cinnamon in response.
Hexo did? I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like a little tweet thing they were going back and forth on. It was pretty funny. Yeah, that's kind of how Hexo looked afterwards. He spit it out everywhere.
I'm amazed. Well, I mean, off topic, but I'm amazed that we get we don't die like constantly with the shit that we experiment with, right? Oh, let's just take a spoonful of cinnamon and stick it in our mouth, see what happens on camera, right?
We're not
All
the
kinds of
greatest.
stuff like that. But can you imagine the tribal person 1,000 years ago that gets assigned to go scrape a branch, boil it down, fucking distill it into a paste, and then eat it and say, what's that do?
If he dies, he dies.
If he lives or dies, he says, "Oh, my stomach ache is better," or he's dead.
Yeah.
Like,
it's literally like a whole tribe just sitting there staring at these individuals like, all right, he ate those berries. Let's see what happens.
and if it was just like one berry, that'd be one thing. But these people had to make compounds, and so you had to try 20 versions to get to whatever is useful.
Cookie Boy says he'll eat one if I send it to him. I might have to take him up on that offer.
Yeah, send him the link.
No, what? No, like send him the chip. Send him the chip. He doesn't have one.
On standby.
I'll buy you one. They're like $10. I'll send it to you.
Have you guys ever tried this thing called the Miracle Berry? Have you ever seen the Miracle Berry? Foodies like it. The Miracle Berry, if you look it up, or Miracle Fruit, I think if you look it up, Miracle Fruit, it comes out of Africa. Originally, it wouldn't store well enough to transfer, but when it first came into the United States, like maybe about 8 or 9 years ago, there were these very expensive dinner parties, and they would have the Miracle Fruit there that they had basically flown over. And what it does is, locally to your tongue, your palate, it shifts your sense of taste.
Oh, yep.
So you can drink, after you've had a Miracle Berry, you can drink straight lemon juice, not lemonade, but straight lemon. You can bite into a lemon and it will taste the most exquisitely sweet that you've ever tasted.
Yep.
So it's confusing your brain through the receptors of your tongue. But it's called a Miracle Fruit. You should try it sometime.
Looks like
it reverses the sweet and sour taste on your tongue. And I've seen that. I think they even sell like an extract of that. Like you don't even have to get just the fruit. Like they have an extract that you can actually take and it does that. But yeah, evidently it's pretty wild. Like it's legit. Just the most bitter stuff you can eat just tastes sweet and vice versa.
Yeah, I did it a few years ago when it first was like getting popularized or whatever. It was a dinner party thing and they had it there, and it was interesting. It was like a good commentary for like 20 or 30 of us, having this memory thing was pretty cool. And then years later, I saw that they made an extract version, like a tablet form of it or something.
Yeah.
And I had told my best friend, Clark, that I told you guys about. He I told him, and then like many months later, they were probably drunk. I get a drunk test at like 2 a.m. And it's from Clark and his girlfriend, and they're like, "This is amazing." It's like, this is amazing. It's the best thing I've ever tried. I was like, "Dude, you guys are just high, drunk, and on Miracle Berries." But they had sent a picture of their kitchen table that had like 20 things, pickles and lemons and all these things like that. And I was like, "This is the most delicious ever."
How long does it last for before it wears off?
It's not just like a covering on your tongue, like like you had like a cherry powder or something, and it just gets washed off. It actually changes the chemistry of your tongue for, I think they say, about 45 minutes, kind of average.
It'd be awful if it never goes away. Like you're just destined to have to eat all the sour foods to taste sweetness again, and vice versa.
You'll be on your own. You'll have no competition, right?
Yeah.
Wait. No, don't eat ice cream anymore.
Yeah, no ice cream, chocolate, any of the bad stuff for you, processed sugars.
That's what Children of the Grave said. I would use that on my kids, and it would be good for keeping them away from sugar.
Halloween would be detrimental to Halloween.
Do you remember those? Again, completely not HEX related. You remember those chips that had been cooked in a special kind of oil? And then they basically on the package, they had to have a warning after it became known that if you had too many of this kind of chip that was like lower cholesterol, or was like, to be healthier for you, it actually would cause you to, kind of lose control of.
It's called Olestra.
Yeah. It's called what? What did you lose control of?
Yeah.
Your bowels.
So they actually, on the package, it would have to say, warning, if you consume too much of this, you might have anal leakage. That's what they would call it.
Nice. So a bag of chips with like a prescription warning label on it.
It
Like,
did.
hey, this is a diuretic. Don't eat too many of these.
Yeah, like cigarettes will give you cancer, but this will make you shit yourself.
Yeah. Make sure you're near a bidet.
Maddie is straight up eating a piece of bread. Just
Yeah, he's trying to
He got his
neutralize
milk.
that
I was drinking
capsid.
milk earlier.
you have milk. Milk
Maddie,
is really good for.
Yeah.
I drank some like some like protein stuff.
He's
That
like, I
probably
gotta
worked.
get something.
This is the closest thing
protein.
I have to milk.
Okay.
The
should
closest
work.
you had. Yeah.
Okay, so I figured out what was going on. Why I couldn't claim is because I didn't have any ETH
Oh, yeah.
in
that'll
that
do it.
address. So I moved some ETH over there, and it was like a low fee. It was like $1 to like move the ETH. But I put it on fast anyway. It was still $1. And so then I tried to hit claim. And again, I chose fast, and it was like saying that it was $1. And now it says actually on Etherscan, it's going to take greater than 2 hours to confirm.
Everybody's trying to do it probably.
You might have
Which
to
is
make-
like, why didn't it just tell me that the fee was higher and I would have paid $5? You know,
it might be
Sometimes you have to go
that
to-
congested. You might just
Yeah.
have to go manually. So if you go on Twitter,
So I
there's
went
like
to speed it up, and then it's saying like, oh, you know, like speeding up for like a penny, and so I hit that, but that's not doing anything. So
You go to the
so-
gas station, you see what the price is on the gas station.
Yep. Look at the price and then manually adjust your GUI, and then that should do it.
how do I cancel it? Do I send something to myself or?
Try
You can't-
just speed
pay
it
to
up again,
keep it.
and it'll cause the transaction to fail.
or you could read
Speed it up again.
the nonce.
Yeah, it
Find
should
the
fail.
nonce
It should fail
transaction.
the transaction.
Do you remember Motley when I was trying to claim in the
Uh-huh.
dark on
Oh, yeah.
battery power?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cell phone dying, router dying, the UPS beeping at me.
This claim phase was was a lot less anticlimactic. Like, yep, it didn't work. We didn't get any free money this go around. We weren't frantically like trying to get our uni and sell.
So I have a speculative question. Anybody that's in the audience. So speculation, ask about the commentary. Do you think that Richard right now has a girlfriend?
Oh, that's
Girlfriends.
I think he right now has a girlfriend. My guess is I think right now he has a girlfriend, like a monogamous
The
relationship.
diamond post.
No, I don't
Oh,
think.
There's,
I think it
there's
is.
other
It's
indicators that make me.
I don't know
think-
if he's monogamous, but I think he does.
I want to hear your indicators after the chat gets a
I
chance
think
to
that the
respond.
more girlfriends that you have, the broader your risk vector or whatever. So I think he is always talking about, how many substrate layers and how much risk you're opening yourself to more. I think that if he has a relationship, it's a monogamous one. I don't think
Who
it's.
do you think it is?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's complete speculation, just guesswork.
I know people thought he got that one chick they brought on a bikini one time. I know people
I don't
thought
think
thought that Richard was the one that got her pregnant. Because like on a follow-up stream, he's like, "Yeah, she's pregnant now." So everyone's like, "Richard's got a baby."
I don't think that that connection was there that way. I think
No.
that
Hey.
there's a different
Mistakes
the
happen.
longer- so you can be with somebody, male or female, you can be with somebody, but if you don't feel like you have an intellectual or emotional similarity, it doesn't last for too long. I don't
Of
think.
course.
So he is in a savant kind of level on certain topics. So I think that he still would need like a strong-natured person to be, because complete domination and ownership of a partner is not rewarding, in my opinion.
Some
and I
people
think he would
might
feel
like
way.
that. Although that probably borderline more along fetish than
Yeah.
substantial relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that stuff can be. I mean, again, yeah, those roles and things like that can be. I don't think that they would be very fulfilling. It's maybe my own bias.
Yeah, I think you have to have a partner that at least engages you, stimulates you to some degree mentally, or it's probably not going to work.
Yeah,
Emotionally, mentally, something.
He did say one time that he doesn't drink, but then there was some event that happened that
Yeah.
caused him to drink, and he didn't really elaborate on that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, women will convince you to do it, and I think he's strong enough character that most women would. He would hold the line, right? He would stop. But if you're having a really good time, if you're emotionally potentially vulnerable, you're probably going to be more tipsy than you would have otherwise. I'm just like, it's complete speculation.
I'm glad you took this stream this route. I was not expecting this at all. Does Richard have a girlfriend right now? It was totally left field. Wait, so what were your indicators? What were your flags? What
the tipsy thing? I think that was a tell. My guess was that was a tell.
The what thing?
Usually only, especially as paranoid, risk averse as he appears to be on streams. I'm not going to share my screen. You don't know where I'm at. There's no way that you can find me. All this kinds of stuff about his security and OPSEC. But to put himself in a position where he potentially would get tipsy even in a social setting, I would think that threshold would have been held, except in the relationship. In a relationship, we were like, "Hey, this is a special occasion. This is a
wine night."
I feel like things are going
out
great.
A nice bottle of wine.
Yeah, I've got this other thing behind me, which is the crypto stuff, and I've got this other thing ahead of me, which is my sci-fi thing. And by the way, relationship is going well. It's completely speculative, but that's one of the tells I was thinking.
Yeah, Richard probably has like nice bottles of alcohol just as decor in his house.
he's already got, like I got this Dom. I think they had like
Cristal.
a bunch of talk about Dom and Cristal, but he's like, I don't really drink, I don't really like it, but it is part of his status display. I'm sure he has a social circle that's a status, nothing to do with crypto.
Right. Well, that was random.
This is going to show up on No Context Hacks.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
My interpretation is that he's got multiple girlfriends. He's living it up, living the life. And maybe in the last month or few months, Gary, maybe you're right. Maybe he has settled down, because I can see maybe a little bit of a difference in him now that you brought that up. But I've heard him talk a few times, and I can't imagine if he had a girlfriend that he really was into, that he would have said some things that he said. So I'm thinking that would be a newer type relationship if he has one,
Yeah, speculative. He's had some chill streams. Not really. I mean, he's had chill ones in the past, but I mean, just really kind of low stress, low anxiety, feeling good in general. Like know, not really taking the bait of trolls and stuff.
So he must be single.
Right? I don't know. If you're getting laid regular and you're in a good relationship, then usually people are more sedate.
It's the honeymoon phase. You're right.
Did you guys catch where like there was a very distinct shift in how he was responding to people? He started getting a lot nicer. He was like, "Hey, I'll take your suggestions into consideration," and I was like,
He started using
"What is going on?"
he only said he didn't even say the R word. I think he said like tard or something once. And that was about the closest he came. And I was like,
but
okay.
I mean that also goes hand in hand with him talking about starting his own hedge fund. He's obviously going to be more in the public eye, and he realizes
but he's had that frame for 2 years. He could have done that long before.
It's hard. It's hard. It's just like when we've been in the military and you just want to say fuck, shit, cock, balls after every fucking sentence. Like, and you can't. It's hard to break. It's a very hard habit to break. You don't even realize you're doing it. Yeah. So he's slowly just trying to work on it. Let me introduce you.
I guess
to
it's
Hex.
like the Richard Pryor, right? So Richard Pryor was raised in a brothel, actually, and his mother. He talks about his history. And so he was raised in a brothel, and on stage, there's like a burlesque kind of stuff, things like that. And being around that environment maybe has a big impact on you. And there's other people that are raised in the similar, comedians actually, been raised in a similar context, and they can go further, whatever. I always forget which one you're supposed to say. But they can by taking the shock value out of their language, right? Choosing the words that isn't for shock, it is for comedy. So, yeah. I did notice he changed a bit on his personality. He'll probably go back to the old Richard, but at least right now I feel like he's blossoming as a young man.
Yeah, I mean, but we've like commented on that before. Just even the cleaner look, cutting the long hair, clean shaven, just trying to get in better shape. Just overall, I think he's just doing it for his health, for his image, everything. So,
just good.
Well balanced.
Yeah, I can see him taking a bigger stage in 2021 for sure. Outside of streaming broadcasting platforms.
Yeah, he's the best I've seen him lately. You guys are right. He's been getting more calm and taking better care of himself, and it's noticeable. I didn't really notice it till you said that, though. It's it's
I'm
nice.
really glad about Maddie putting this program on. I mean, just tonight, and you guys have been on for several hours. One of the windows, especially for people, again, Motley and I have had military service. Maybe, I don't know if anybody else of the three of you have, but we have military service. And when you're deployed, there are a lot of guys right now that are deployed. They are homesick. They actually don't have, a lot of them might not even feel the comfort to be vulnerable around their other friends that are in the military too. And say, you know, they're going through a challenge of a time or whatever it might be, right? So the end of the year, you think of it as a joy point for most people. Just remember there is a percentage of people that, you know, you might think that you're bothering them because you say happy holidays, or you just ask them what's up with their life, or you just kind of engage them. Realize that this year has been more isolating than any in all of my life. You know, it's been the most isolating form of our society. And so if you do have an opportunity to do more than just, you know, send an email or, you know, a text, reach out to someone, have an actual conversation with someone for a couple of minutes at least before the end of the year, because a lot of people are contemplative in this window between Christmas and New Year's. You know, some look optimistically and some look pessimistically at their future. So I'm really glad that Maddie has this on, you know, now, and then, you know, hopefully it gets replayed by other people to hear this message. Yeah. I think it's important. It's meant something to me when people have done things like this in the past when I've been in a low point. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, I agree, Gary. I don't know how I'd get through the holidays if it wasn't for Maddie planning the conference. Really, to be honest with you, I was in a pretty solid place mentally before, and now, you know, I'm struggling with my wife and not seeing my girls and going through Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and my 1 year sobriety date coming up. It was a lot. So Maddie, you know, the best news I've gotten in a very long time was Maddie telling me that was happening. And now I know I can bust through these holidays, you know, because I have something great to look forward to. So thank you, Maddie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When was your 1 year?
It'll be on the Saturday of the conference, January 9th. It'll be my 1 year sobriety
Oh, that's
date.
so cool.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm really
That's
looking
very
forward
Cool.
to it.
Yeah.
Maddie, did you plan that, or was that just like a fate kind of thing? No?
Fate.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Have you hosted something that's not related to HEX or crypto as far as this kind of conference before? Have you done something like this before in your regular work?
So I've done a lot of scientific conferences, and so I haven't ever put one on before, but I think that it's going to go along with what we're already doing with all the streaming stuff, and certainly the organizing the panels and everything is modeled after what works at scientific conferences. And so, yeah, it's really exciting to have so much participation from the community. I mean, everybody is willing to volunteer to do this and to share their ideas and to collaborate. And it's just been really awesome to have full participation.
Have you gotten like an outline yet, like a timeline of structure?
Yeah, it's
you guys send that out to us, or
it's yeah. So as I said a little bit earlier tonight, it's gonna be coming out in the next day or two.
Okay.
I'm just I'm collecting the last couple schedules that I need. But there's a full schedule created that Hexologist RG3 and I have combed over and put together, and Joe Hexotic also gave a lot of feedback that was super helpful. And so we've got the lineup. I need to make sure everybody's availability fits, and then I'll post that, and you'll definitely hear about it.
Gotcha. Yeah, most of it's taking place while I'm at work, so I'm like, it's like put me down for Saturday.
When's your exit? Aren't you exiting, or are you staying in the service?
So I mean, yeah, I'm in the transition right now. Like October is my EOS, but I'm putting in for Skill Bridge program. So I'm reaching out to Amazon right now. I'm trying to go work as a data center engineer for their AWS facilities out here. So I actually putting in my application this weekend, and then go from there, see what they say, and then yeah, I'm going to be in the process of transitioning and then also picking up a new skill set at the same time. So it's going to get a little hectic here.
Wait, so we were on I think I was doing a stream with Crypto Coffee, and you said you were a nuclear engineer. Were you joking? Okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
But it's Navy nuclear engineer, so
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
I operated a reactor power plant on CVN 73, so that's George Washington. It's a carrier, and they have 2 reactor power plants on our Nimitz class carriers, and I was in charge of operating the entire reactor propulsion plant when I was on watch.
That's sick.
That was what I think I already told you this. That was what I originally signed up. I was part of the SAMRAMP program, I guess, in the 80s. And it was basically to go into the nuke school, go to the electrician school, the stuff at Groton, all that stuff.
Yep.
And I was originally supposed to be a reservist, go through the boot camps, and then come back to go to school local to where I grew up. But things were kind of crappy. I was like, I need to join the service full time. I gave all that up so that I could become a medic instead, so congrats on serving a long career, it sounds like, in that, and like recruited and stuff like that.
It's brutal because it's you have to do a 6-year contract because it's the longest training pipeline, and it's the hardest job to qualify for the Navy and probably out of any branch. And but yeah, they want to get about 4 years of work out of you after you finish the pipeline, and then after that they throw $100,000 bonuses at you and advancement and all that stuff. And so I snagged up one of those for a 2-year enlistment add-on, and then I'll be getting out after that. So I was like, for 2 years, 100 G's, advancement. It made sense at the time. So I was just like, I'll just go ahead and do that and then progress and move forward after that.
Well, at the time when I came in, it was 30. So, 100 was a pretty good step up. When I came in, it was 30 grand. And to offer that to a 17 or 18-year-old is a big influence when you're making $6 an hour or whatever I was making back then.
Yeah, the signing bonus now is just 40 grand for that, and then you come in and they offer you additional 100,000 if you make it through the pipeline and you want to add on 2 more years.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, but I'm ready to be done. I'm so ready to be done. I want my freedom back.
That's an impact, actually. So Richard has his video. A lot of us have already seen about, if you actually really want to become rich, you can't do it by selling your time.
Right.
You have to start a business. You have to own something. You have to be able to create leverage. A lot of small businesses, actually, their leverage is by having more employees. But with more employees comes more liability, overhead, and materials, right? So if you want to you say, I'm going to be a plumber, I'm going to be a welder. Well, you can take on that skill set and you can hire out your time, get paid for your time, for your skill set, right? Now you want to hire other people and leverage your time, then you have to have more welding equipment and more space for them to do their work and more liability and coverage on insurance and stuff like that, right? You've never had a better opportunity right now to become truly wealthy through a business that you can run from your cell phone, from a laptop, from a desktop or whatever, without having necessarily labor overheads or liabilities necessarily. There's still a lot of value and there's a lot of opportunity inside of a conventional business. But I'm just saying that if you want to become wealthy, the first thing you have to do is buy your own freedom. Yeah. Buy your freedom so that you control your income for yourself. It's not dependent on an employer necessarily. And once you've done that, then you can look at things that scale, that truly scale. Replace your own income first, and then either expand on that to scale what you already have done that's become successful, or take on the risk or the learning curve to pursue something that really could make an impact on the world, right? So scale. It's all about scale.
Yeah, punching a clock is not going to make you wealthy. That is for sure.
Yeah,
very rarely.
I know a lot of physicians that look like they're doing quite well because you can leverage in finance. So instead of actually having the resources, you can access the resources of other people and pay interest on that. So you can get a mortgage for a mansion. You can get a Bentley on a car payment. You can get a nice lifestyle. And typically, when you are some high level professional like a physician, the credential itself, the MD license itself, actually can get you a lot of buying power to become a consumer and to become indebted. So they'll find people that have $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 worth of student debt. They've worked all that time. They've gotten to the point where they've got their MD, they got their license. Now they're going to work at a practice or a physician hospital. And then, of course, I've worked 12 years. I deserve a better car. I deserve a better place to live. So they don't actually buy it with resources that they have or savings that they have, and they just lock themselves into a 20 or 30 year process of selling their time. So even when you see someone that has a lifestyle that you might enjoy, you might see that as a signal to say, I need to go that path because that's where money's at. You know, do it because you want the reward of the work, right? You want to help people, you want to become engaged as a scientist in medicine, then do it because of that. Don't do it because of lifestyle and money and resource. The best way to become truly independent is to start a business, find a product or a service that you can leverage, become an influencer in a space, at least a leader inside of your space, your niche. Find a niche is kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of value in this HEX community just because of the mentality and the knowledge that's been shared between with us because of people like Richard's commentary.
Children of the Grave said your 30 grand back in the 1980s was worth 100,000
Yeah,
now, Gary.
This was in 1988. So in 88, 30 grand, whatever that was worth.
Probably a little less, but close.
Yeah.
Good one. Yeah, no, it's very true though. A lot of times people's things and objects they buy end up owning them because they they over leverage themselves on an asset that doesn't produce anything, that doesn't yield anything.
Yeah, I sold, like I said, I sold a car because of that, because of the HEX chance. At what that would be. I think I had put a tweet out that the car I had bought for like 32,000, I think, like 12 years ago. It was a 1962 Corvette, really nice condition. It had been restored. It was really nice. And I had it and I drove it pretty regularly. I actually blew an engine in it and then replaced a part in it and things like that. So I had it for like about 10 years, driving it maybe once or twice a week would be generous, probably less than often than that. And because I had regular cars. And then I looked at that before big payday, especially like the months leading up to big payday. And it's like, that's just dormant capital. That's just capital that, if I hold on to it and I want to sell it for the best price, the market price, even in COVID times, then the best price, it was appraising in 72,000, I think. So I bought it for 31. Effectively, it was double, right? About double the price. And so I had 100% ROI if I sold it for the top of the market. But that took 12 years to get to that, right? If you have real estate and you're getting 4 or 5% on top of your investment, then that's pretty good in real estate. So to have a car for 10 years, 10 or 11 years and have it effectively double, okay, that sounds reasonable, right? Not bad. But then you got to take into account and play, like you just said, 30 grand in the 80s, 100 grand today, kind of the same because you're debasing your currency, right? So your inflation rate and things like that have to come into it. You kind of look at what the inflation would be. So what I was saying is, before big payday, 32,000 bought long time ago. Potential to sell if I hold on to it and wait for the best price, maybe a higher price point. But I decided to sell. I had an offer. I put it on eBay. I put it on Craigslist, things like that. Someone came up, stepped up, and said that they wanted to buy it, and I bought it. I sold it for 42. Yeah, 42, and then 1,000 for shipping. So they gave me 1,000 to ship it, but basically 42. 42 when I bought it. Basically, the 2 days after the wire had cleared and it was in my bank account, I converted it into HEX. So now in HEX terms, it's worth 130,000. So I sold a $31,000 car effectively for at least volatility of what HEX is doing now and until the stake ends. But basically right now it's still worth $130,000. If I emergency end stake, then it would be worth, somewhere around 31 still. So I feel like it was a good play on dormant capital.
Yep. Just got to weigh the opportunity costs of trying to, if you just try to hold out for the optimum price on your car, you would have probably lost out on a lot more gains, obviously.
True. And in any collectible market, anything that you have a sense of nostalgia about, and that's why you want that thing, you got to remember you have a sense of nostalgia about it because you have an emotional attachment to that window of your life, that time frame of your life. So when you had comic books and you were 12 years old and looking through them and savoring them as your treasure, and then later they're gone or you sold them or you lost them or gave them away, when you're in your 30s and 40s and 50s, you have usually access to more money. You usually do. Your kids are grown. your real estate has maybe appreciated in value. You have usually more access to cash, and people will buy these things to get back into that feeling. They will buy it not because it's an investment, but because they remember being 13 years old or 15 years old, or going to that baseball game with their family or something like that, and they collected cards together with their relative. It's the same sort of thing with classic cars. Classic cars, you're 15 years old. Your first car that you ever got was probably a shithole, terrible car. Maybe it was great. But a lot of us looked at other cars. Oh, I wanted that 68 Camaro. Oh, I wanted that, Chevelle or whatever it might have been. And then later, when you get older and you have access to cash or capital, you usually will pay a premium to get it. Oh, it's just like I remember, just like it was 30 years ago, because it's been restored as a great engine. It's going to give me this feeling with the top down. It's the emotional connection. So when I looked at that 62 Corvette, I had to keep in mind that the people that were nostalgic about it, now I wasn't born where I would have seen them in 62, and I wasn't in an area where I would have seen that kind of car around. But for some reason, I was still attracted to the design and style of it. So I always liked Corvettes. Yeah. So I always liked Corvettes. Never liked Ferraris and Porsches and stuff like that on my wall when I was a teenager. I liked Corvettes for some reason. And I never saw them. I just thought they were exotic and interesting.
Mustang for me.
Yeah. But you have to remember the population that either has them because they've already bought them or they kept them, or that wants them is in their 70s. They're in their 70s. And they're either letting it go because their family, their kid, their grandkid doesn't want that car. They want whatever is new on the market. They want their own memory maker. So you got to look at things that you say, hey, this is going to have collectible value in the future. And like people talk about Pokemon cards, that probably will be a big thing, right? It is a big thing now.
Yeah.
It will continue to be for a certain window of time.
It's a time window.
Yeah, it's a time window because the population that have that nostalgia feeling, they're aging just like you are. Baby boomers age, millennials age, Gen Z ages, and the things that you viscerally attach yourself to emotionally are the things that become collector items and become, through nutrition, become valuable.
Yeah, that's why Pokemon cards are going for 6 figures right now instead of baseball cards. It's my generation coming up with money now, and they're like, I'd love to own that rare holographic Charizard first edition for 6 figures. Like it's a piece of cardboard, but we'll pay for the nostalgia. Yeah.
Only the super crazy, truly rare, super survivor, very odd, one of one kinds of things become museum quality things that museums will fight over. So the Babe Ruth, there may be a lot of people that have a Babe Ruth baseball, but there's only a few that are worth millions of dollars, right? And then they're one reason valued at millions of dollars because museums publicly say that they pay millions of dollars for them, but they really don't. They pay less. So that attracts that, that audience to see that product or that item, right? For nostalgia reasons.
Yeah.
What do you think the Mona Lisa really is worth?
I wouldn't pay any money for it.
I
would only to flip it.
Yeah, canvas and paint and a bit of wood for a frame. But that's, everything else is layered on there by society.
Sell it to the Freemasons or something, or Skull and Crossbones, but I think it's an ugly painting, honestly.
Yeah,
she couldn't even afford eyebrows.
Yeah, it's a very, very ugly model that he chose to paint, in my opinion.
That was his girlfriend. I know it was his girlfriend. Somebody that was.
It's unfortunate.
It's medieval times. She was probably hot. That was
probably. She looked very masculine to me. Maddie, you might want to try resetting your MetaMask. I was looking at you in chat, struggling. Sometimes you just have to uninstall and reinstall your MetaMask.
Uninstall it?
Yep. That's what Gary. That's what
I know it's nervous. Like when you say that, people are like, "What?"
Gary and I had to do that when we were doing Uniswap because we had so many backed up transactions. We just had to reset the whole thing.
So what am I? So I have to delete the app and
delete the extension.
Absolutely, that you have your seed.
Yeah, do that first.
Yeah. So basically, just tell us the 12 words. We'll remember it until you.
You guys are so kind.
You can confide in the stream, but no. When you reinstall the extension, then it'll just ask you like, "Hey, do you have existing seed words?" And you just put them in.
And now Gary's new microphone can pick up which buttons you hit on your phone, so he's going to reverse engineer it.
Can I just leave it on there and then like load the seed words into my burner phone?
Your burner phone.
I don't know what setup you got going, Maddie.
Yeah.
It's born.
Well, walk me through it, Manny.
Identity block says no, just reset the transactions.
Yeah, inside the MetaMask in the controls, there's a reset. You can just reset. You don't have to uninstall. I tried that on one, and I think Motley I did have to uninstall and then reinstall, but that's more detailed.
Good luck. Don't lose all your hex. Then we really have a reason to cry.
So I can, yeah, I know, right? So I can reset transactions. That's like the first thing, right?
Yeah, try that.
So try.
Maddie, don't you think the price is going to keep going up for another 36 hours, 24 hours?
It was when I just a second ago. It was $2.90.
Price of the coin.
So that's good. Like,
So when I
Yes.
exited out of uni, it was $4.30, and then like 4 or 5 hours later, I think it got up to $7 or $8. What was the top of uni? And then it collapsed down.
It was just like just shy of 8 or right at 8. Yeah, but that was like that kind of like falling knife thing. Like it hit 8 and then it just started rocketing down.
It's at 262 right now, so it's a good price.
Yeah,
Free is free.
The price didn't matter to me. It was just free money, so I was just
Yeah.
gonna sell it the moment I got it. There was no incentive to actually hold it, which is another. If we want to take it back to Hex, which was another beautiful thing with the free claims to Hex and Bitcoin holders, like I think it's pretty much unique. I don't think I've ever seen an airdrop before where the coins were actually locked for a full year, and all those Bitcoin maxis had to watch Hex do a 263x. Like that was a brilliant strategy on Richard's part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
what's the incentive to hold an airdrop, right? It's just basically speculation that it's going to go up more, right? That's the reason, right? But
So
you
if
don't
you
really
can-
locked into it at any time.
Yeah, so if you're locked and you're forced to actually see the proof and see the coin do a 263x, you're going to be much more incentivized. Like, well, maybe I will hold on to this. Yeah, maybe I will send that out to, just like a couple of those whales did. Maybe I will send that out to Quattro or Cinco instead of maybe converting it back to Bitcoin, because that one Bitcoin whale that had like 7% of all free claims just decided left it all in Hex, added some Hex that it bought, and then sent it out Quattro Cinco stake. Like, whereas if we just gave him the tokens right from the get go, there's a good chance he would just dumped it on our heads. And now it's a whale that's invested in the project and is probably going to be with us for the next 15 years. Well, at least 7.5 years.
Yeah. I think Maddie said this earlier, like if you're going to come out with a coin, you should look at who the holders are in Hex and the strong hands and give them the airdrop. And so, because you know that they're more likely to hold on if you have a good project, right? Or a good product. So if somebody is trying to come up with something and they do want to give us Hexagon some free tokens, look at the people with really long stakes and airdrop to us, because I will take it.
Well, if it's synergistic, there's a lot of people that are actually, it has to be, if it's complementary, there's not really preference for Uniswap other than the fact that there's liquidity there now. There wasn't liquidity before. And there will be a movement of liquidity to other platforms if it's a better deal. If it's a better deal for that liquidity to go somewhere else, it will go somewhere else. So that's just the nature of human beings. So they will migrate to where there's greener pasture. And so I can see that if there's a new token, product, service, or something, and it's synergistic, if it's complementary, if it's, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be ass kissing or something like that as far as their community. They should stand on their own merits and deliver value for their own audience. They should have their own product market fit, right? They should have those things. But if they are basically in some ways synergistic, then those strong hands in the Hex community inside of the wallets that you can see transparently, you can see who are whales. Those would be great targets for that kind of airdrop or toward that type of promotion of their, at least broadcasting of their new tokens utility or purpose or function. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but when you come up with just a copycat, chances are I'm probably gonna dump it right on your head.
Well, I mean, again, these are duct taped on types of things. I will totally support
New innovative
1 inch. I
project.
would totally support 1 inch. 1 inch is basically just aggregating other platforms and getting you the best price, right?
Right.
So if
Exactly.
there's liquidity on multiple platforms, then their play on delivering value to you for having extra fee, because you get more cost, right? You have another layer of cost, another layer of risk and vulnerability, contract on top of contract. So yeah, the only
But
reason.
is their token just a governance token? I didn't even look and see what the use
What's a
case
governance
was.
token do? I had enough in EOS to have governance, but I didn't do shit with it.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, is the token they're offering actually, at least with like Swap, their Chi token, lower gas fees, just like BNB. Okay, cool. A little bit of a use case, but a governance token, I think those are just absolute shit, and then just kind of a trigger word at this point, and a false illusion of you get to dictate the narrative. And
Well, so how many votes do you need to have out of 300 million to be considering yourself a governance vote? You have 1-for-1 ratio right now as an individual, right? But what if someone gave you 10 or 20 or 50? Can you affect it something at 50 votes out of 300 million? So it's the same sort of thing when they talk about the governance tokens and like, okay, you're going to have this, what is it called? Like the consent, what is EOS? The consensus between like 12 different nodes or 20 nodes or whatever it is.
Yeah, however many individuals they have it.
Whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get all that stuff.
Yeah, it's just a buzzword, and it's the word of the day. It seems like with these duct tape tokens, it's a governance token now. It's just, again, it's just about not being honest with what it is. It's another play it, price go up, and money. That's all we're doing.
If you have this token, we will listen to you. If you don't have this token, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, their holders have all of it locked up. It's like, yeah, your vote, you don't even have enough. You don't even have enough amongst everyone to count like one vote. So sorry. Yeah, not gonna work out.
Is Coffee trying to join? Am I missing something?
I just
Is
asked
he?
if you wanted.
Is he in YouTube?
Unless you were just messing around, is that not him, the CC?
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I thought. When he put it's CC, so I thought he was under a different account or something.
Oh.
He probably wants to go to bed. I don't know if he wants to join. I'm getting close to that point. I'm sure the wife is not happy.
Why do you have this backdrop? Are you RG3 today?
Yeah. I was Joe Exotic and I were matching, so I thought I'd piss off the pirate and steal his cabin for a little bit.
I'm curious what the stage images are going to be for Maddie. Is he letting us do our own backdrops in green screen, or is he making everybody wear the same?
So Crypto Kool-Aid is making it for Maddie, and it's gonna be like a studio. It's like a studio kind of set, but like it's gonna the way he's like cropping and putting everyone in, it's gonna look like everyone's actually in there, like side by side. Like it's gonna look really freaking sweet.
That's cool.
Yeah,
we have so much like programming talent. I mean, I know Kool-Aid is doing all the game stuff for.
He's amazing. That dude is crazy talented.
Yeah, I saw the stuff for Joker's 3D walkthrough or whatever. It's pretty cool.
The subway scene, yeah, that video was really cool. I wish he'd do more of those videos. I think he just did it for a buddy, a game developer friend of his. He just did one of those walkthroughs, but it'd be cool if he started his own channel like that and went through all his different projects.
Yeah, we need to have it. People that reach to an audience that are outside of crypto get views. I mean, someone just did a video about like walking through San Juan, and they posted it 3 days ago. They have like no audience already, like no pre-existing audience, but they just posted about it. And I think they've got like 18,000 views, and it's like a 40-year-old video. I was like, so what I'm saying is make content about stuff that's nothing to do with crypto and HEX. You'll get the audience, and then you'll have the influence regardless of what you want to do with it.
That was another point. Silver the Antidote, man, I feel like I've referenced him a lot lately. But that was another point he brought up today, or not today I think he was streaming with Ryan Lopez, and Ryan's over in South America, in Colombia right now, and Silver hinted at that he's setting up something for his channel where he's doing kind of a collage. It seems like of videos of him just traveling the world like a vlogger would, just all the cool places, and then kind of frame that around like, hey, my HEX investment has afforded me this ability to go travel the world. And so it's kind of subtle. It's in the background. You're not shoving your face, but like, hey, do you want to go travel the world and see these different things? HEX enabled me to do this, and I think that's kind of what he's going to be framing his future videos to come out. He was alluding to it, but he didn't come out right and say it.
Well, I mean, again, that's really, you just want the vehicle that gets you to the lifestyle or the goal or the destination, right?
The dance.
If you're in Arizona and you want to go to New York, you can walk there. It will take a while, right?
It's gonna be hot.
You can use a skateboard, you can use a bicycle, you can ride a horse, you can use a car. There's all kinds of ways. So you just choose the vehicle based on, your destination and your, timeline. So.
Right.
Yeah, I want to see more. I want to, like, some of the stuff I'm trying to do is like to support new broadcasters, new people to come into the space. They don't have to be only talking HEX, but they need to be new broadcasters, and I'm trying to sponsor them.
That'd be cool.
Sponsor me up, Gary. I'm brand new.
I've seen that guy with a top hat.
Are you?
Yeah. Top hat and a throne. I think you're doing all right. I first saw that stage and I was like, is that like a green screen on top of like a Baca lounger? No, that's a real throne. That guy's got a throne. That's pretty impressive. He's like, yeah, I just had this like in my living room already. Good thing I found HEX.
Yeah, that was I'm transferring worlds. That was from the world when I was doing successful, money wise, job wise. So now I'm trying to figure out what's next. So I was thinking, to try to utilize what I learned in 12-step to do my solo show without Maddie, to try to help others. And I have those pillows like I told you about them. I'm joking about them, but they're real. And then I also had some masks made, like for COVID first happened, because my background was in foam fabrication and manufacturing and distribution. So I have a company and a website that I built to sell masks, but I was going to wait till basically the start of the new year to get going with it. So I was thinking I would have like my show be sponsored by my mask company and by my pillow company, and then keep doing what I'm doing in the HEX community for free, ideally, and then be able to implant that, subtly for other people is the front story, the why people would watch my show is about recovery, faith, to feel good. But then, you also will understand with the background and incorporating hexagons into every show that it's that's how I want to contribute as well. I spoke to Ryan about it this week, about each one of us, staying in our own lanes that we're comfortable with, and, creating content related to our expertise. If you're an artist, or you have some special talent that, you can start streaming and then just mention HEX while you're doing it, and I think that's really the best way to organically grow.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have a natural gravitas. You'll have a natural, position of knowing something, right? You talk about a foam company, or about, the pillow and the other product lines and things like that you're talking about as a transformation, going from your previous life to this new life. And you'll just naturally come up with content on the cuff. You won't have to practice lines. You won't feel like you're hard selling anything. So just talk about things that are important to you. Like people, they believe in horoscope stuff or whatever. Talk about that. You'll get a big audience. You'll get 100,000 people that'll follow you just because you talk about the nature of a Aries versus a Virgo or something, right? Talk about it, because if you're a position of authority, because you've invested time to know it for yourself. Some people like herbals or other kinds of products that are out there, and they become a de facto expert in that field, right? Because they're curious about it enough to do it, right?
Yeah. My job as a general manager, and before that as a marketing director, I used to help out with quoting, but as a general manager, that was my primary job. I would quote every single new job that came into the company. So, I have an understanding of the costs, and I was thinking, I told Maddie I'd want to start my own stream so I could get comfortable running the technology on screen myself, because I'd love to take this ability to be a social influencer in the foam space. There's nobody doing that. I don't know what the market is like, what the views will be like, but I believe that I could come up with a recurring show and have my relationships that I made over a decade across the United States have sponsors of the show, have different people come on, not pay them, not charge them. They're not gonna, I don't really know. It's just that I'm doing what you're saying, though. I'm starting to try to merge the worlds and seeing an opportunity. And I want to work from home. I want to be able to work and travel. So it seems ideal to be able to create content based off my expertise. I'm not aware of anybody else in the space doing anything like that. It's sort of like when I got there a decade ago, there was nobody working on website development, search engine optimization in the foam industry. So I was able to take the company and blow it up in the United States because there was just no competition doing so. So I feel like maybe now's everything fell into place in my life otherwise to get me to where I am today. So many miraculous events that I can't really pass up the opportunity to try to take this skill set and merge it with foam.
So I tell you this. So if you see a video, if you make a video and you think that it's not that good, or it could be more polished or whatever, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because it gives you the indication of what you can do to make it better in the future. It gives you opportunity to polish it more, right? So the first time you pick up the guitar and you play two notes and you say, well, that's the beginning of a song. Yeah. The third one goes off completely and it derails and you're like, that's a fucked up, I'm not going to be a musician. I'm going to give up on this thing. Right. So I'm just saying the feedback that you get is opportunity. Right. And so you may put a video out and you see that there's no views for several days. Well, you maybe just polish the description and the SEO. Maybe that's why people aren't seeing it. Right. And you would be surprised what content gets consumed out there. Yesterday, I watched a video and I was looking for something specific. It was very niche. I was looking for how to change the images on an ATM, a particular model of ATM that they're putting advertisements on. So the ATM may say things like, $10, $20, put in your card, here's your PIN number, all the stuff you expect. But in the backdrop, there's advertisement. Some of these things have advertisement talking about the gas station down the street or the restaurant or whatever. And businesses are actually looking for new places to put their marketing. Okay. So I was looking for a particular model of a 5 or 6 year old ATM kind of machine. And I was like, I wonder how you change that image. I don't know how to change that image. Found a video that had 6,000 views exactly for the topic I was looking for. Exactly. Right. So what I'm saying is, create the content, work on the polish. You can always put it out there as a stream. And then there's a tool called Clip Grab or any other tool where you can pull down your own video. You just download your own video of your stream. Learn something like Camtasia or learn something as you go about video editing. General stuff, doesn't have to be very super polished yet, but you can learn the basics and pull down your old material, polish it, re-upload it, put it back out there, redo new SEO to it, right, on your channel. And what you'll find is it's the most obscure, weird thing that you never would think would get an audience. And you'll have tens of thousands of people that will look it up specifically for that thing, right? Yeah. There's another thing I was curious about. I was like, I wonder how those people turn an old coin into a ring. Like, how do they take a silver dollar and then roll it into a ring that somebody wears? How do they do that?
Those are really cool, by the way. I have a Morgan dollar. Like,
yeah, they convert a Morgan dollar, and they keep the image on it, right? So you can still tell that it's old, and it's very interesting. And I was like, how do they do that? I got absorbed, and I watched like 10 hours about how to do something I probably will never do, but I consumed that content.
Same.
And that backdrop message will get through to me, right? So you can make HEX content as the backdrop about something that's useful. Out of 8 billion people, somebody will watch your content. And that's more than just you talking to one-on-one. You're leveraging your time. It'll happen when you're not when you're asleep. It'll happen when you're on vacation. It'll happen long after I've passed away. My content still will probably be streaming out somewhere, right? So just generate something and polish it as you go. You'll pick up a new skill set. You'll feel better. You'll have helped someone that's looking for that niche content, to be more efficient with their time. So you have a lot of utility available to you.
Yeah, it's a good idea, Gary. Like, I see some people editing HEX content right now to make it more digestible, 2-3 minute videos. So I mean, maybe I could just even start with that with the show that I'm working on. I'm not very good at editing video. I just have iMovie as of right now. So is that too basic?
I did iMovie for a solid year. iMovie is great. If you have a Mac, it already comes preloaded. It doesn't cost you anything. It's got all the tools that you need as far as the basics of beginning and understanding your audio and your video output, and basically splicing things together. So you learn all the basics on it. Most of those tools, as far as where they're at and the function of them, the similar icons are probably going to be in the other platforms too. So if you do ever go up to a different, more robust piece of software, paid kind of software, the similar tools and functions will be there too. So yeah, a lot of people start with iMovie, and a lot of people put content out for a decade on iMovie, and it's fine.
Yeah, to your point, Gary, I'm one of those people that bought one of those rings. I watched a guy make the content, and you can't really see it very well in there, but I watched his content. It was really interesting watching the process and how he went about it, and then I bought a Morgan dollar silver ring. That's pretty cool.
I love it. Actually, I was thinking like this was just less than a year ago while I was in HEX. I was like, I should start a little business about like making rings and like, show people how to make rings.
It might have been the same guy. Who knows?
He has a little workshop, and you saw what he upgraded. Like when he would sell some rings, he would upgrade his tool set. He started out with something that wasn't that great, and then he said, I want to get this other thing and it'll make it better for my consumer of the future. Love that.
It probably was the same guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Joe, I have a question. Cool. What type of foam do you do? Like packaging? Do you do that as well?
Everything, polyurethane and polyethylene. So we do make packaging, medical devices, sports equipment, anything you can imagine, cushions, furniture. It's ubiquitous. So it's everywhere. It's everything. We used to fabricate it. So we would get in giant blocks of polyurethane the size of a truck, planks of polyethylene, and then we would fabricate that into different products with a hand cutting or die cutting CNC machinery. So I spent a decade doing that, working out in the shop. I would work 70 hours a week, 6 days a week. Sometimes I really loved it. It wasn't like I had to. And I have a great understanding of just how to make everything that we've ever made. So if somebody would come sit down and say, I have a new product idea, I want to make this, how can we go about it? I walked that person through that as my day job for 10 years. So if I could translate that online, somebody wants to make the Mr. Scrubber, it's melamine foam, and if your kid's color on the wall, you can just take it. I forget what it's called, but it's just a
Scrub Daddy.
Scrub Daddy.
No, I think he's talking about like the wall erasers where if you mark up your wall, you can
magic eraser thing.
Magic rate, go over it, takes away the scuff marks or whatever. Yeah.
So I mean, all that is just a piece of cut foam. It's a melamine foam. Anybody can go get a sheet of melamine and make that. So there is something that Gary you're talking about. It's a yellow piece of filter foam. It was on Shark Tank.
Shark Tank
Scrub
thing.
Daddy.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that I know how to make that. I could walk people through that on just like we're doing here. I would need to get some samples from the different foam companies I work with, show them this is what it looks like as a raw material. This is the next step, and and then like Gary said, I was thinking about it like streaming. Like I think streaming is what excites me, but it is, and I could do a weekly streaming show. That'd be great. But like what Gary just said would be to chop it down, cut it up, refine it, make sure the SEO is correct. I wasn't really thinking about that. So thank you.
So we, if you want, you and I can do something together. So I work in medical devices, like the R&D side of things.
Yeah.
And we have to package our devices in something, and we work with suppliers that do packaging. And so I know I know a little bit about it, so I can maybe just ask you good questions, maybe bridge the gap. So somebody that's not too familiar, but like if you're just scrolling through YouTube and you see something, you're like, oh, well, I'll just listen to this. The whole world of packaging, that's really detailed, and it's just underrated. And as people that like yourself, exactly how detailed they can get. Me on the engineering side, I just tell you like, hey, this is what I want, and this is what I want it to look like. These are the dimensions. This is what I take from a drawing. These are the type of foams we need. This is a clearance, like all those kinds of things. And so that might be a good thing. I'd be down to do that with you if you want to make some time to do it.
Yeah, that'd be cool, Yash. Thank you. The medical devices is the number one
Yep.
customer. You know, I didn't even think to say that. So
So do you know, have you guys heard of Gianluca Bacci? Do you know who this guy is?
No.
He's very popular on Instagram. He's probably about 58, 60 years old. He's got like supermodel girlfriends and things like that. And he is all about packaging. It's all about packaging. That's his entire business. He's multi-millionaire Italian guy. He's got a lot of style and he's just a very interesting guy to look up.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Gianluca.
Yeah.
If you Google or if you look on YouTube, Gianluca, his last name is Bacci, Vhcchi. He's eccentric, he's interesting, and he's made his money from packaging, from exactly what you're talking about.
he's got online personality. That's how he made his money. Or he has a background in fabrication of packaging. Both.
Everything. He has Italian companies that are all about like the delivery. Like every time you open an Apple product, you know, you feel like it's an exquisite, perfectly formed. You know, it's made tailored for that product. And so he does the same sorts of things with all kinds of product brands. So he's all about packaging for product brands.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I've seen this guy.
Presentation packaging.
He's
Quite
interesting. He's a character, dude.
Quite the dancer.
He does like the dances and stuff like that with like on his yachts and stuff like that. And I think I have a video. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think I posted a video that he had about HEX. Let's see. I'll look it up. Let me put it on mute while you guys talk for a second.
25% our way to 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. That's not going to happen, but this is it's been fun so far. Yeah.
A couple more hours.
Yeah.
We don't make
But
it.
I do need more technical support here.
Oh, yeah. You're still struggling with that?
Children of the Grave was worried about you. He thought you might have passed out off screen after that chili pepper.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's still in the cards. But
Is it just not going through the transaction?
oh, there's so many problems. So
And he lost his HEX.
let's just say, I loaded my seed phrase onto my burner phone into a new instance of MetaMask, and I'm right. So like, I did that, and then
Sounds illegal already, Matty. But go ahead.
and then the issue is, so only account 1 is showing up.
Go to create wallets or whatever, and they should just start populating.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yep. So just go like how you create those addresses before, and just click them, and they should just start populating. It should be the ones that you had previously.
Yeah.
You can you play that video?
Oh, nice.
I just put in the private chat.
Good.
Cool.
Sorry, we're doing some troubleshooting for Matty real quick. You good?
Only $1,000.
Did it work?
So that brought up the account that I'm looking for
Okay.
magically.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Now let's see if I can make any transaction on here.
So Maddie was basically thinking that he lost his
I only charge 25%, Matty. That's all.
That's it.
It's his referral fee. Yeah.
You know, 25% through 24-hour stream, 25%.
Yeah. I only require that you stay on for 18 more hours. So.
Hey, be careful. Be careful. I don't have much of a Christmas this year. I'm willing to do it.
See if I can share it. Can I share that? Yeah, if you can, I'll share it.
Maddie, help.
Ah,
Be a good host.
He's absorbed in his phone right
Yeah,
now.
I know.
There we go.
Addict over here.
Just play the sound when you hear it. Tell me if you hear the sound.
No.
Sometimes
Oh, yeah. Barely.
in which I show you how I live and the quality of my life. But you know what is the most valuable thing for me in life? Time. And it has been only through the awareness of how precious is time that I achieved my dream. We have just one life. We don't have enough time to live someone else's life. You have to live your life. You have to achieve your dream. I have two news for you, a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that time flies. The good news is that you are enough. Be committed in achieving your dreams.
Yeah.
The good news is what? He said the bad news is time flies. The good news is what?
You're the pilot.
Oh, okay.
The bad
Yeah,
news is that
yeah.
time flies. The good news that you're the pilot. Be in charge of your life. You know, your
I
time.
take this all as a sign right now. I mean, I live very much like by signs. That's why I'm in HEX. And I mean, to bring this up, I didn't even know if it would be relevant. And then you know this guy, Gary Osh, is into medical device packaging as an engineering standpoint. So it's very cool the way it's developing already. So thank you guys. I appreciate just having the discussion.
Yeah, this community is awesome.
There's all kinds of opportunity. There's amazing opportunity. There's so my friend Reezy, he does like online retail arbitrage, a lot of Amazon products and things like that. And he talks all the time to people that are basically making quote unquote internet money because they're doing all kinds of e-commerce and things like this. One of the trends that was very popular in 19 and 18 was to do Amazon FBA, fulfillment by Amazon. There's two versions. One is there's already an existing product out there. You just need to source it for a cheaper price and put it into the platform. And basically Amazon will deliver it to that customer's doorstep, handle all the credit card charges and satisfaction and returns and all those issues. All your role is to source it for cheaper than through your own tools, right? So he may find the Nike shoe that's popular and it's available at the local Nike store. He buys it at retail and then he sends it into the warehouse and he makes a profit on that margin. It's simply arbitrage. The other thing is, as far as Amazon FBA, the other component of Amazon FBA is to find an existing product. There's all kinds of tools. There's all kinds of metrics. Amazon makes it available to you for free to see what sells right now. People that are already looking for product on Amazon, they have a search term. They're looking for a yoga mat, right? And when they look for that yoga mat and they find that yoga mat has reviews typically. And the typical reviews, most of the time, they're going to be good reviews because it's a very popular mat. But there's also going to be feedback from those reviews that say, it was great, except it was too thin. It was great, except it was too short. I didn't like the color, whatever it is, right? That's opportunity. That is opportunity. So some of my friends, basically what they do is they just look at the reviews of popular products. They just look at the vulnerabilities so that they can outcompete, so that they can basically produce the product and improve a newer version of that product that just doesn't have their label on it, or their brand or their marketing on it. It actually has an improvement, better function, service, value for value exchange with their customer base, same customer base. So when you talk about having an expertise in foam products and packaging and things like this, there's so many people that are paying thousands upon thousands of dollars in order to launch a product on Amazon. And they may pay $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 to get a relatively crummy product and relatively crummy packaging delivered to their customer. And they may get a 4-star, right? It may be the best that there is of that product, but they're going to get a 4-star because it's not polished enough. Someone like yourself that has an expertise, a niche expertise, that's exactly your consulting market. That's exactly the people that will pay you to help them deliver a better value to their customer. You have those people. They're online. They're inside of communities already. You can go inside of Facebook. I'm inside of a lot of different Facebook groups. I used to be a lot more active in 2014 through 18. But there's so many Facebook groups where people are actually searching exactly for your skill set. And they will pay for it because it's going to save them time. It's going to save them money. When you get a product made in China, you send off, you have to, one, go through all the communication issues to talk to the actual factory. When you do get to that factory, you don't know exactly what a melamine versus ethylene means. You don't know that type of material. You just know, I want to make this thing, right? You don't know how durable it needs to be. You don't know how stiff it needs to be, or whatever, all the stuff that you know of the chemistry of the product. But you send off your money. The money transforms into a product that they manufacture and ship back to you. You lose 4 or 5 weeks in that process of that loop, and it lands at your doorstep and you say, this is too this is too that. It's not exactly what I wanted. And you send off for the improvement and the tooling to do it again. You pay a second time. So when you're going to deliver a product to Amazon, often you've gone through 3 samples. before you say, okay, I'm going to settle on this one. And then that's what I'm going to load into the warehouse and hope I make money on, right? Somebody like your skill set, you should just make a YouTube channel. You should have a website. You should get like a Wix or something that's very affordable as far as a website. They have tools that are built into the Wix platform, I know specifically, where you can sell your time. It'll say, book me from these hours to this hour, and it's $50 an hour, $100 an hour, whatever it is. And I will save you thousands. That can be your hook. I will save you thousands of dollars if you just book this amount of time and ask me your very specific question about this very targeted niche that I know a lot about, right? Just put something like that out there. SEO it. Someone like Crypto Coffee that wants to get message out about HEX, he doesn't have a reason to make your life easier, except he's in the same kind of community. He wants HEX to go up in value too, right? So why wouldn't he help you with SEO? Why wouldn't you take a percentage of your consulting money to hire him to get SEO done properly, right? There's all kinds of ways that you can synergize with the community or outreach to new ones.
Yeah, the cool thing is as a marketing director, my background was in website development as search engine optimization. So yeah. I'm just a little bit lazy with it. Like when I make a video for YouTube, when I do things, like I just haven't got there yet. If I need to tie it all together, put it all together and, refine it like you've been saying. It's, I'd love to work with Coffee. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that would be incredible. It's just kind of more supportive that I even have that partial skill set as well to make that happen. I didn't have the confidence, Gary, that there was a market for consulting on a level like that. But I mean, I know you're right. It's just, I never really saw myself doing something like that. Thank you. That's really cool to have an outlet like Wix that you could sell so I could just join somebody like in a conference call like this and walk with 3 or 4 of the employees through, or the business owner, and I do it from home.
There's tools that will integrate automatically with making a Zoom call. It'll automatically send out the access code and things like that so that they can join the Zoom call that they have booked. It'll automatically have processed their credit card or their payment system. You don't have to deal with asking for money, right? Begging for money for things you already delivered. Right. There's a lot of these things that are already automated since the time. So I didn't do it for a long time, but I was IT director at a research center from maybe like 3 years at a clinical research phase 2, phase 3 trial site. And it had maybe like 40 nurses and like 30 physicians, and nobody knew how to use their email. So my IT days are behind me in the past. But there's things that have improved a lot since I built the website for that company. I think I was using Dreamweaver or something. I can remember some tool set that was available back then. Now when people do stuff, the headaches I went through 20 years ago aren't there. I mean, it's so much easier now. It's way easier.
I used to do the same thing. I used Dreamweaver in 2007 to 9. I taught myself web design and CSS, and then I got limited when it changed to HTML5. I think it was. I didn't quite get all the differences, so I took a break, and now they have a tool for everything. It's amazing. So,
hey guys, I think I'm going to hop off. Hex is pumped over 0.006, so I think that's a good sign.
Last question for you, Molly.
Yeah, hit me.
Now it says nonce is too low.
What's too low?
Nonce.
Yeah, nonce.
You have the wrong nonce in your new order. You got to go find the transaction that's stuck on Etherscan. You got to find the nonce.
There's nothing stuck. It went through. I got my 1-inch tokens, and now I'm trying to swap them for HEX, and it won't let me. It won't let me unlock the. It won't let me.
Did you approve the 1-inch token on your wallet? Approve it, and then switch it. And you might want to switch it to ETH first.
So I approved it.
Okay.
But it won't approve. Like it's showing up now, but it won't
you have to approve that it can be spent, right? First. So what he's talking about? So he already did the claim, which was one process. Now he's got it claimed and it's in his MetaMask. And now he's got to approve that he can spend that on Unity, right?
Yeah.
And it's giving me the same error on 1-inch and on ETH/HEX that, like, when I try to approve it, that the nonce is too low. And I'm wondering if that's because
go to ETH and see if there's a pending charge. See if there's a pending transaction happening.
There isn't.
Yeah, you should be exchanging 1-inch for ETH.
Go to ETH. Yeah, go ETH. There might not be a liquidity pool for HEX.
Yeah.
There might not even be one. Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Try that.
So yeah.
And And if the transactions are high, maybe check what your slippage is so that you're.
Yeah,
You know your transactions
you
are
just go into ETH, and then from ETH to a better pair with HEX later.
Yeah, just bite the bullet on some gas.
Maddie, maybe we should call it just because I'm sure you gotta eat and sleep, and tomorrow's
Hey,
Christmas. So.
Hex pump too, 0.006. We went over 0.06 over the stream. That was
You're
a
welcome.
pretty
Same
decent
problem.
pump. That's right. That's all because
Same problem.
of us.
It's it won't let me for ETH either. It's not approving. So I guess I need to just like.
So just put in the description field, put your seed words, and then the rest of us will work on it.
Okay.
And we'll just email it to you as a JPEG. Is that okay?
Yeah.
We'll send you an NTF.
Just that, yeah, you need it. Yeah, exactly. That sounds good.
I think I'm gonna. Well, for anybody who has trouble or anything, I think I'm just gonna delete this MetaMask and reload it because it obviously did one transaction. So maybe it'll do another one if I just like reload it.
Maybe.
When you go to etherscan.io, it doesn't show any pending transactions in there.
No.
Maddie, did you really go? Did you really check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one transaction I had went through, and now it won't even let me hit approve.
Because when I've seen that message, have you had that happen before, where the nonce gets screwed up? You have a pending transaction that never goes through.
It's on the other phone. There's the transactions that won't go away.
Yeah, but it's all in the same ETH address, right? Or no? Oh, it's different addresses, different wallets.
So like reloading it, let me do that one transaction, and now it's being weird. So
Richard did tweet about this at some point. I'm sure you can find it if you search for it. But he talked about what to do if your nonce is stuck.
Okay, cool.
So
thanks so much, everybody. For,
Maddie destroying the blockchain single-handedly, everyone.
Yeah.
He's like, I got to get off the stream now to fix this thing.
So the other thing I wanted to say is when I looked for the claim on here, it said that there was none, and then it like showed up later, like. So I think
it's interesting.
If like if you should have a claim and like you're not seeing it, I think you might actually have it.
I should have a claim. I should have like 3 chains.
Don't give Motley hope right now.
Yeah.
Seriously, if you meet the requirements, like it was glitching out for me on here. So, and then it worked. So
all my stuff went through Mooniswap though, and I don't know if it's connected. The liquidity pools seem to be connected, but I don't know about transactions. I mean, I might reset my stuff and try, but I'm not. Yeah, don't give me hope.
It's only 24,000.
Yeah, it's like 24,000. So let's not.
Actually, it's probably going to go up for another day or two. Right. Yeah. So it's probably like 35,000. Let's just conservatively call it 35,000.
I only charge 25%, Motley.
I think I've refreshed it like maybe an hour ago and still nothing. So I don't know. I'm not gonna get my hopes up.
All right, just means you have to stake for longer.
Yep.
All right.
I think I'm already averaging like 10 years at this point. Like, I think I'm pretty happy with where I'm at.
I'm gonna bow out.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're just gonna end it, right?
It's been a blast. Yeah.
You guys. Yeah.
Thanks, Maddie. Thanks, Joe, for having me on. It's been great.
Yep. It's good times.
Gary, it's nice to meet you. Motley, it's good being on with you, brother. Thank you.
Yep. Maddie, keep us updated.
All right. I have my seed words so everybody knows where I'm at.
Put them in the description. In the description field below, look for the 12 words. And then if you can help Maddie get his money, make a screenshot. After you do the claim, make a screenshot and then email it. Okay.
What not to do, everyone. What not to do.
Get ready to collect the rewards. Here we go.
All right, I'm off.
I'm kind of invested to see if you get it, but if you don't, then I'm clicking off.
Just message me on Twitter, or put out a tweet telling us you got it, because
if not, we can reconvene.
We'll come back tomorrow.
The first time I'm releasing the chest ever.
Are you releasing it? Okay, releasing the Kraken?
Nice. Yeah.
Maybe I should throw a lemon in so I can get a chunk.
That's right.
1 lemon. Oh, I didn't even click on the claim rewards. I wasn't too active in there anyways.
So,
What was our
awesome.
total?
Yeah, thanks everybody for being on. I need to learn how to host somebody because that's like a new thing now.
Oh yeah, you can do that on DLive.
On DLive?
Yeah,
Can you host on Twitch too, right?
I think.
Or
so.
Raid or whatever they call it?
But we have 38. We have 38 people on DLive. That's like
Yeah.
way more than we started.
We've kept
We've
them
been averaging, yeah.
for over 6 hours. 7 hours.
It's been between 30 and 40 this pretty much the whole time, so it's
which
amazing.
is impressive because if anyone's the East Coast, it's like 1:30 right now. So.
I'm East Coast.
Yeah, me
you
too.
are.
Yep, right there with you.
I'd love to keep going. I'm just so hungry and I'm a little dehydrated. So.
Oh, I'm.
Well, we got DS tomorrow, or not? Yeah, DS tomorrow, so we can hop on there.
And that's gonna go to like 3 or 4 in the morning East Coast. So gotta rest up for that one.
Right.
Maddie, you ready to
close us out, Maddie?
Yeah, how do I
send it?
How do I?
Oh, he's trying to figure out how to raid. I have no idea.
beyond my expertise, brother?
Don't know.
Yeah. Anyone
well,
in the chat?
everybody's watching. If you could give me a follow over on my channel, that would be very helpful, so I can
There you go.
maybe start getting some clout there.
Go
On,
raid Joe
well,
Hex
so what are you
on
on? You're on YouTube. You're on DLive. What else?
Yeah, DLive, Twitch, YouTube. If you can follow all my links at joehexotic.com. I'm really just trying to get my DLive presence up.
Nice.
Where I've been communicating lately, trying to get some new guests.
I still haven't got a chance to like really interact with the Twitch chat much on Hexo's channel just because I've been busy and listening in the background, but I feel like I still like DLive's chat a lot better.
Yeah, me too. I'm not a fan of Twitch, but it is what it is.
Yep. It's where the younger crowd is. Definitely. Well, any luck, Maddie?
Yeah, I found it. Here we
Okay.
go.
All right. Now, the key question: who are you gonna raid? You gotta get the sweet spot, just the right amount of viewers, but they gotta be pay attention.
Colin says to sing us out, "White Christmas." Anybody up?
Hard pass. Hard pass.
Owner right there.
Hard pass. What?
Yeah, Joe. So I was thinking about doing like medical device reviews as well.
Yeah.
I don't see any of that happening anywhere. Things like diabetes devices that people use to monitor their glucose and stuff. Which one's good? The doctor's usually just recommending the one that's promoted to them. And so I think having more transparency there would be cool. So, maybe we'll have some overlap and things like that.
Cool, Yash. Thank you for letting me know. How would you get the devices? Would you buy them on Amazon and just return them?
Yeah. Something I haven't figured that out yet, but
they're expensive.
Yeah, because it's going to be expensive. Yeah. But I don't know.
If you contact the manufacturer and let them know that you're going to give it a real review, you're neither one is going to really like outweigh the other. You're just going to talk about the positives of each and the negatives of each.
Yeah, I want to be as honest as possible, and it's also kind of hard if like I don't use the diabetic device. Like there's some, but I'm going to talk on the engineering side of things. Like, what are the design intents? Did they capture everything? What are some possible risks that are still there? So it's going to be more of an engineering side point of view. But I think that gives like whoever is really interested in the product, kind of gives them more insight to like what the engineers might have been thinking about as they developed it, and some hurdles that come up, some aesthetic and marketing things that usually get in the way or whatever.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'd love to work with you. Thank you. That's really cool.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome.
So we're going to be hosting somebody named Pei, P-E-Y. So
all right,
here goes.
Cool.
And great. We'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Have a good night, everyone.
Later.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Yeah.